There's our music.
We are now entering a time and reality displacement sector. Dislocation from your current physical state may occur. Please be sure you are willing and able to assist in the event of a severe causality violation. You may experience an abrupt paradigm shift, and your current perceptions of reality, space, and time are subject to change.
Okay. Man, what a day, folks. Unreal. I could barely focus on what I was doing today because man, it was one just wild event after the next. All right. Hey, Bad Like This, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Howdy to you too, my friend. 15 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And thank you, Casey. I appreciate the kind words. Appreciate all the engagement on Twitter too. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Move truck, get out the way! I think that's about to happen. Although, hopefully not in the way that some people are suggesting it may happen. Welcome, Ryweb. Good to have you. Hope you're doing well tonight. You know, I didn't swap out my comfy chair for my nice chair, but we'll just have to make do. This chair's a little ratted up, but it's also the comfiest one, so I work out of it. Doomer, my man, welcome. I hope you're doing well tonight. It's good to see you. And thank you for the kind words, too. NB Demon, welcome. Good to have you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Man, so I gotta say, normally, you know, I either have one thing to talk about or we have a few things to talk about. Or sorry, like one thing to talk about, or I have nothing really. And I'm just kind of, you know, it's just basically depending on the chat to kind of say some things and then I react. But wow, tonight, folks, unreal. T-Coop says you're the only political streamer that doesn't make me want to smash my head through a plate glass window. Well, thank you, T-Coop. I appreciate that. No doubt you will subscribe accordingly. It's good to have you. Colonel Chivers says, send in the troops to Canada or to Ukraine? Because there's a lot going on both places. Habs21 says, come invade Canada, please. Well, seems unlikely, but possible? Why not both? Right on, my man. All right. Invade Canada, let's go. Well, we're going to talk about that. So here's the plan tonight. Tonight, we're going to chat for about 20 minutes. Then I'm going to be discussing things with a right-wing friend of the stream who previously went by Big Papa Fascist, and I think has since dropped the Big Papa and Fascist, and now just goes by Andrew Wilson on The Crucible. That will no doubt be interesting. He wants to talk about law and morality. I imagine we'll have some different views on that. Abortion. BreadTube. So that'll be interesting. And then we're going to talk about truckers. And then, now he goes by Little Mama Liberal. Yeah, I don't really... he wants to talk about streamers. I don't really name particular streamers most of the time. The only people that I typically will name in any kind of critical fashion are Destiny, Hassan, and Vosh. Even then, I don't really, say much. It just, I don't know, it feels a little like, there's so many people in the media ecosphere to attack that attacking other streamers, have a little professional solidarity, all right? And that being said, if somebody attacks me, I'll clap back. But otherwise, have a little solidarity with your, streamers. I don't know. So we're going to be doing that for a little while, and then I think we will talk about Russia and Ukraine, see what's going on there, and maybe talk a little bit more about Canada, because I got to say, 24 hours ago, I was just, who cares? These Canadians in Ottawa, they gotta handle their own stuff. But then some of the truckers decided to blockade the bridge that this Ambassador Bridge in Canada. And hey, thank you Trumposaurus for subscribing. I appreciate that. And thank you T Coop for the 3 bits, my friend. Those are 3 cute puppers in the chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And it looks like we have a hype train going or close. So if you'd like to get that going, hey, now's a great time to subscribe. Yeah, so I was not interested in this Canada stuff, except very, sort of surface level. But then they blocked off this Ambassador Bridge, across which 25% of all Canadian-American trade goes over. And then, the day after that, Justin Trudeau has a call with Joe Biden. And then, or apparently the day before, there was some kind of attack on their 911 system from the United States. And then the day after, he talked with Joe Biden. And now, things seem to have escalated in terms of, like, the pressure on these trucker people to disperse. To where yesterday I was thinking, yeah, you gotta clear that bridge out, man. People can't be shutting down bridges. But then the response from Justin Trudeau was, the Canadian Prime Minister, for those of you who don't know, was to call everybody doing any of this protesting either a blockader or an occupier, and say that all of them, not just the ones blocking the bridge, need to disperse. And that all the options are on the table. It's like, damn. So a lot of people are now like, yes, this is great, get tough. I have to say, though, it sort of reminds me of Tom Cotton saying send in the troops. Except Tom Cotton, all this stuff had to go on for a little while before he said that. This Canada stuff ain't even been going on for a month. So events are escalating quickly. And I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. So, we'll be talking about that, I'm sure. Meanwhile, let's see. Kathy Hochul. Hochul? I think she is Kathy Hochul, Governor Hochul from New York. My team is monitoring the Canadian truck protest situation on New York's northern border. We have convened an interagency command center to ensure we are prepared for any impacts to New Yorkers. Yokel. Thank you. Appreciate that, Friday Rossman. So anyway, now that being said, you should not take my word for this kind of stuff, all right? Because I am one American, all right? Now, to be fair, it is perfectly reasonable for Canadians to spout off about American politics, for Americans to spout off about Canadian politics, given how many Canadians regularly spout off about American politics and have as much experience and education on the matter as we do about theirs. But that being said, don't take my word for it. We're going to watch his speech, and I just want to see what you think. Maybe y'all will disagree with me, but it just surprised me, particularly with how specifically he seemed to be branding many of these protesters / occupiers as Americans, which... crazy. And I will say Sherman did nothing wrong. As much as I was inclined until yesterday to say, who cares, it ain't my country. This is starting to impact our country. Factories in several states, for example, had to shut down because they couldn't get parts from Canada, where the parts for some of these factories are manufactured. They're funded by Americans. It's not a peaceful protest. I gotta say, here in the United States, we had some protests that were mostly peaceful, but partly not peaceful. It is very strange to me to say, therefore, again, with a situation that, rapidly escalated over 2 days, or maybe 3 or 4 days, the bridge thing, just suddenly, from 0 to 100, man. Because the last I read about this Canada truck stuff prior to this bridge thing was that they couldn't even get tow trucks to pull these trucks out of the street in Ottawa. And now suddenly, damn! So things have escalated, and it's crazy, man. Alright. Where do you draw the line at a peaceful protest in regards to disruption? I don't know, man. But I mean, here in the United States, people were burning targets down, and we were all still saying, hey, don't focus on that, man. Maybe they got a message behind this instead, you know? I mean, don't let the majority of people who are actively breaking the law get in the way and just say, you know, well, screw them all as a result, right? But I think that the feelings are certainly different this time around. But that being said, I guess when it's a truck that's shutting down traffic, that's different from when groups of people are shutting down traffic. It was also quite strange because here in the United States, we had entire sections of cities at one point that the police just withdrew from. You know, in Seattle, for example. And we just let that happen. So it's all very strange. I get that, like, you know, yeah, you shouldn't do that. And I remember at the time when we were discussing it, you know, discussing the Black Lives Matter protests, you know, yeah, you shouldn't be breaking the law and destroying property or disrupting trade and commerce, you know, to get your message across. But it is just so strange how 2 days, 3 days, and now send in maybe the troops. It's strange, at least to me, you know. And I say this as somebody who is generally ready to smash anybody who gets in the way of me getting to my treats. All right, so I don't know if any of you guys were watching. I think people in here were watching back when the events of, the summer of 2020 were going on. I don't know. And here's the other thing, T-Coop. Again, I don't know if you're Canadian American or what. There were blocks on critical infrastructure, I think, a couple years ago in Canada? Railways and pipelines and all that stuff. And, you know, the response to that was very measured, very conservative. Let's take our time. You know, we don't want to rush things. Damn, just now, though, suddenly. One call from Joe Biden. All right, I'm gonna blockade the door here so that Mrs. Bastiat doesn't have to hear everything I'm saying, and then we're going to call into our right-wing friends and talk with them for a while, and see where things lead us. So I'll be right back. Oh my god. Stop blowing up my phone. Okay. Right-wing Chaz. Well, we had a right-wing Chaz one time. It was called the Confederacy. Okay? Maybe you didn't know about that. The Confederacy. Okay? Trucker Chaz. Alright. It's called the Confederate States, folks. And we destroyed them. Justly so. All right. Well, I shouldn't say we. I wasn't alive. I didn't do it. But you get what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. All right. We know how Joe Biden handled corn pop. True. That's the thing, though, that's weird. Is that, you know, I recognize that I'm, I just did it. Oh, boy. You know, one of the problems with our delightful new home here is that apparently the sound carries very well. And so she can hear everything I say out in the living room. So, alright. So I'm going to try be... Okay. Alright. So... God, what the hell was I talking about? Okay. Alright. Best part of the corn pop story is just some pool mechanic just gave Joe Biden a metal chain. True. Commerce blockage. Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, man. It just surprises me. Here's another thing that surprises me. People in the United States, you know, we're saying these Black Lives Matter people are communists and they're all Antifa trash and, you know, they're all real bad, you know, and all that. And I remember doing several of these stupid Twitch panels where I would say, look, some of them are, but most of them aren't. Most of them are people who are earnestly concerned about police violence, right? Don't let the minority of people, you know, who are doing these things color the entire situation. And now, you know, the prime minister of our neighboring country has said that a huge number of these protesters slash blockaders are Americans. The whole thing is mostly funded by Americans. And again, just taking it now on faith. Like, just immediately. Like, you know, it's just a little weird, you know, because again, I remember, like, you know, look, you don't color an entire movement by some fraction of it, right? You know? It's so many weird arguments about some people who had some Nazi flags at this thing, like, you know, God, is that all of them? Were they all really Nazis? Are all these trucker people Nazis? I don't know. So anyway, that being said, many Americans have said, oh, these protests are great. You know, many of these, you know, Americans have donated money. But I don't know, man. I mean, is it really fair to paint it as like some American project? Would it be passing strange if we, you know, look back at, you know, the way that so many of us thought about the Black Lives Matter protests and said the same thing about them? So I don't know. You know, I'm inclined normally to say, look, if you're gonna blockade infrastructure, get squished, get crushed. You know, but it is a little strange to just like instantly flip the switch. At least that's how I feel about it. Oh my god. There was a guy, thanks for the reference, Condom. There was a guy who used to be in our Discord who at one point said, Justin Trudeau is worse than Adolf Hitler. Now, this particular fellow was what you might call a NEET, not in education, employment, or training. And he told us once that he, his life was fully funded by the Canadian government. So this guy's existing on you know, handouts from the government of worse than Hitler. Here's another take that was insane today about all this stuff, and then we're gonna hop on this call. He had a okay. Hey, he, you know, maybe did have a disability. I don't know, man. You know, I mean, maybe it was like you know, maybe it was like Christian. But the what is it? Here's something else crazy that happened. Somebody released this index of democratic countries in the Western Hemisphere and said, oh boy, you know, Cuba, you know, Venezuela is now less democratic than even Cuba. More authoritarian than even Cuba. Oh, that's crazy. Somebody else looks at the chart and sees Canada listed as the most democratic country and then says, hold on a minute. Canada's not democratic. They banned honking. Man. Like, it's a noise ordinance, man. You know? It's like, democracy is when you don't, when you have no noise controls whatsoever. I don't know, man. So this protest stuff, I don't know. It has been interesting, one, because they blocked the bridge and have now, the effects have now spilled over into the United States, and two, because the rhetoric about it has gone from 0 to 100 like that. All right? So we'll see. All right, I'm gonna hop on in now and talk to our friends here. Okay, let's see what we may see. So I hope you all are doing well, and stick around. We're gonna talk afterward as well. I'm not sure how long this will go on for, but I'm sure it will be interesting. So we'll go from there. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Okay. I forgot. All right. Okay. Yeah, Matthew Iglesias says we should send in Marines to clear the bridge. Well, I wonder if Joe Biden mentioned that in some fashion Not Matthew Iglesias saying it, or maybe saying it, but because the rhetoric has just been like. Anyway, so we'll talk about that a little more in a bit. All right. Oh my God, that's another thing Matt Cawthon. The question of who's a worker. I have seen. I would normally have thought of like truckers as. Of course, there's also the claim that most of these people aren't actually truckers. I don't know, but I've seen so many people say truckers are not workers, right? They're petty bourgeois. I was like, damn, who's a worker? Well, I guess they do own. They do own the trucks a lot of times. So yeah, I guess that means you're not a worker, but I don't know. Friday Bossman says, I think Biden's more focused on something else. I could see Joe Biden perhaps saying, look here, look here, Justin. We got bigger fish to fry. Get these people under control. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, seriously. They probably called up Joe Biden and were like, look, you need to clear that fucking bridge. Joe Biden was like, look, you need to clear that fucking bridge. And Justin Trudeau was like, I think we need to clear that fucking bridge. But what's weird is he's going beyond the bridge stuff, But anyway, we'll talk about that in a bit. All right, let me enter the studio here.
Hey, Bastiat, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me all right?
I got you perfect, loud and clear.
All right.
Looking good, bro. Always like the hair. Always like the hair, honestly.
Hey, I appreciate the kind words. It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you, too. Are you streaming?
Yeah. Is that all right?
Oh, that's perfectly fine. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to drop us all down. We only got 3 minutes here. This is just going to really be a conversation on, the whole, like a whole bunch of stuff that's been going on and your viewpoints on everything. So don't feel attacked at all. Hey, if you do feel like you want to battle over something, though, I'm always down to, have a little mini debate over something. So
I am more than happy to talk about whatever comes up to whatever extent you'd like.
Beautiful.
Let me see if I can switch our. I'm gonna play with the camera here a bit, folks. So here we go. Just a sec.
No worries. We're gonna go live in 50 seconds, so I'm just gonna put this down right now. Okay.
Okay. All right, and y'all just give me a sec here. I'm gonna try and switch the camera here a bit so that I can just kind of get everything. Browser can't access my device. This may or may not work. If it doesn't work, then, Okay, you know what, actually? Sorry for the delay here, folks. Probably have to jump into this here. All right. Whoops. All right. Let's see. Boomer time. I just want to try and get the don't look away, chat. All right. Okay. If it ain't gonna work, then it ain't gonna work. I'm not gonna fight with it, but okay. All right. I guess it ain't gonna work for me. All right. Unless, no, I'm not gonna fight it. All right. So we're going to be doing this delightful show here, The Crucible, here for a bit.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm the co-owner of The Crucible, Pedro, and tonight I will be conducting a status update on the political climate of our union with our unofficial legal counsel, Bastiat, who, for the most part, will be giving us his view on the situation as a whole and hopefully solve the situation for us all. Enjoy. But before we get to that, we would request you all subscribe to our channel on Twitch right now by clicking the link at the top of the description or pinned in the top of the live chat. We are a young channel, ladies and gentlemen, and are constantly trying to expand. Please like, share, and subscribe. If you feel you want to help us create something for this to grow even more, and keep that nice, steady.
Just to be clear, we're going to be talking to him in a minute here. So,
going to become a member on YouTube or become a patron. Any and everything helps us complete the work we are trying to do, which is ultimately to create a battleground, a public square where we can fight for and proclaim the truth.
Damn.
Welcome back and glad to have you, everyone, to the Crucible. Enjoy.
Hey.
Hey, man. So, Bastiat, how are you been? How have you been? Sorry.
Pretty good, you know. All things considered, you know, a lot of crazy world events these days, but you know,
Right.
keeping
Right.
things interesting.
Very cool. Very cool.
Might just move this camera a little bit here because I didn't quite. Okay.
No worries at all. You know,
Yeah, it's fine.
two trees actually fell in my backyard because of the storm.
Yeah.
Like two massive I think they were cherry trees,
Uh huh.
and there was like this structure in the middle of both of them called it's a gazebo really.
Yeah.
And everybody else was freaking out, and the whole time I was like, at least none of them hit the gazebo. And pretty much
Yeah.
yeah. So you kind of like during the point of the story there, you kind of have to like still to see the silver lining in the whole situation. I think
Yeah,
these
man.
days.
Well, hey,
Yeah.
I'm healthy, happily employed. I really don't have any personal life complaints. It's just just lucky enough to be able to log onto the internet and talk about world affairs. So I'm doing pretty well, and I'm glad to hear you're doing well too.
That's cool. Yeah. Speaking of world affairs right now, specifically online affairs,
Yeah,
you know what BreadTube is, right?
yeah. That's let's see, BreadTube. If I understand correctly, this fellow Caleb Maupin wrote a book about BreadTube about how they serve imperialism. So they are BreadTube is a den of fake leftists who actually do the bidding of the CIA, the FBI, the other glowy agencies, and ultimately further the cause of neoliberalism. Perhaps despite themselves, but nevertheless.
Okay. I thought it was actually a communist den, so it's really a fed op.
It depends on who you ask.
Okay. There we go. And what's the biggest thing happening there right now?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I guess it depends on who you consider to be a quote bread tuber. I would say that from what I'm aware of, the biggest thing going on right now is this dispute between Vosh and Noah Sampson, who is and it's sort of a microcosm, if you will, of a bigger struggle going on right now. Maybe the people in my chat can correct me if I'm mistaken here. The big struggle is between video essayists and debate bros, as they are derisively called. Although they're not all debate bros. There are some debate sisters as well. Stardust, great streamer.
Right.
But
She's a bread tuber?
I no, yeah, I don't think so. But
Okay.
actually, I guess that's a good point. Yeah, all the people who do it in the space are. Well, no, that's not fair. There are women who do it too, but Stardust is just the one I know. But anyway, it's that's kind of the big controversy going on right now is this struggle between like whether video essays are the proper way to proselytize the masses or Twitch debates, and the people feel very strongly on both sides about it. The video essayists focus a lot on all the abhorrent things that people will say during Twitch debates, or the way that sometimes people will trip over themselves during Twitch debates. And I can appreciate that. For example, one time, I started a round of I have some pretty rough attention deficit disorder, and so I get medicated so I can stay motivated. And I started a new course of medication, and then I did a debate the same day. And so I was a little hot to trot, and I started talking about sucking dick and coconuts and all that stuff. It didn't go so well. So I can appreciate that sometimes, hey, you don't have
Why
a
do
good
they
debate,
why do both sides have to be in conflict? I don't understand. I feel
Well,
like
I'll get in there. Yeah.
there's room for both lanes. What's the conflict?
Well, here's the conflict, and I say this as somebody who, anybody I suppose who follows me on the Twitter, yeah, that's true. OG Snowbone, meth is a hell of a drug, although it's not the same thing. But I have posted I think a fair amount in the last 24 hours to make it pretty clear, at least on the Twitter, that I'm not some kind of secret right winger. But that said, I think it's pretty fair to say that many people on the left are sort of puddle deep in their convictions, and a lot of people in this space have sort of found a good way to make a lot more money than perhaps they'd otherwise be able to do in a normal line of work. And they're very jealous of the market share that they have, and they don't want to give any of it up in a very competitive space. And I'll say that, Vosh, he was the person I debated with the coconut joke. I've done, I think, now 4 debates with him. And that was the only one, actually, that I thought went poorly. The other ones I thought went quite well. I like Vosh on a personal level, even though he, of course, says things that I find abhorrent. Most recently, I think he advocated for what he's recently called eco-trolling, but what I think amounted to blowing up pipelines. But, eco-trolling as in eco-terrorism.
Eco-trolling, okay.
Eco-terrorism. But I like him as a person. But nevertheless, he says things I find abhorrent. But I think what I can say is that he is quite good at what he does rhetorically. He is very good at just kind of being able to, capture and hold an audience. And I think at this point, the fact that many streamers are not only doing live streams, but now increasingly uploading this stuff to YouTube on a very regular basis. They have a lot of editors now. Vosh has, I think, spoken about having more than one. It's now got to the point where they are, I think, serious competition for clicks and views with YouTubers in this space. And, so while the Twitch streamer can do both, many YouTubers are not comfortable doing both. Streaming and videos. So that's my hunch as to the deeper thing that's going on here, is that they don't like the fact that there's a lot of competition from these debate people, and that they can drive a little more action, a little more sense of higher stakes than maybe.
So they're jealous of the entertainment value that the debate arena brings, as opposed to their video essays, because it's very boring.
That's my hunch. Now, that being said, I'm not saying that their video essays are bad at all. Many of them are quite well made. I don't know if you've ever watched any content from, for example, ContraPoints, who I think is really in a class of her own in terms of just the quality of her YouTube videos. And she's not somebody I would put in the space of being, very hostile or jealous or anything. She's, as far as I know, is just great. But,
well, here's the, if I could identify the problem really quick, I'm a guy, and I know this is going to sound nerdy as hell, and Andrew's probably going to pick on me for it.
Yeah, sure.
I'm a guy who did not watch sports. I was actually watching the History Channel the whole time. And that's
why would I pick on you for that? Who the fuck watches sports, man?
Everybody.
What the fuck are you talking about? I don't even know who's playing in the Super Bowl. I have no clue. No idea.
I can be honest with myself and say when I was watching, History Channel is kind of like a longer video essay.
Wait a minute. When were you watching History Channel? Because there are 2 very different History Channels now in terms of at one point versus today.
This is true.
Were you watching them back when it was the Hitler Channel, basically? And it was like Secrets of World War II, documentary about World War II, daring raid in World War II. And then they would add other stuff, of course. But the biggest thing was like World War II content. So they used to call it the Hitler Channel. But the Hitler Channel was way better than Pawn Stars, Ice Road Truckers, Ancient Aliens,
It wasn't better than Ancient Aliens, man. That guy, the only guy who has better hair than the Ancient Aliens guy is you, Bastiat.
Yeah, I appreciate
that.
And
as you can see, I wore my Darth Bastiat shirt just for this occasion. Damn. I didn't know that I would get here in time to do the interview. I was glad that Pedro was available to do it. I have a whole ton of questions for you. I'm glad that you weren't spun out on meth last night, so you made it on time today.
Thanks, buddy. Now,
that's pretty awesome.
I've adjusted accordingly.
Unlike the Coomer god of the left, Destiny, you made it. Wow. I'm happy for you. First, I got to get into this. What is going on with all of these crazy ass Canadians honking their horns? They're blocking traffic. They're saying, go to hell. We're not going to take it anymore. It's democracy at work, right?
Well, I guess I'm not sure how I feel about that just yet. And I'll tell you kind of my evolution on this, which is not yet complete. But basically, I didn't have any opinion on it because it was an entirely foreign affair. And it didn't really have any implication, I thought, for the United States. And it was just kind of a reaction to the fact that Canada has a vaccine mandate on people who cross the border. And Canadians are, because their country exists primarily in a 100-mile strip from the United States, They have to cross the border with us a lot more than the average American. The average American trucker, presumably, has to cross the border into Canada. So, their vaccine mandate for truckers probably captured a lot more people than the one that I believe we also have would. And I think it formed kind of the core nucleus event of what has now become a way for a lot of Canadians to express a lot of grievances. That being said, Canadian affair. They do things differently up there. But what's changed a little bit for me is that, and to be clear, I don't think government has a place in doing vaccine mandates outside of situations where you're ultimately when government is your boss as your employer. For example, that's a little different than when you're a citizen. It's kind of like any employer requiring certain conditions in the workplace. So that's one exception. School, where you're forced to be in this government situation.
We'll just call them mandates because we're on YouTube. We'll just call them mandates. That's it.
Okay, yeah, mandates. So in a situation like that, yeah. Now, that being said, I don't really feel like border crossings come into that situation because, especially when you're crossing into the United States, given that we already have done a poor job of controlling COVID, but maybe in Canada it's different. I don't know. It's a Canadian issue. But just to give you kind of my background on that issue, I think it is a small requirement, but it is one that, as far as I can see, has no grounding in federal law and which I don't think is justified by the facts. That being said, what has changed over the last 2 days is that now some of the Canadian truckers who had previously been blocking roads in Ottawa, which is Canada's capital, apparently, not Toronto, but Ottawa, some of these truckers have now gone to the Ambassador Bridge in the city of Windsor, which is, I believe, a little bit south of there, where actually it may be north because some parts of Canada are actually below some parts of the United States, but in any event, it's nearby. This bridge is special because the Ambassador Bridge carries 25% of all the trade that goes between Canada and the United States, which shocked me that one bridge is this important, but it nevertheless is this important.
So if we go to war with Canada, we blow up that bridge first. That's
No, you cannot blow up that bridge. You got to capture that thing alive.
Why would you ever make that kind of I've never heard of any kind of general or politician saying, hey, let's make known our crucial choke point for all of our resources.
It's crucial both ways, though. Here's the thing, is that, and I'd be happy to tell you about the history of this bridge, which I learned is quite interesting itself, but this bridge is important both ways and has recently become very important for Americans because that trade, again, goes both ways. And so, for example, in the United States, we build a lot of cars, right? Well, in Canada, they manufacture a lot of the parts that we use to build a lot of these cars. They have some machine tool. Some of them specialize, some of their companies specialize in machine tools. In fact, one of their biggest companies does this. So when this bridge was shut down by these truckers, the factories on the American side who get the parts same day sometimes, or no more than a day or two ahead, they suddenly can't build cars anymore and the factory's shut down. This happened once with, I think, one factory in Michigan, and then they sort of dispersed, traffic got flowing again, but recently they've doubled down and now it's stopped. That may have changed in the last hour because there was a court injunction that said, hey, you guys clear out. But the last I saw, before I hopped on stream on Twitter, there was a group of Canadian protesters / blockaders at the bridge, hands apparently linked together, saying we won't disperse. So it is possible that as we speak, some real stuff is going down. But that's why I think the situation has changed a bit, because now more factories in the United States have been shut down across a few states, and Americans with factories shut down. I mean, people, big interests are kind of getting drawn into what was previously just a lot of truckers hassling people in Canada's relatively small capital. So,
okay, so what's the crucial thing that needs to happen for the protests to end? In order for the truckers and everybody to be satisfied, what is the thing that has to be said by, obviously, the leadership?
Well, that's a little complicated because I don't know that anybody's quite sure. They have said, for example, all the various trucker groups have said, and I shouldn't say trucker groups because some of the people involved apparently are not truckers. Of course, many of the people involved are, but it has kind of grown in terms of who's involved. So I'm speaking here trying to respect the complexity of the situation, but nevertheless speaking in some generalities for the sake of being able to speak at all. So some of the groups that are involved in this event have said, look, we want an end to all the mandates. Okay, all right, well, all the mandates end. All right, well, what does that mean exactly? Does that mean all the provinces? Because in Canada is a federal union, not exactly unlike ours, although with some key differences. And, so does that mean like they got to end in British Columbia before they end them in, before they leave Ottawa? I don't know, he's quite sure. Does that mean just the federal mandate on the vaccine? Nobody's quite sure. Does it mean some people have got bigger ambitions? There was a memorandum of understanding from some of the trucker representatives, and again, it's hard to say who represents what, because similar to the Black Lives Matter movement, this is a movement that has
don't say it.
Wait. There are certainly some similarities here. You gotta recognize them. The idea, for example, that a lot of people are involved in this, right? But this was a somewhat organic event, so it's not like there was a group that got organized and said, okay, everybody, I'm the leader of the group, you go here, right? It's a little less, it's not quite centralized, but there are some people who are trying to speak on behalf of the movement. Those people have said, look, we want some authority, we want to meet with representatives of the government, and they will agree with us. They'll sign this memorandum of understanding that says that we're going to have a say in government, right? That's a pretty big demand, especially given that they just had an election in Canada. So I don't know that anybody's quite sure what has to end.
The problem I see. Oh,
yeah. No,
Andrew,
go ahead.
you're about to talk? Okay. The problem I see here with this kind of methodology is, I'm very much a more intuitive thinker rather than, I don't know if you've seen any of my previous debates where people like to, bring up multiple opponents or something stupid like that. I just look at it for what it is. And when we have a movement like this, where it's pretty much called attrition warfare, what they're conducting right now. And unfortunately, that will affect the driver and his family, obviously, to some point, to whatever extent you want to say.
Yeah.
And if they don't know, if there's no centralized point to where they say this needs to happen for it to stop, then it seems like disorganized chaos because we're talking about supply lines, right?
Yeah, I think there's something to that because, clearly I read your chat, Andrew. I don't know what, I don't really know. Like, for example, I'm tempted to say, okay, look, the vaccine mandate is, I don't agree with it, right? And I'm not Canadian, but I imagine that if you scrapped that, then what are they going to argue about? Well, I don't want to call it a revolutionary movement, but protest movements, have a way of sort of escalating the things that they want, right? Like, for example, what began in the United States as as a movement for police reform, a lot of groups got involved in that, and eventually, some of them kind of turned its direction toward broader social reform, beyond police, or beyond like police reform to police abolition, for example, which is the kind of thing that basically you I think for all intents and purposes can't really do. But that so I don't know if this trucker thing is at that point where is there anything the Trudeau government could do? But I think the other problem is that there's probably no appetite from the Trudeau government to do anything or to give any kind of ground, because I think most Canadians believe, or, are on the government side on this and think, look, these people have basically occupied a city for the last few weeks. They need to clear the hell out. And, vaccine is, the vaccine is what it is. It's not a big imposition. It's a public health requirement. We all got to buck up and do this stuff. And by the way, 90% of truckers are already vaccinated. So, what are you guys complaining about? But I think some Canadians have decided now that, it's about a little bit more than vaccination rates, and it's complicated. I think I don't know how it ends. But
Well, we can. You brought up something good. We can put the truckers aside, the
Yeah.
actual protesters to the side for a moment, unless Andrew, you want to bring something else
Yeah,
up
there
about
was.
it.
I did have a quick thing to kind of just brawl with Bastiat on for just a minute here,
Okay.
since we've got him. Like realistically, man, don't you think that the left would totally react differently to this if it was a huge host of minorities who had blocked off traffic for racial justice? Don't you think the left would be out there and be like, yes, this is fine, fuck the Constitution, fuck the laws, we don't give a shit about any of it, they can all go straight to hell. Racial justice now, they blocked off the traffic. Oh, you whining about horns being honked, cry me a river,
Yeah.
right? That's what isn't that
you're
what the
right.
fucking left
No,
would really be saying?
there's nothing to spar with you on that point. I absolutely agree. I just also agree that the situation has been flipped on the other side too. I recently on the Twitter I found where this guy Matt Walsh, who I think is particularly one of the slimiest of the people on the
Yeah, I
Ascendant
saw that
right.
tweet. I saw that tweet.
What, 2 years ago he says, "Hey, if you block highway traffic, you're an asshole. All right, this is a nonpartisan thing." And then now somebody says, "Hey, I thought this was a nonpartisan thing," and he says, "Well, if you block it for a cause I like, that's good. A bad cause is bad. Okay, what's so hard about this?" It's like, I would concede that what you're saying is true. And in fact, you could even look at Canada itself, where there were, I think either last year or the year before, time has sort of blurred in some ways these last couple of COVID years, right? But there were, in response to attempts by certain energy companies to build pipelines across the lands of certain First Nations people in Canada, there were protests and blockades of railways and pipeline construction sites. I think maybe some roadways, I'm not 100%. And of course, the actions of the government were much softer in terms of the response than the kind of language that has been used over the last 48 hours since they blocked the bridge and arguably earned a call from President Biden. But if your point, though, generally speaking, they didn't do it immediately, though, Gnarly Whale, right? I mean, this stuff went on for a while. It went on for more than 2 days before people started sending in the military. That being said, wouldn't pretend to be an expert on Canadian affairs, but the bigger point that you're saying here, wouldn't people, feel differently if the cause was different? That's true, but what this whole affair has also shown, at least about American politics, is that that's true both ways, I mean, that's just...
But how doesn't that push like the crazy dissident right wingers, the name-ems as I call them? How doesn't this help push their rhetoric that the only reason that the crackdown's happening on them, even if they were minorities, it wouldn't be, is because the prevailing forces are anti-white?
Well, I don't believe that the prevailing forces are, quote, anti-white. I think the prevailing forces are basically such that what has changed in this situation is that I think that the truckers are basically a lot better at causing a stir than some of these other groups are. Like, first of all, there was eventually a crackdown on these on the indigenous causes and the indigenous people who were blocking the roadways and all that stuff. That did eventually happen. My point was that it took a little time. They were a little softer at first, like, oh, come on, we got to have come on. There are two sides to this issue. That two sides thing is not, that two sides thing is not really in the public discourse on this time around. But that being said, as somebody else might have pointed out here, access to heavy machinery, i.e. these big trucks, does give them much better ability to entrench themselves. So they've basically, I think, done this in a way that also makes them much more effective. And also, they went for the border,
But they blocked off like fucking 10 city blocks in a major metropolitan area and had machine guns, right? Like,
wait, which one are we talking about now?
And Chaz.
Oh, Chaz.
Yeah,
no,
he's
Chaz
talking
was
about
I mean, talk about entrenched inside of an American
I know.
city.
Yeah.
No,
it's an absolute disgrace.
It just seems like a huge double standard.
I will only say this, and I think this is probably the answer to what the difference is about, at least now. Right now, as opposed to maybe 72 hours ago before there were people on the bridge. A lot of the areas, I think, that were afflicted by destruction during the protests in the United States. And again, I want to be clear that most of them were indeed protests and most of them were nonviolent. But those areas that were not, were mostly like poor places. that didn't really get in the way of you or me or our ability to mostly just be able to continue to conduct commerce and live our lives. This, on the other hand, has resulted in the shutdown of a major American industry in a big way. So this probably was just more successful at causing real disruption. I mean, as you know, really very little has resulted, a year out, from the what were, I think, the biggest protests in American history. I mean, in terms of real reforms, real changes, very little seems to have happened.
Well, if I had to fight it back, I would have to fight back against that and say it's more affected the social climate overall.
Yeah.
People are more readily able to hurt each other.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would say on the one hand, I could believe that. But on the other hand, this also certainly isn't, this isn't really the first time this happened in American history. It wasn't the most destructive example of it in American history. And I would be kind of skeptical whether we've had any serious, like really big change as a result. Maybe. I don't know how to quantify it.
I'll give you my take on this. Yeah. I've actually heard Wignats, who, the dissident right, like armband wearing Nazi types, right, say that and come to agreement with me that I guess blacks must have a point about the mass overrepresentation of police authority inside their communities, because we saw that the authority could not be trusted during the mandates, right? All of the whites who were saying that the cops were the good guys started to kind of gradually shift their position when they saw small stores and things like this getting shut down by the state, people getting hauled off to a jail cell for not complying with certain mandates, things like this. Suddenly, they seem to be looking at authority and the Blue Lives Matter movement slightly differently.
Well, I will say that if you're saying that there was change as a result of the fact that government took actions that were very, I guess I would say, very serious, very, extreme in ordinary circumstances, like just saying your business is shut down for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or however long. In some places it was quite a while, I think. Yeah, that's a pretty extreme government action. I don't know, though, that I would say that's comparable to, I don't know. I mean, to a situation like the kind of situation people describe, during the Black Lives Matter movement of like, well, I feel like I'm in fear, of my life from the authorities here, as opposed to, look, this is a disease that we don't quite know everything about. And while 2022 Bastiat might say, look, in 2022, I think most of these restrictions are basically ridiculous now. We've got a vaccine. It works. If you want it, get it. If you don't, then whatever. But in 2020, we didn't really know as much. I mean, we saw this stuff going on in Italy where just the hospitals were overwhelmed with people like choking on their own lungs. I mean, it's just, I don't know that it's...
I guess it's not really my overarching point for the comparison. I'm talking about...
You're saying people felt vulnerable in front of the state anyway.
Well, you remember the Black Lives Matter, the response was Blue Lives Matter, right?
Yeah.
You remember that paradigm.
Oh, yeah.
So the Blue Lives Matter paradigm was the paradigm from the other side going like, look, no, police lives matters. They're heroes. They're on our side. You guys are just being a bunch of whiny bitches, right?
And you're saying that now the white nationalist types,
they're kind of shifting more towards that. Maybe blacks have a point about the state authority coming after people that maybe the state don't care about that much, like people
they're looking at the top sideways.
Runs of society. That seemed to be something that was drawn out that I didn't expect.
Well, I think that there are certainly a lot of people now who are much more skeptical of government who maybe in the past weren't, although that would seem like a strange transformation for a white nationalist who presumably already is not a great fan of government and is already regularly, presumably, and I would say hopefully, harassed by government in some fashion, like, communists, for example, that get tracked by the FBI and such. I don't know. I mean, I imagine these people already know.
Tracked by them more.
I'm sure. Well, today's communists are not quite the threat that the communists of the past were, at least the ones in this country. But the ones in the past, the ones in the past were much more like, hey, we got to get in touch with the working class and build a mobilized movement to seize power. And now they're like, they write. They're like a bunch of people who write letters to each other.
Send me your money so I could buy a Porsche.
Yeah, that kind of thing. And, although I don't even mean to reference, Hassan. I mean, as he, I think, is very, again, kind of puddle deep in his real socialist convictions. I mean, people who really claim to be very serious about this stuff. But mostly, it's like, there was actually a notice from the Canadian Communist Party, and there are multiple Canadian Communist parties. I'm not sure which one this one is, but they called themselves the Communist Party of Canada. They had a big split, as communists are wont to do, but this particular one said, yeah, we are opposed to the truckers. They are petty bourgeois owner-operators. They are not the working class. They're agents of right-wing fascism. And I was just thinking, if you only support worker-type people, and I don't know who working class really is. I don't know if you guys have a definition for working class.
I think truckers count as working class when you're driving
he's saying it's confusion across the line, right? Like accountant's fucking working class, right?
I don't know who's working class, because working class, I thought, basically is you don't own real means of production, right? There's, like I might own a car. I might haul people around in an Uber, I own the car. I work my own hours, but I'm not exactly capital. Right? I don't know. But I think to some people, there's, working class means maybe you own any kind of capital that you can use for profit. Or maybe there's like a class.
I would say that that's fair. I would say that it's fair that everybody's going to have their different definition. I guess my own personal definition would be that you feel like you don't have any type of actual individual power over the systems. That would be like the closest that I could get to working.
Right. That's sort of what I would think. Like when people talk about petty bourgeois, I would imagine they mean somebody like me, who is sort of by virtue of my profession, basically an agent of the establishment. I kind of rise or fail based on the establishment. So I sort of basically count, but I'm more of a cucked version of the establishment. So I'm not capital. I'm petty bourgeois. That's what I imagine their view would be.
But even the trucker rises and falls based on how the bourgeoisie who owns their trucking company is doing, right?
To be clear, basically, I'm trying to interpret an insane 19th century philosophy that people are still holding on to in 2021, despite the fact that it has failed everywhere it has ever been tried. And trying to put myself in its shoes, so I do think it's a little absurd. But I guess my point is, you would think that communists would be all over this shit because I think it's ridiculous. I think I think they're ridiculous. But you'd think that like they don't really care so much about what the workers are agitating for. You'd think, as long as it's not too horrendous, you'd think they're like, okay, vaccines, hey, vaccines are good for you, but your boss shouldn't be able to force you to get one, right? Who's your boss to tell you what to do? Who's capital to tell you have to get it? You'd think that they're more interested in building worker power than, right or wrong. Indeed, I mean, that's Lenin's whole idea, right?
Yeah,
like Lenin is
look, you would think
we got to seize state power.
Maybe
right?
we're after something different than that in actuality, like some type of state authority and centralized power for themselves or something.
Yeah,
it's a hustle, bro. It's all a hustle.
It is now. I think
this is just trying to fit yourself. Yeah. We need to just look not exactly like the leaders, but we definitely need the power of the leaders. That's what this is all about. So it's just a hustle.
I'll tell you, Pedro. I think most of them have sort of in the back of their minds concluded that they will never really ever have power, and I think that's fair to say. In the West, I mean, I'm not talking about communist China. That's another kind of communist. I'm talking about the ones that, here in the United States. I think they've mostly sort of concluded, look, we never really have any real likelihood of ever having any power. And so they, I think, act in ways that comport with that. They're much more focused on moral purity. And that sort of gets to the bread tube stuff. It's like, we're not really concerned with what can practically happen. We're more concerned with being as pure as possible. That seems to me to be, so, I don't find them to be particularly worrisome. I'm much more worried about right-wing extremists than these people. But
that's probably why they want to stick to video essays and not actually step into the debate arena and get their head cut off. I mean, this now.
There's something else. I mean, look, there's something to be said about somebody who just kind of has concluded, look, the revolution's going to happen someday, but I'm gonna get mine and make a little money on my YouTube.
Make a mansion.
Why not, man? I mean, hey, and if they're doing this, if they're doing this and getting rich in the process, I imagine that what they are doing is kind of undermining their ideas in a way that is really hard to fathom, but is very real. If communism is Hassan Piker, I have nothing to worry about from communism. It just
What-
it's
you-
another
you brought
brand like Prada, you know?
You brought up there for a second,
Yeah.
Bastiat, right-wing extremists, right-wing terrorists. That
Yeah,
you
yeah.
think we have more to worry about from right-wing terrorists. So
I know.
the thing is that I've been engaging quite a bit with the dissident right, the
Yeah.
armband wearing Fruit Loops on Gab, right?
Yeah.
I have a picture of old Unky Adolf on the wall and worship it and use the old Unky Adolf talking points, right?
Damn.
Those types. Uh, they're mostly LARPing assholes,
Yeah.
right? They're not. Most of them are not serious people. Where does this narrative of the right wing is particularly dangerous come
Yeah.
from?
Well-
Considering we just had all of these summer riots,
Yeah.
the right wing is the most heavily armed thing on planet Earth. Those were surprisingly non-violent, considering how fucking insane they were with racial tensions and this type of thing. What is this whole thing with right-wing terrorism that the left's on about?
Well, I mean, do you mean during the Black Lives Matter protests? Like,
Yeah, well,
because
I
mean, those were mostly
just drawing kind of this parallel
Yeah.
to try to figure out, right? What are we talking about when you say right-wing too? Because it depends on who you talk to on the left. So some of
Okay.
these Fruit Loop leftists are like, speech is hate, or
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Yeah.
if you say something that hurts my feelings, that's violence, right? These fuckers will engage in 10 hours of discourse over whether or not it's rape or not because a dude took a condom off in the middle of having sex with a chick. So the thing is, right, is I don't take that many of them that seriously. But what I do take seriously is if you take an entire group like the right wing and say, well, this is a wing of politics that's just a little bit more prone to terrorism. And I hear that a lot out of the left. And I heard Biden has said that right wing white nationalism is a big problem and it's a huge threat. And like, I kind of got to take that to task a little bit because I don't see it. Like, where is it?
Well, I guess there are a few things I'd say about that. First of all, I do think it is something certainly akin to rape. If somebody says you got to use a condom and you take the condom off, to be clear. But I don't think that requires 10 hours of discourse. I think you either think that or you don't. But that said, the point you make about right wing extremism is, I'd say this. First of all, in a sense of like in the United States, who's doing the terrorism that is causing people to lose their lives is, from what the FBI has collected and reported, it is primarily left-wing, or rather right-wing groups. Now, I slipped for
primarily
a minute there.
black gangbangers.
Now, that's a different issue if you're talking about crime overall. If you're talking about terrorism, that is, say, violence for political purposes. Right now,
but that is dead, right?
Well, hold on a minute here. We're talking about political violence, which I think is very different in the sense that it does sometimes jeopardize the stability of our political system. Crime is a problem. And crime is another discussion, but crime is a problem for reasons that I don't think typically, it theoretically could, but I don't think typically jeopardize the system. In the United States.
A crime?
Terrorism is a crime, but terrorism is a very special kind of crime because it can reverberate in ways that can cause very systemic change. I mean, for example, look at what happened on 9/11, right? And that was back when we were concerned about a very different kind of terrorism, right? Well, 9/11 was 3,000 dead. Now, 3,000 dead Americans today is one day of COVID, or so. That stat changes a little bit from day to day, but 3,000 dead Americans itself, maybe is not so much, but look at how we changed our society in response to that, in response to the public's feelings about what happened, and then the government's reaction to what happened. All right, so it really punches above its weight in terms of impact. Now, that being said, if you look at, and I'll pull the report later if anybody's interested that I'm referencing here. I don't have it on me right now, but I'll pull it up in a bit if you'd like.
You can take your word for it.
This has not always been the case, but at the moment, and I believe for the last 20 years or so since 9/11, it's been right-wing causes that have been responsible for the lion's share of terrorism. Now, that being said, again, it was not always the case. In the 1970s, it was different. It was left-wing causes that were responsible for the lion's share of violent terrorist activities. There's this article in The Nation that I often remember because it actually was kind of wild. There were so many bombings during the 1970s from weird left-wing groups. You remember, this is kind of going back a ways, but you remember the Weather Underground that was brought up during the Obama election?
Yep.
Groups like that. Yeah, that would just be a really big thing. Groups like in Europe, the Red Army faction that killed a lot of people in Europe. Communist terrorist groups. I mean,
Yeah.
that used to be a thing. Right now, though, left wing groups mostly not terrorists.
So here's
But
my issue.
sorry, that was one part though.
Go
There's
ahead.
this second part for why I think right wing extremism is much more dangerous in a country like the United States. Maybe in other countries is not the case, but in a country like the United States, when you think about which movements have been able to seize power, left-wing movements have been able to seize power in, I believe, and by left-wing movements, I don't mean Democrats, I mean communists, have been able to seize power in, I believe, no developed countries ever. They've never been able to do it. They've only been able to do it in countries that have been shattered, like Russia, China, Vietnam, Cuba, countries that were shattered or just ground into the dirt by dictatorship, right? By contrast, right-wing movements, Germany, Italy, Japan, all these three countries, by the way, which were some kind of democratic before they were seized by fascist or right-wing elements. These kind of movements are much more attuned, I think, to the pressures and feelings and vulnerabilities of developed democratic countries. And so I think they're, pound for pound, a much greater threat to liberal democracy like the United States.
So, in my viewpoint, the government can terrorize its citizens in a big way. That governments can absolutely terrorize the shit out of their citizens in a way that single lone wolf gunmen, single bombers, things like this could never dream of on scales that are unimaginable, we thought, during the 20th century.
Yeah.
What could be more terrorizing than the left wing using the authoritarian arm of the government to mandate all citizens stay at home and then hold the threat that they're going to put dangerous elements into their body if they choose not to have them? That seems to me to be the most terroristic fucking thing I could ever imagine.
Well, I'll say this. First of all, it was not an entirely left-wing thing to say you have to stay at home, your business is closed. Even Ron DeSantis did that for, I think, a month or two. And this was something that happened in, I think, most of the country. Now, some states, in fact, I think it happened all the country. I may not be right there, but most of the country, if nothing else. Now, that being said, some states like California and New York went much farther and much longer than states like Florida did. And I mean, I don't know what their circumstances were, but I think that was wrong. And certainly in retrospect, it seems like it was unnecessary, given that states like New York, for example, have still, I think, kept COVID count or death counts ahead of the United States. But that being said, to say this is a left-wing problem, this is a government problem. And indeed, one of the biggest threats of terrorism is the response from government, right? Like this huge, it came out, I think, yesterday or maybe the day before that the CIA has been bulk collecting lots of Americans' data. I don't know if, I don't know if you heard
We're
what
all
I'm referencing
shocked,
here.
right?
Yeah, but well, when did all of this start, right? It started after 9/11. It started in response to terrorism. So that's perhaps the biggest
Patriot
threat
Act.
of violent terrorism is the response from citizens who want an end to it. And indeed,
Well, it started before that. They were doing, presidents before that under Clinton. There were scandals for that.
maybe.
There's been Martin Luther King was infiltrated by the FBI, things like that. I
that's
mean,
true. Yeah.
these intelligence agencies have been interfering inside private citizens' affairs
Yeah.
since there's been intelligence agencies around.
Yeah.
The Patriot Act, I agree with you, completely and totally exacerbated this in a way we can't even imagine.
Yeah, I think the Patriot Act itself actually finally expired and was not renewed last year. Maybe I forget what happened with that, but it actually I think finally is gone. But a lot of what it has what it authorized is still with us.
Like
and
the
then,
Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah. And then there's what else was I going to say about the right wing? Oh, the shutdown stuff. Look, I mean, I agree with the vaccine mandate, but here in the United States, we handled the vaccine mandate, I think, pretty well. Ultimately, we couldn't get one through Congress, right? Nobody even tried. So they tried to do it under what I think was an inappropriate use of executive power to say that OSHA, the employment agency, could be used to basically, handle public health issues that go well beyond the workplace. And the Supreme Court said, look, you don't have the authority to do that. And I think that's in a democratic society. I don't know what better you can really expect when the state comes knocking with an imposition like that. The process ultimately worked if you are somebody who believes that a vaccine mandate is unjust. But, that's yeah, so I don't really know what else to say. I mean, governments are always going to stretch, always going to try and enhance their power, but I guess fortunately we have a government of somewhat limited nature that can be checked. So
Yeah, well, and the other thing that's interesting about, I think, this conversation is that the Canadians don't have nearly the same type of protections for its citizenry that we have provided in our Constitution. I think that their government can actually be quite a bit more authoritarian. They just haven't had to be because, Canadians are just such agreeable bastards, right? They're
well,
just usually such agreeable bastards.
I don't want to say too much about like whether I think as a whole that's the case because I just don't know enough to be able to say. But like for example, to say in a meaningful sense, well, okay, are Americans freer? Well, I feel like in a lot of ways, I as an American am freer maybe than the average Canadian in the sense that I have more guaranteed protections for my speech. I have more guaranteed protections for my ability to own guns.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I certainly feel, freer. But, that doesn't mean much for example, 2 million Americans currently in jails or prisons right now, which is a rate of incarceration far and away higher than, the United States. And one metric that I would imagine is at least as meaningful as your ability to own a firearm or to say what you like about, this or that. So I don't know. Marijuana is legal in Canada, for example. People are still jailed for it here in some parts of the United States, and certainly it's still legal at the federal level. So I don't know that I'd be too quick to say that Canada is a less free society. Indeed, sometimes when people do these studies or metrics on freedom, they say Canada's a more free society. That being said, I think the angle that most people go for, which is healthcare, is a little overstated. Most Americans do have healthcare. Indeed, this surprised me, but Gallup reporting found that most Americans, I think somewhere around between 70 and 80% are actually happy with their healthcare. And the primary complaint that Americans have about their healthcare is that it's not accessible to other Americans, which is that's a problem. But, the typical thing that people kind of go to is, I think, a little overstated. I feel like the bigger
Speech,
issues are
though,
real
isn't
tangible
like,
freedom.
speech is a big one.
Yeah,
You know what I
speech is a
mean?
big one.
Speech
But,
is a big one. So if you can have hate laws around speech, that's where I think things start to get dicey when it comes to the liberal conception, or what you would call the neoliberal
yeah,
conception of individualistic freedom, right?
yeah. But I guess I would say that in terms of speech and freedom, one, even in the United States, we do not have unlimited freedom of speech. And I don't mean to say the crowded theater fire thing, which is actually not true. But
Of course,
what
it's
I
not.
mean
What if there's
is,
a fire?
no, no, no. I mean, yeah, because you can. I'm not going to give legal advice here, but that example is not accurate as a statement of that's how far freedom of speech goes. In fact, that case was, I think, a World War I case about speaking up against a war, which was ultimately undone. But what I would say is that here, for example, in the United States, a lot of people talk about banning pornography or banning obscenity or banning pharmaceutical advertisements or certain forms of commercial speech. And they say, look, that's not what was captured by the First Amendment. First Amendment's meant to cover political speech. Well, a lot of people in Canada, in terms of the freedom they have to engage in political speech, is basically the same, unless you're basically, I think, a Nazi. Although I think they recently tried to ban the Confederate flag, which is a little strange, given that that's kind of our symbol of secession and treason. But nevertheless, the in terms of how much freedom of speech they have in politics, which is what American law typically regards as the purpose of the First Amendment, though I don't think I would personally give it a much more expansive reading. I would be skeptical because a lot of what people focus on, like I think that Bill C-16 in Canada, with like that Jordan Peterson kind of made a name with, I think there have been like no arrests, no prosecutions on that, or at least very few if there have been any since the last time I checked. So it's not exactly a hate speech dystopia. I wouldn't want to live there for that reason, personally. But I think that in practice, the differences are not so great in
Gotcha.
practice.
Well, moving forward from the.
I hope I threaded the needle there decently
No,
enough.
no,
I hope you get what I'm
fine.
saying. But I do think
Yeah.
we're freer. I just think that also in practice, it's still pretty close.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I don't think that there would be moderate or huge disagreements on that take. Maybe there might be in Canada right this second, right?
Yeah. Well, right now, a lot of people are saying a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Well, moving over to Russia, I wanted to get into this with you as well, while we've got you here. So,
sure.
we're going to put on the tinfoil hat for just a second and go into conspiracy land. Your favorite place to go with the Wilsons, Bastiat? You love conspiracy land with the Wilsons. So, considering the enormous relationship that was had between the Bidens and Ukraine, doesn't it seem interesting that suddenly the Russians, who we also pinned all of this election nonsense on, are just about to go in and invade the Ukraine, and it's the beginnings of possibly World War III, right?
Well, I guess I would say that I wish it was just the Bidens. I mean, that would be something that could be probably resolved. I think, unfortunately, it is not. It is probably a lot more than that. So I guess there are two things I'd like to say about Ukraine generally, and they may seem like they're at odds, but I don't think they are. So, first of all, the Biden stuff in Ukraine is, it seems a little slimy, but I don't think that's really a material issue there right now. I mean, maybe it is, but I don't think so. I think it would be hard to kind of...
Smoking crack and getting a foot job in a hotel room?
Yeah, but I mean, keep in mind, though, that...
It was a little slimy, you know?
Well, I mean, you heard the stuff about the free... No, it is slimy, yeah. I mean, you heard the stuff about the free crack pipes that they were talking about with the it was actually a kit to try and intervene with people who are, doing narcotics, try and to let them do it in a safer way so they don't die, But that being said,
did Destiny qualify for the program before that debate on the kill stream?
Look, I mean, no. Oh God, I forgot about that. That's rough, man. That's rough. But
it's just a little white ecstasy. Just snorted up your nose. It's no big deal.
But no, go ahead. If I recall, it's something like it's meant to be a kit that is kind of like those programs for like safe injection sites. Now, I don't know if there's actually a crack pipe in the kit or not, but I gotta
look this up.
You should look it up. But the idea, though, that it was just like free crack pipes for crackheads, it was a little more complex than that. I think a little more reasonable. But that being said, I don't know if there was an actual
pipe for some crackheads.
I don't know if there was an actual pipe in there. So I wasn't. I
came up, dude.
What?
I googled this. It says crack pipe starter pack.
Well,
what in the world?
I don't think I think it's
like
kind of
Yu-Gi-Oh cards, bro.
I wasn't where we had a real big problem.
There is a crack pipe in the kit, says David. There is. Did you get one, David? Did you get one?
I think the bigger problem in the country seems to be deaths from opioid abuse as opposed to crack deaths. But
no, I agree.
Changed. I don't know, but I believe that was the big shocker. But anyway. With COVID was that some yeah, true. Okay, let me drop off this. All right, so I don't think the Biden stuff is really a big factor in this, although it is maybe, I guess it depends on who you ask. There are some people who claim that all right, I guess I might have to do a lot of lead up to talk about this, but I'll try to be brief.
You're good. All
right. So in 2013, the European Union was trying to make a deal for, I think, financial and other types of integration with Ukraine. Maybe the start of possibly at some point going into the European Union, And in 2008, at, I believe, a summit in Bucharest, Romania, there was released a NATO summit in Bucharest, Romania. There was released some material that said that NATO would look forward to someday inviting, Ukraine and Georgia, the country, of course, not the peach state, to the NATO alliance. And these are kind of important because they set the ground for what has happened in Ukraine since. And yeah, Zen Superior, I just haven't been streaming much, but we'll do it someday.
And just so you know, Zen, and I can confirm this, that was only canceled. Bastiat had gotten COVID-19. and he was sick.
No, no, that was because my computer. Like I didn't have a
Oh
computer
no, yeah,
anymore.
that was that. That's right.
Yeah,
You had canceled a different event because
yeah,
you
yeah.
had messed
I
up.
got the COVID. Yeah,
Yeah,
despite
I had to stop streaming for a couple of weeks because I got it.
Oh,
Right,
damn.
it wasn't fun.
Yeah, it's not fun.
But that's right. It went down. So
Yeah,
um,
but yeah, we'll do that at some point. So actually, I don't know why more streamers don't do this. Just say you're going to debate at some point and then claim to have forgotten about it. Just dodge forever that way. Why do people do these elaborate dodges? Just do that. No, we'll do that at some point. And if you want to set that up, Andrew, I'm
yeah, of
happy
course,
to, up to you,
of course.
up to you. So,
I already told Zen though that that you weren't ducking nothing.
yeah,
That
I appreciate it.
shit happens. So go ahead.
So okay, so that was kind of the background, right? There had been some discussion, and apparently this 2008 decision came from the Bush administration. One of their last acts was they wanted to say, hey, NATO, someday we're going to have Ukraine as a NATO member. All right. And then in 2013, the European Union was talking about, okay, let's start engagement with Ukraine with a kind of financial deal. So the Russians didn't like that. They didn't want that. And the Russians, Vladimir Putin, when I'm saying the Russians, I'm basically talking about him, proposed a deal of, I think what it was at the time, more generous financial assistance. And so the Russian government, did a counteroffer, and the Ukrainian government said, okay, we're going to go with the Russian deal. They were offering lower prices for natural gas, which Ukraine gets from Russia, I think, like just about every other country in Europe, except for the ones who get some from Norway and some from us and some from Algeria. Russia's the big natural gas supplier. Excuse me. So the Russians do this, and the Ukrainian government says, okay, we're going to go with the Russians on this one. And there was a big protest / riot in Kiev that ultimately led to the end of that Ukrainian government and its replacement by another. I don't remember the names of the leaders at the time. Somebody in my chat said, wasn't Yanukovych in charge then? I don't remember the names, so that's why I'm kind of hesitating to use them. But there was a government in Ukraine in 2013 that was more pro-Russian, and then it was replaced by a government after this big protest / riot in Kiev. It was replaced by a government that was pro-Western. Shortly after what was called a color revolution, this is one example of them, not the only one, but shortly after this event, Russian troops entered Ukraine in two areas. First in Crimea, where Russia had had a naval base since the fall of the Soviet Union. They'd previously been leasing this naval base. They sent unmarked soldiers into Crimea. They were referred to at the time as Little Green Men because they had their green uniforms and they had no markings. And they also sent some forces into eastern Ukraine to form, I think, the kernel of what was a separatist movement that now has kind of, that very quickly became two Russian-backed republics. I forget the names, but I think one of them is called the Donetsk People's Republic, and then there's another one. And since that time, Ukraine has been in a low-boil state of war. At first, it was relatively intense with these breakaway republics. Crimea was lost immediately. The Russians really prioritized taking that. Luhansk and Donetsk. Thank you to the person in our chat who said that. Crimea was lost immediately. The Russians immediately... Crimea is a very important territory to Russia in a historical sense and in a strategic sense because of this big base. But in eastern Ukraine, they were happier to use these proxies that they supported. So since the annexation of Crimea, which was annexed to Russia after a very quick referendum, relations with Russia have gotten much worse, and Ukraine has gone from a country that was very ambivalent about which side of east or west to go. Most of the population was against joining NATO at the time. Since then, it has become a country where the population is much more amenable to it, much more pro-Western, and where there's much more of a feeling, until again, very recently, that look, eventually, someday Ukraine's place is in NATO, in the European Union, and all these other institutions that all the other European countries are in. We're going to be a modern democracy like everyone everyone, in Western Europe aspires to, right? And we're going to be safe because we're going to be in NATO. We're never going to have to worry about the Russians invading us again. And that's a real worry for Ukraine because it has spent most of the last 4 centuries under Russian rule, right? In some form or another. So that gets us to today, right? And what has happened is that Ukraine has been faced with what amounts to a Russian ultimatum, where the Russians have said, we're not going to invade, but we want firm guarantees from the United States that Ukraine will never be able to join NATO. And that's a tough thing for us to guarantee in writing, because that sort of violates some key things for a democratic country. One, the idea that democracies get to choose their own alliances, right? The idea that we would say, and by the way, Russia is interested in negotiating, or at least was, it seems like there's less interest in negotiating now, but they were interested in negotiating with the United States one-on-one. And that was another attempt to follow very historic Russian policy of dividing Europe from the United States. Because, of course, if the United States guarantees the security of these European countries, they're much harder to attack than they would be on their own, right? Historically, the Europeans are very quick to sell one another out. Particularly the Western Europeans are quick to sell the Eastern Europeans out. Yeah. So,
with rifles.
Yeah.
With rifles often. Right?
No. I'm saying they're happy to for example, in the period right before World War II, right? One country after the next was allowed to get gobbled up. Only, when it came Poland's turn, did the French and the British say, "Okay, you've gone too far. We're going to stop you." But at that point, they had waited, for the Nazis to get as strong as they almost possibly could. They had even, anyway, I'm not going to give you the whole history of World War II here.
Right. So, I got to come in for just a second. Jonathan Dow says to Bastiat, what keeps military, police, border patrol, boots, officers following U.S.-Canada policy versus striking? Bastiat's religious views. Is he saved? So he had two questions.
Yes. Bastiat has accepted Jesus Christ as his Savior.
Well, I'll say that while I am not saved in that sense, I am saved in the sense that I am a big fan of chick tracts. I don't know if you guys know about the chick tracts. Presumably you do, as good Christians. You're aware of the existence of these.
I know tracts, but trick tracts?
Chick tracts. They are a real delight from Chick Publications. These are very small little religious. I don't know where you guys are at in the country. Maybe you're in a more godless place than I am. I live in the very faithful state of Florida, and these little pamphlets are left in public places as a form of sort of passive proselytizing. And so they are, they're hilarious because they always have a similar message, which is, oh boy, here you are doing this big thing in life. Oh, don't you feel great? Well, remember, you could die at any time. And when you do, if you're not saved, you're going to burn. And it doesn't matter how good a person you were. And that's a very important point that they make. This one is about, commies and stuff, which is why it's so, I thought it was so funny. I happen to have it. My fiance brought it home yesterday, but most of them are they're like, I lived a good life, I was a good person, and why am I in hell? And it's like, sorry, you didn't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And usually there will be a really bad person who's in heaven at the same time, like, well, I didn't expect to get here. And they're like, look, you accepted Jesus Christ at the last minute, that's all you gotta do. So it's a really it's an attempt. They're kind of notorious.
It's comedic. It's a comedic track.
It's not meant to be that way. I think that's why they're so
meant to be ironically funny and make you think, and maybe, so that maybe you will actually push your way towards.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, after all, we're talking about.
Always been wonderful at marketing, I must admit.
Who is?
Protestants. They're wonderful at marketing.
Oh, you're not. You guys aren't Protestants, are you?
No.
Yeah. So I could see perhaps the problem when apparently all you do have to do is say at the end, I'm dying. Okay, Jesus Christ, I accept him as my Lord and Savior, and I really believe it with all my heart. Okay.
Yeah, there's a bit more fallacious nonsense to that than I could ever possibly explain to you in one broadcast, right? Which is why I'm not a Protestant, because I can see why people turn away from the logic of Protestantism. But that's for another day. He does ask, though, what keeps the military, police, border patrol, officers following U.S.-Canada policy from striking?
Good question.
From doing that.
Yeah, good question. And the kind of thing I'd expect a bunch of papists who follow instructions to say. So I got to say that for my Protestant friends here. You guys are just like really ragging
Well,
on the Protestant Reformation here.
The problem here is Protestant.
You guys might be Orthodox, actually. I don't know.
No. Andrew's Orthodox.
Okay.
I reject the term Protestant because every time I ask for a solid definition on it, I get 3 different ones.
Well, that's the point of Protestantism,
all
right?
It's all. This is what I am.
One definition,
Reformed,
not
I am
Orthodox.
Reformed Southern Baptist. Okay.
All right. I got
That's
you.
what I am.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, that's true. There is nobody who says I am a
shotgun and saying yeah.
True. Yeah, there's nobody who says I am a Protestant. Well, not really. You're a Methodist or whatever. That's
exactly.
Yeah, I get it. I get your point. That's true.
Well, it wasn't called the Catholic Reformation.
You're right,
Pedro.
though. True. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
But
are
anyway,
Catholics well, here's a funny one. Are Catholics Protestants?
No,
to the Orthodox, are they
No.
not?
they're just dirty heathens.
They're Protestants.
Yeah, I remember there's this great channel called History Matters where they're like, what did the Orthodox think? They ask good questions like about history, like what is this weird thing about history that you might have wondered, What did Orthodox people think of the Protestants in the Protestant Reformation? They had some common interests, these big Catholic powers that were opposing both of them. What did they think of one another? And basically the Orthodox are, they hear these Protestants are like, you guys are even more condemned to burn in hell than the Catholics. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So anyway, but that being said, the strikers.
Really, just so you know, they didn't really know that much about it. Eastern Orthodox didn't really even know a lot of that was going on. That was mostly a Catholic Western thing. They were like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wait, what?
It's
what
one of those
happened?
things like, what did the Romans and Chinese know about each other? It's kind of just fun because it's different parts of the world, that you don't normally think about. But so in terms of your question about strikers, why don't they strike? I mean, these people have some of the best pensions, best government protections for their jobs, for their job security. And, there's steady paycheck, steady pension. I think in the military, if you're in for 4 years, you get some good benefits. If you go career, you get some really good benefits. I mean, it's pretty stable line of work, and it's pretty immune to a lot of the normal fluctuations of trade that, for maybe truckers, for example, might drive them to take action. So I think that's probably why, it's just like, why fuck up a good thing? I mean,
I hate this word. I hate this word. Dude, if you could put me under the same tent as Benny Hinn, it's a useless term. It's a useless term.
No, you're a Protestant protesting the word Protestant because you're a Protestant. That's how it works.
I will say that it's kind of interesting to think about because there are other groups that like our Mormons Protestants. Nobody ever really lumps them in with Protestants.
You would get yes. You see this?
Are they? Nobody. They're usually regarded as something sort of separate, and I don't mean that as an offense. I don't, but they're not really regarded.
Here's a solid definition of the word Protestant. Here's the most solid definition I've come about that I can actually say, okay, I can wrestle with this. If you are outside of the true church, you're a Protestant. Very easy.
I mean, I just don't. I tend to think that it's got to be
heretic.
I think it's got to be some relationship to the Reformation in some fashion. Like you accept the teachings of isn't Protestantism salvation by faith alone? Basically,
Depends on the branch.
We go along the 5 solas.
Depends on the branch.
Sola Scriptura. I don't know the others.
Well, he's talking about the
sola
Reformation. He's not talking about
yeah.
Protestantism. He's talking about the Reformation. So, pretty much what the Reformation centers around is this. God's word is the infallible authority that guides our doctrine.
Yeah.
Right? While we may have other rules and we do have leaders and clergy that we follow and we adhere to, these are called elders and deacons and pastors, things such as this. If at any point in time they start contradicting God's word, then all bets are off. It's actually, have you ever read the Vindicate Contra Tyrannus?
No, I haven't. And I was just smiling at the comment from Based Homeschool Mom.
Yeah, I got to cut you off for just a second, Pedro, because Based Homeschool Mom's going on Tucker Carlson, right? And she says,
is she really going on Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, she really is going on Tucker Carlson.
Yeah. One of the other things about right-wing movements that makes them so much more viable than left-wing movements is that there is a guy named Tucker Carlson who has an audience of millions of people, and somebody like Based Homeschool Mom, for example, and I don't mean this in a bad way in any way, doesn't command a massive audience, is going to be on the most massive platform in America. And that
But
just,
she
there's
also
nothing on the
wrote-
left like that.
oh,
That's
wait.
incredible.
She also wrote the biggest article that Gab has ever published.
Wow.
That had the most amount of interest, which is why every media outlet and their brother seems to want to get their hands on her, including Tucker Carlson.
Wow.
So,
Well, I
but
didn't know
since she's
that.
going on Tucker Carlson, not to plug you, Bastiat,
Well, she-
with that
yeah.
with that snarky ass comment of yours, buddy.
They
She
should,
says,
but okay.
"Do your best impression of me talking about homeschooling on Tucker Carlson." We
well-
can at least plug that.
To be clear, I didn't mean that as an insult. I meant
I'm
that as like,
joking.
like they're just, conservative groups are much better at elevating conservative people than left-wing groups are. But, okay, hey, Tucker. Boy, it sure is good to be here with you. Glad you could take some time away from lusting after that green M&M to chat with me about homeschooling. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Tucker. I love you. I love you. I love your work. You're great.
It's pretty good. It's pretty. I must admit. That was pretty good.
That was my attempt to square that with the
But yeah, see
recent
what
drama.
happened. What happens is though, it's like good. At least we have one big, large, massive media outlet that gets to millions of people, because the progressives have every fucking institution on planet Earth, literally.
Well,
Like it's all we've got, right? You can't.
Well,
Can we talk about
one platform that's probably the most influential, that is, I think, for every single body?
sure.
Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah, that's pretty influential. I'm definitely say that. Yeah, I would say Tucker Carlson is probably bigger if you're like a conservative. I would think
Bigger than JRE?
I mean, Tucker Carlson.
Yes,
I think Tucker Carlson
it's
is
the
a
most
lot
popular
more.
cable news show, most popular cable news show on the planet.
I haven't watched. I haven't.
Okay.
I used to listen
I
to
haven't
Joe
seen the
Rogan a lot.
numbers.
And by the way, I still, Pedro, what you mentioned, have I read that? I do want to pick up that conversation. So just to be clear, but I do.
Yeah.
I would say that I used to listen to Joe Rogan a lot because I just enjoyed kind of the conversations. I stopped with the COVID stuff because it felt like it got a little too much of a, I don't know, it felt like there was an agenda with that stuff and with the trans stuff that I don't know. I just didn't enjoy the show the way I used to. But that being said, it's still, even with, my feelings about it, it's not a, I would say, like, propagandizing type outlet, really, I mean, it just platforms lots of different people. Whereas Tucker Carlson has definitely got an agenda that he is trying to make very manifest, very clear. And so if you're trying to make a point, probably Tucker Carlson is like, if you're really trying to drive that point home to an audience that's interested, that's probably where you want to go,
For $6.08, Jonathan says, is homeschooling immune to being co-opted by the feds?
Yes.
Is there a better practice than Christian homeschooling for fortifying family-centric values? No, it's like your own
Is this a
personal
question for me?
indoctrination center. Are you kidding? It's wonderful.
I
But
don't know.
if your parents are feds, I think you're fucked.
Yeah.
Right?
If your parents are like, how do they infiltrate that? I don't understand.
I am, I don't, so is this a question for me to answer? That's
Sure.
an interesting
No, you can
question.
take a
Yeah,
crack at
it
it.
is.
Look, I mean, I guess the federal government can try and co-opt anything, but in terms of, your right to educate your child as you see fit, I think I think the homeschooling rules are that you have to meet certain standards, but ultimately the stuff I think that people homeschool for, which I think is mostly cultural, rather than like I don't think the school's doing a good job teaching reading. Maybe that's why a lot of people are homeschooling. I think it's not just that though. Again, I've never homeschooled. I don't know that I will, but when we have kids at some point, but. It seems to me that it's mostly because we don't like the kind of cultural type stuff that's being taught in schools, or the kind of culture of schools, as opposed to just, the academic standards. I don't think that's really. I
think that's true. I think that's true. I think that people mostly, they're not rejecting it because of the academic quality. Though I do think that 8 hours in a school day for a kid is ridiculous. I don't think that most kids have the attention span for just sitting there for 8 hours.
Yeah.
But that aside, I do think that it is we don't want the Be Nice campaigns. We don't want the campaigns that go against the value structures that we're trying to teach our kids. I think that is the primary motivator. I think you hit the nail on the head with that.
Yeah, but in that sense, though, I think you're going to be able to do that as much as you want if you homeschool, and I don't know how the feds are going to change that. So, I mean, you can imagine. I don't know. I can't really imagine a situation where somebody's going to say, you have to teach your homeschooled children about, about gay sex or something. I don't think so. I mean, I think it's mostly just to kind of make sure that they're able to be.
It's part of the state curriculum. Do it.
I mean, I don't think so. So I wouldn't say that it's going to be. I wouldn't say the federal government or states are going to co-opt homeschooling. They might. Perhaps you could imagine a situation where they make it so difficult to do that it is untenable. But I think that would be a constitutional violation. Probably. I'm not. That's not my field of expertise, so don't quote me on that. But I think if you made it so onerous that you couldn't meaningfully do it, that would probably be a violation of your rights. That would just, again, not stand up. I mean, the Supreme Court's going to be conservative for quite a while, so now feels like a pretty safe time, really, all things considered. For
unless those libs pack it, they might pack it. They might do it.
Happen. That's one of those things that is like, I know a lot of people talk about that, but that requires more than 50 votes to do. And I think a lot of people that requires 50 people who are willing to do that. And even now, while people are talking about Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, I think there's a sense among a lot of people, oh my God, if your homeschooling mom suddenly looks different one day, she may be a Fed.
You may be a Fed,
yeah. I think that probably, though, the whole court packing thing is like the Manchin and Sinema. I think they're taking a lot of heat for other Democrats who, if they had to vote on this, might vote yes because they know it won't pass, but won't do it. And I think it's also worth remembering that probably a lot of them just don't. I mean, I just don't. The kind of stuff that you would pack a court over, like abortion, for example, I don't know. I don't think that's really gonna happen. Because again, the abortion decision is not going to mean nationwide ban on abortion. That's going to mean the governments of the states can ban abortion if they want to. And in most Democratic states, it's not going to happen. So maybe in no Democratic states, actually, is that going to happen. So, maybe if there were a federal ban on abortion, but in that case, why wouldn't you just repeal the ban instead of pack the court? And I don't think there's ever going to be a federal ban on abortion. I just don't see it.
And they've already packed the court, though, like several
sense?
times. Well, it didn't start out as a 9-person court.
Well, I forget how many people.
I think it only started out as 4, and then they added to it.
I don't want to look that up. I think it started out as, gosh, how many size of Supreme Court in 1790 or so? Supreme Court over time. Yeah, I'm really curious about this. I thought it was no less than 5, but let's see. Since the formation, how big was the original Supreme Court? 6 justices. Okay, 6 justices. Okay. So it's been increased by 3. Again, over like 200 plus years, it's almost 250 years. The most it ever had, I think, was 10. FDR talked about expanding it for the sake of doing economic regulation, but even though there's been some rolling back of the expansive reading of the Commerce Clause, I really doubt that kind of like the one situation I could see it maybe happening is if the Supreme Court tried to go back to the way it worked pre-Great Depression, where even something like a regulation on working hours was found to be unconstitutional because it was a violation of your freedom to contract. That may be how the Constitution is supposed to be read originally, but that's certainly not how anybody in any majority wants it read now. And I think that is settled law in a way that abortion never was,
Well, moving from that back to Russia, where we were at, I gotta ask.
Sorry, my ADD is contagious.
No, well, it's no problem. It's your interview, right? It's your time. So, I did want to touch back on this, though. Do you actually think that there's ever going to be wide-scale warfare with Russia from the Western world? Wouldn't that be suicidal?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I don't know that it would be, and it wouldn't necessarily.
Suicidal on whose part, Andrew?
The Western world part.
Just the West.
Yeah, just
there's no situation where we get fried and they don't. I mean,
I think everybody is.
I think
short
of nuclear war, which I don't think we're going to get into nuclear war. The conventional wisdom is you don't fight a land war with Russia, right?
Well, let me say this. I know that there's some people who, I guess there's some things I'd say about that. First of all, there is a sentiment among some people on the right these days that we have a they-them army, a they-them army of trans women with pink hair, blue hair or whatever. And that's not true. There are certainly some trans people in the military now, and I would argue that they are every bit as brave and capable as everybody else, given that the military has not really relaxed its standards in a meaningful way. But that being said, the common perception of us being some kind of weak force is just not borne out by the facts, including against Russia. And I'll give you the clearest and best example of that. So in Syria, the United States has, I don't know that we still have any troops there. If we do, I guess only very few. But Russia intervened in Syria, and they did so to protect their one of their few allies, Bashar al-Assad, right, the dictator that people in Syria were trying to revolt against and who appears to have won the civil war thanks to his help from Russia. We were intervening in Syria not to fight him, but to fight ISIS, which was, of course, the transnational terror group that tried to form its own caliphate, right? And so that meant that Russian and American troops were in one country fighting a different war, mind you, but nevertheless fighting sometimes very close to each other. And so the good news is that we established this kind of deconfliction line so that if there were any kind of problems between the two, they'd be able to contact each other immediately and say, hey, look, we don't mean to shoot at you here. We're not trying to do this. We're not trying to start, a war with each other. We're trying to pursue our own separate wars, basically. However, there was one, as far as I know, real conflict between Russian and American troops. The Russian troops were Russian mercenaries. They were not Russian Army or Air Force troops, but it is commonly held that these Russian mercenaries are Russian troops in all but name. They are Russian trained, they're Russian veterans, they are Russian in every sense, except that they are there on behalf of a mercenary company who is, by the way, employed by the Russian government. All right? So this battle was called the Battle of Kasham, and I believe it's spelled Khamsham. And this was a battle between the United States and our then Syrian allies, I think the Kurdish allies that we had, them versus some Syrian, I forget which Syrian group, I believe it was the Syrian, gosh, there were so many groups in the Syrian Civil War, but basically a Syrian group and the Russian mercenaries. These Russian mercenaries attacked an American base. And the United States called up the Russian deconfliction line and said, hey, are these your guys? Because they look Russian, Are these your guys? And no, it's not our guys, and not us, ours. From the evidence that has come out about this, there was a podcast by a group called Defense One that did a deep dive into this. The Russians were annihilated, almost to a man. Almost 100 Russians may have been killed by American forces. No Americans were even wounded in this exchange. None were killed. And of our Kurdish allies, I think maybe one was injured, possibly killed. But the Russians were wiped out. In fact, during this battle, the Americans were saying, look, are you sure these aren't your guys? We don't want to start in trouble. And this means that, the Russian commanders knew what was going on and basically fed these Russians to just the slaughter, because they were, it sounds like, again, from kind of what has come out about this, that they were probing American forces. And I cannot stress how thoroughly they were just eviscerated. They were eviscerated so thoroughly, in fact, that their bodies, some of them, were left on the battlefield for, I think, days, perhaps weeks, and only later were brought to Russia in stages so as not to reveal what a disaster this was. So the idea that,
but Bastiat,
we don't know, but the last time we got in a shooting fight with the Russians, it wasn't so great for the Russians. And even Vladimir Putin...
We lost a war to emaciated Asians in black pajamas, Bastiat. Literally lost a war to an emaciated country in the middle of nowhere that nobody ever gave a shit about on planet Earth. We lost the entire conflict to them over years, and we recently lost the conflict in the Middle East. I mean, completely and totally got our asses handed to us because in wars of attrition, we suck.
We must make a distinction.
Well, let me put my 2 cents in here
go ahead.
really quick, because we need to realize something really fast and really quick. Andrew is correct in this domain. When you study the weapon systems of Russians versus Americans, our arsenal is way more effective at a distance, while as they close in, their weapon systems become more effective. The real conflict here is going to be we don't really know how the battle would play out. That's just a fact. And the reason why I think it's be stupid and suicidal on both parts is because there's not a Russian general or an American general who, in the last death strokes of either of their country, whichever way it plays out, does not say, all right, nuke it, screw this, we're going down, we're taking them down with us.
Well,
It would be immediate nuclear fallout. There's no reason why it wouldn't be.
Well, look,
in either case of either person losing, that's just what's gonna happen.
I wouldn't purport myself to be an expert on Russia. I'm only reporting you what I have learned from my own research. But let me say this: first of all, in terms of the one conflict we've had with the Russians, they tried to close in and they were annihilated. So that's one point.
Well, the problem with that point is this: they could have been testing our weapon systems. They could have. Russians are brutal people who are willing to sacrifice their own in order to what? Identify the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. If they saw, okay, this is what happened with that. This is what could have happened. The bodies could have been recovered, and they could have said, okay, what kind of ammunition are they using? Pick up the videos on their bodies. How did they do that? Okay, cool. That's how they fight. These are the weapon systems they're using. All right, let's start manipulating our stuff to actually counteract all this. That's what they could have been doing. These are brutal people.
It may be the case that they literally threw away 100 of their own people to try and catch some of our bullets. It may also be the case.
I mean, they did it in World War II all the time.
I
right?
do think,
and they lied in their previous state. They lied about a reactor that killed millions of their own people.
No, it didn't kill millions. It didn't kill hardly.
It killed a lot of people. But I will say this:
it killed a lot of people. But they're willing to lie and say no, everything's fine to the whole world.
I don't think it did kill a lot of people. I think it didn't really kill anybody actually.
Okay, so Chernobyl was a minor event.
It did kill a lot of people.
Okay,
it's just that what has happened is since that time, previously we used to talk about Chernobyl a lot. Then COVID happened, and we don't really talk so much about Chernobyl in the United States the last couple of years.
But
it did kill a lot of people.
Did they lie about it? Did they lie?
And they did lie about it. But look. Again, if you're saying that, therefore, the fact that we wiped them out the last time we fought proves, I don't know. I mean, at least we might come to a draw on that question there. But another thing I would say is, even we're not talking about we're not talking about the Soviet Union. We're talking about a country that is comparatively itself emaciated. And even Vladimir Putin himself recently, he met with Emmanuel Macron, the French president, to try and do some negotiation over Ukraine. Vladimir Putin said, "Look," and again I'm paraphrasing, but you can look this speech up if you'd like. He said, "If you guys bring Ukraine into NATO, that will be a war with us. We don't want it, and we're pretty sure you don't want it, but that's going to be a war. And it's going to be a war instantly, because we're not going to let you do it. We're not going to let you have Crimea back. We're not going to give this up to you. It'll be a war. And you may say that NATO completely outmatches us militarily. And you'd be right." And he said this very openly. We know that NATO outmatches us militarily. But we are a massive nuclear power, and we will not let you have Crimea. So he said, in effect, what I think is generally acknowledged, that Russia conventionally could not be the United States if it were only conventionally. But it is not only conventionally. Russia is a massive nuclear power, and it can certainly do a lot of damage conventionally. But I would also say this. When you're talking about, Andrew, you made a point about, look, we lost in Vietnam, we lost in Afghanistan, we lost in Iraq. Well, first of all, it's worth noting that in all of those situations, we were there for 20 years, grinding away, killing what amounted to, in Iraq and Afghanistan, almost 1 million people. And in Vietnam, I think a good deal more. I don't know that there was ever a number. So the idea that it was exactly a loss as opposed to a basically failure of public will, poor decisions by politicians.
No.
Because then
the Russians lost way more than the Germans.
Russians
lost way more than the Germans.
We're
won, right?
We're not talking about like these wars in Iraq and in Vietnam. And I'm not saying, by the way, that it was a good thing that all these people killed. Let me be clear about that. We're not talking about what's right and wrong. We're talking about winning and losing. Let me be clear too that when the United States has gone up against states, in great wars, it has never lost, and has never even been close. So in the United States is engaged in little
Are you
small,
identifying?
tiny wars against insurgent groups. Yeah,
Yeah,
it has a lot of
you're
problems, as do great powers generally.
You're identifying two things: nation on
Yeah.
nation,
Nation on
versus
nation,
guerrilla warfare
right?
tactics.
Nation on
So
nation, the United States is unparalleled in those wars. Our record
Not,
literally is nation on
not in
nation. We've
Korea.
never lost.
Not in Korea. We lost.
We defended the
That was a
existence
nation
of South
China,
Korea.
and we stopped because we didn't want to go to war with China. We were afraid we're going to lose.
We ground out for 3 years, and at the end of it, the state we were defending was not only defended, but eventually grew into becoming a massive
No, it
power
wasn't.
itself.
They had to split the nation in half.
Well, it
We
was
didn't
already split.
accomplish
Though.
Shit.
Now, if you're saying we didn't win because we didn't get all of Korea, I guess so. But like the mandate was defend the existence, defend the South, which we did. We defended the South, and that was what we had at the
mandated
start.
Vietnam, right? Defend the South.
Well,
the
that
problem
was
is, like, the Vietnamese never saw themselves as being ununified.
But keep
right?
in mind that what happened in Vietnam was, toward the end, we negotiated a treaty, right? The I want to say Treaty of Paris or something, with North Vietnam. Then, after Watergate, after Nixon's gone, the North, I don't want to say this is the only reason, but the North eventually gets the war going again. Gerald Ford says to Congress, hey, look, we have a treaty. We are bound to defend South Vietnam. Let's send them the resources they need and get back in this. And Congress says, no, we're fucking tired of that shit. Now, that is a loss in the sense that we failed to achieve our geopolitical objectives, but it was also a choice. It wasn't, it wasn't
But
like,
why didn't we just send over Foot Locker, right? If you had just sent over Foot Locker, we would have won the whole war, right?
I guess my point is that while I would certainly not want to get into a war with the Russians, because I think that war would go nuclear, not because neither country, as far as I know, allows generals or military people to use nuclear weapons. The ultimate decision is up to the president alone. That was not always the case. During the Cold War, I think before the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Soviets gave nuclear weapons and I think some permissions to use them to lower ranks than just the general secretary making the decision. I don't know if we ever did that in the United States. I don't think we ever did, at least not intentionally. But
it's not declassified yet.
but but now I think that is still only the head of state gets to decide that one now on both sides.
So even though you remember that you're dealing with a huge landmass.
Yeah,
especially when you take in the bases that are in Siberia, the nuclear bases that are in Siberia, the type of terrain that's there.
Yeah.
It would be taking on Russia in conventional warfare, especially if they were to ally with China and some of the East Asian nations. We would have a real fucking hard time, even with all of our allies.
Well, I didn't know you meant that, Andrew. You're saying we would have to. You want us to?
Well,
invade
even if it was unilateral, then it would probably be suicide. So if it was just the United States against Russia, it would be a conventional land war against Russia would be very difficult.
I guess I would say that I think the way that such a war would work is that if it happened, if we actually invaded Russia, like for example, the Baltic states are small NATO allies in the north. Are I think 400 miles away from Moscow, and I think it's all flat land. So theoretically, that would actually be a relatively short drive for a country like the United States. But of course, if that happened, the Russians would immediately say, "Oh, you better get the fuck out in however many minutes it takes you to get the fuck out, or else we're going to nuke you." And I think that's the ground war with Russia.
This would be my winning strategy and I would never do this, by the way, just full disclosure. There's no way, Andrew's completely correct, in an open land fight where I have sent my men over to the home team's base, Russia, to fight, am I ever going to see those men again? That's not in my imagination. It would be more so like this. I would slowly but surely, over time, be trying to contract as many of its bordering nations against it and creating some kind of subterfuge, sabotage. It would be underhanded the way I would have to win.
Yeah, that's the Cold War. That's what that was.
To be clear, I'm not trying to say that it would ever be a good idea, but I'm just saying that in terms of a conventional only war, the United States has a pretty unmatched record and unmatched capacity. I think, though, that you're right, that it would be suicidal, but for different reasons, basically because if we ever fought such a war into their actual territory, they would immediately, do just like Vladimir Putin said, look, if you overwhelm us, we will use our nuclear weapons. So it's not.
But get this, Andrew, do you think there's any winning for China or Russia, if they said we're going to invade the United States, we're going
Well,
to
China,
actually
I don't think
deploy.
that China, no, not at all. You can't conventionally invade the United States, right? We
Perfect.
wouldn't even need the military. If you manage to get past the Navy to do a land invasion of the United States, every hillbilly from here till the ends of time has just now been given permission to go on a free for all with my daddy's rifle, and they're going to. They really would, like
Yes,
they would
yes.
enjoy it. There's like free permission, right? The government came out. They're like, just go kill as many Russians as you want.
I like
Every redneck on planet Earth would be like, if I'm grabbing my daddy's lever action, I'm going to mount more heads on the wall
Red
than you,
Dawn.
Fred. Right?
I like how
Wouldn't
somebody.
that be the reaction?
So,
It does, yeah.
so well, really quick, let's level here.
Yeah.
So either way, it's a suicide mission. It's not.
Well, I don't know.
Let me clarify
Yeah.
the bounds of the suicide mission. If you are saying that fighting Russian ground forces to get them out of another country, like say one of those NATO countries I mentioned, I think that would be something that the United States would eventually win, and I don't think it would really be a contest. I think the suicide mission comes when you go into Russia. I don't think the Russians would use nuclear weapons against another, if we fought with them in another country either. Now, I don't want to test that theory, which is I don't want to put that theory to a test. But, if it came down to it, I think the real thing is no, Russia would never consent to an invasion. And when I say that, they would never allow it to happen in such a way that they wouldn't just immediately resort to nuclear.
Do I have to
weapons.
quote Princess Bride wisdom here? Okay.
Never fight a land war in Asia.
Yeah. Well, Russia
is mostly in Asia. It's true.
Yeah.
But the good parts in terms of where all the people are at, where most of the people are at, I said, but I get your point. It's well taken. Also, everybody who's ever tried to invade Russia, is so far, the Russians, the French and the Germans were eviscerated. Although, of course, they were eviscerated because the Russians also had some allies.
Well, and it's not like Napoleon Bonaparte wasn't the finest general of his time or anything, and still got his ass kicked. Germanicus Caesar says, moral of the story, U.S. and Russia shouldn't invade each other's country. Kumbaya.
Here, I think, is the more interesting question, which is, okay, all right, we both agree we shouldn't invade each other. And somebody did mention the Mongols invaded Russia and won. That's true, although it was a little different back then. But here's the real.
They worked for them. Then they worked for them in World War II, and they were like the point for the invasion of Berlin, weren't they?
I don't know. There were.
That's why they called it the Mongol invasion.
There were.
They were the point guards for it.
There were I don't know if there were Mongolian soldiers there, but there were soldiers from Central Asia who were of the similar ethnicity, I think. But I don't know if there were actual Mongolians with the Soviet War. I don't know.
I think that's what they called them, though, right? They called them the Mongols.
Well, no, Mongolia was actually a Soviet ally in World War II. So.
Would it be suicide mission to recall our foreign troops and secure our national borders, cut international military aid?
It would.
It
literally would. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news to the right wing for this. Like, I know we want to do the protectionism thing, and I agree with that to an extent, but unfortunately, we have to be able to trade globally, which requires our massive navy to keep our waters open, and essentially. We're the ones that do that, and there's lots of kickbacks from other nations for us doing that. I don't think that you could just recall all foreign troops. No, I don't think.
And
so.
mine is my reasoning is not monetary at all. Yeah. There are always going to be jokesters out there doing what? Planning against you, and you want when the whole thing, if it were to ever pop off, I already want bases in multiple strategic locations so I can say what? Execute, and then I can cripple them. So I don't believe in this. Just stay in your own. I like sniper nests everywhere. I'm sorry. That's just.
Well, me. I'm not there with you, Pedro, but I do know that Navy is important in the.
I never would have seen. I would have guessed that you both would have said something to the effect of, "Yeah, bring them all home. Stop doing this bullshit."
Well, I would bring most of our conventional. I would bring most of our conventional soldiers home, and I would shut down most of our foreign military bases for sure. But not the Navy. The Navy is a constitutional provision, and we do need to have our Navy. Like, the only way that we can be fucked with is through the ocean. That's it. That's the only way you can get to us. It's like, that is our primary defense. That is where most of our strength is. Everybody thinks about the U.S. Army, but it's not. It's all naval power, right? It's nuclear subs, and it's massive battleships, and it's these fleets that keep all the seas free from pirates, et cetera, et cetera. we do need to have the Navy out there. So
Huh,
Well,
yeah.
and you can,
Yeah,
if
I mean,
you can
I
convince me on
agree.
this, to you want to abandon all of our military structures on the landmass of in any landmass of outside of the United States, right, Andrew?
yeah, I would bring most of our conventional foot soldiers home. Like you can deploy them now, anywhere in the world in 24 hours anyway. You don't necessarily now. I understand why they want to keep like staging areas in these different places, but
That's what I was getting
if
at.
you were to just have the most massive, most powerful navy on planet Earth, which we do, right? You've already basically won every conflict before it began. People can't land soldiers on your shores if they can't get through your navy, and you can land soldiers on theirs if you have a strong navy. So I mean, the navy's the element for everything. Our air force relies on the navy. Everything relies on the navy.
Huh, I
Okay,
mean, yeah, I just,
I would concede that the land state, because that's my whole thing. If the Navy is still out there and I'm able to get boots on the ground within the 24-hour, less than that, honestly, then yeah, I would
We
give
got a
up the
space
structure.
force though, Pedro. If we
What,
can just put Star Wars up there with a fucking laser beam, buddy, right?
there
bro?
was at one point a discussion, I think, during the Reagan administration of this
No, they
space
had it.
station freedom
Yeah, they
that would
had the Star
have a
Wars
complement
project.
of. Well, it was normally that's thought of as like these laser satellites that would shoot down
Yeah.
rockets or ICBMs, but there was some discussion of having a small force of, I think, Marines in orbit. And it never came to anything, of course, but you know.
Space Marines, bro.
Yeah.
You did,
They're
no,
gonna
he
have
played
Space
that level on Call of Duty where it broke out into a fight while you were in space. That's what
That
that
was,
is.
I think there was something in one of those Call of Duties about that, right?
It was, bro.
Aircraft, the United States actually used to have flying aircraft carriers. They used to
It's
have these
true.
big Zeppelins that had a couple of planes in them. They never really worked out, but it was kind of a
Really?
neat concept.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's there's
They-
one, if you want to see, if you want to Google it and see a picture. One of them was called the USS Akron, and it was this big Zeppelin, and it could carry, I think, one or maybe a few aircraft. The problem is that these, they're blimps, and so really not too hard to take out. I think they were both lost due to lightning storms or something, but they were kind of a
Well,
cool
they're flying
concept.
fortresses. I mean, there's been prototypes for airplanes that are so large you can launch other airplanes off of them. How successful they've been, who knows, right?
Yeah,
I'm sure that they're not being tested in deserts all around the nation and then being blamed on UFO projects. I'm
maybe,
sure that that's not what's going on,
maybe.
right? I'm sure
Well,
it's little green men who came here from outer space, but, right? That
I'll
must
give
be
you
what it
this. I'll
is.
give you this. If that pops off, if you're telling me that we have the thing from the Avengers with that, if we get that, then I would be totally fine.
No,
I'm totally fine with pulling all my guys off the ground
to
in
be
any other
clear,
base.
I'm telling
Totally
you
fine.
that we had that thing from the Avengers kind of in 1930, I think 1928 or something. It's just these big blimps, They're kind of interesting. But in practice, it's not really that useful, I guess, to have a big thing that's flying around slowly that you could easily shoot down.
That a 9mm can put a hole in.
Something like that.
It's
But,
maybe
I mean,
not the best thing.
But at the time, too, anti-aircraft wasn't so good yet and all that. So, whatever. But
Well,
anyway.
I mean, that was good conventional travel once upon a time. I mean, people really took Zeppelins all over the place. Like
Yeah.
that was a big motor train. It was pretty safe too until it wasn't anymore.
Well,
So,
yeah, because they were all using the hydrogen. The helium was pretty good, but anyway, it
Yeah.
was gosh, what were we saying, Russia and all that? I think the interesting question about Russia is, okay, well, would we fight Russia in a third-party country, particularly a NATO ally? Like in Ukraine, there was no guarantee of Ukraine, and so, I mean, nobody, I think, is really. I think that there's an argument to be made for, look, there's a good international norm that says you don't change borders by force, and that's worth defending with force. As it was in Kuwait, so it is in Ukraine. I think that's a hard argument to make, of course, when the enemy is Russia and not Iraq, but I think you can make that argument. But I think the more interesting question is, okay, if we're all feeling, and I don't share this sentiment, to be clear, but I know there are a lot of people now who are like, get the troops out, no more of these wars, all that. Okay, does that include countries we've already made a guarantee to? Should we renegotiate those guarantees? Should we end those guarantees? I don't think so, but I think there are a lot of people who feel that way. And I think what's especially tragic is that if we ever made that decision, I think a lot of Europeans would also say, look, I'm in Germany, all right? Estonia is a very far way away. Have a nice life, So, and it's kind of sad because these are mature democracies. These aren't. I don't mean to slam Ukraine, which is also a democracy, but it's still a fledgling democracy. These countries like Estonia are basically just like, we were talking about differences between America and Canada. They're on par in terms of quality of government, in terms of personal freedoms. And these are countries that also face real risks from Russia that were also, for the last 3 centuries, gobbled up by the Russians, and who basically depend on this guarantee for their continued existence. And, I think we would be wrong, not just, ethically wrong, but I think we would be foolish strategically to abandon these places and feed them to the Russians. But, that's a question that we will certainly have to face if it happens to work in Ukraine. So, and one other reason to be worried.
Homeschool mom says, though, that, and that's a good point. Estonia is pretty damn close to Germany.
Well,
so.
To be clear, the last time the Germans were called upon on this issue, they gave Estonia to the Soviets wholesale in exchange for a slice of Poland and some economic guarantees. So I know that this is not the same Germany anymore. I would certainly hope that the Europeans would be willing to defend one another, even if we decided we weren't going to. But I would be skeptical, given the way that a lot of polling suggests that Western Europeans are like, this ain't our fight, which is really kind of tragic. But I would say one other thing, though, that's not universal, though, to be clear. A lot of them feel differently, but unfortunately, many of them do feel that way. But one other thing I was going to say was that, I forget. We're talking about democracy.
You better remember it fast, because I would have switched over to Taiwan.
Hang on. Before we get to that, though, I got to follow.
The other thing to be worried about with war in Ukraine is that a lot of Ukrainians, if war breaks out, will leave Ukraine and resettle in other East European countries. All these other countries, except for Belarus, of course, which is a Russian satellite, are NATO allies. And these people will try to help their compatriots in the event of any kind of resistance movement, which will mean that tangible support for a resistance movement, if it should happen, would probably come in some degree from NATO countries on Russia's border. And that would be a situation where I think I'd be very worried about Russia saying one day, cut this the fuck out, or we're going to cut it out for you. And then you get worried, really, about us. Not just about the liberal international order, but about your hometown.
You don't think, though, that this might just be a little bit of wag the dog, considering how down in the polls Biden is? Considering that there seems to be breakouts everywhere of these freedom movements that are trying to abolish all of the mandates all over the place. You don't think that there's just a little bit of fear mongering? There was a great exchange between a press secretary and a reporter the other day. Yeah. The reporter demanded that he show evidence of this Russian invasion. And the reporter had none to give him except, we have the evidence, shut your mouth, take her word for it. That was bullshit, Bastiat.
Well, I will say that the way that the federal agent handled it was ridiculous, because he basically said, just trust us. Well, of course you don't say that. What I think I would have said is, well, I'll tell you, my friend, here's the deal. I can't exactly give you the information because that would probably compromise our informants. And of course, we don't want to compromise our informants because we know what the Russians do to the informants that they can get their hands on, right? But I'll tell you this. We have information that the Russians have tried to do this in other situations, or done it in other situations, that I'll name off to you. For example, in 1999, where Vladimir Putin was very credibly tied to blowing up an apartment building that helped him justify a crackdown in Chechnya. All the way back to in 1940... or rather 1940, maybe 1939. I forget what exactly it was, but when the Russians shelled a village on their side of the border with Finland as a pretext for invading Finland, which of course went disastrously. But the Russians have had a history of doing this before. It is something that countries have done. It is eminently reasonable to assume that they have done and would do it. Even the United States.
Like when they blow up an aspirin factory?
Yeah, even the United States. I don't think that was intentional, but even the United States is not entirely clean on this one. We tried to gin up a pretext to invade Cuba. But this guy did a very poor job. He did a very poor job. I think it would have been super easy to say, look, I can't give you the specific information because it would probably cause the people who gave it to us to be killed, but I can give you a lot of clear historical evidence for why this is absolutely something.
But he was so fucking
But he was terrible. All he said, yeah, you're right. All he said was, how dare you question me? You can't
challenge. You don't challenge me.
Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, the way he handled it, I agree, was terrible. And I don't don't think the
more
journalist
important,
was wrong to ask the question.
what if he didn't have? What if he actually couldn't provide any evidence because he don't have any?
I will
That's the
say
thing.
that again.
That's the thing, boss.
You know,
Yeah, man, I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is perfectly logical. We have agents doing things that cannot just be disclosed willy nilly, right? But
But Pedro, it was a briefing where they were presenting evidence. This is what they said the briefing was.
This is what I was going to say to him, boss. Yeah, you have to know that if you title a briefing,
yeah.
I'm going to give
The
you
evidence,
like everything we have on this.
Well, I
And
didn't
then we
know
start
it was
asking
called the evidence
questions,
briefing.
and then we start asking questions. Hey, can we get pictures?
Yeah,
Can we
yeah.
get documents?
Yeah,
Can
like-
we get communication records?
Yeah, I didn't
And then
know it
you
was
tell
called the
me-
evidence briefing. Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
that's what it was called, then yeah, that's even more ridiculous. But of course, I wouldn't have called it the evidence
you
briefing.
have to say, so you have to be able to say at some point, this administration has lost the plot.
Well, I
They-
don't know if I'd say that, but I'd
Well,
say
at least
that
Biden
at least
lost the
this,
plot, right?
at least this situation that we're all talking about was handled, very incompetently. They apparently called it an evidence briefing, which it was not. There was no evidence provided. And I would, of course, not want to call it an evidence briefing if I had no evidence to provide. And then the way that he handled the response to this was, again, like I would agree, it was ridiculous. He basically just kind of dug in and said, look, we have intelligence, trust us on this, okay? And of course, that, especially in the wake of, like, say, the Iraq War, nobody trusts that kind of stuff anymore, even if I think it's
Well, this is a
eminently
great
reasonable thing to claim on our part. But.
Sure, but this is a great question that came in, and this really ties in well because I'm sure that Bastiat, I'm sure you understand that there is a White House press corps,
Yeah.
and they are told what the day's stories from the White House are, and they do report on them.
Yeah.
Oftentimes they don't need evidence. Sometimes it's the White House dog did blank, right? And so they
Yeah.
put that in the paper or whatever.
Yeah.
That's part of the press briefing. They actually hand them a packet, has the stories of the day, that type of thing. Jonathan Dow for $5 says he gave that information the context of requesting the media report it. So he's giving them, hey, here's the intelligence we have. Go report that this is what's happening. He's asking for advertisement, not reporting. That seems to be a very accurate take.
Well, I think that's probably true, but I think that's also probably like with the federal government, or rather, with the Biden administration in this situation. Tobin, buddy, it's good to have you. Be safe, all right? My friend here is getting a little sauced up. I want to be safe. He's also a judge. Very cool.
Of course you're hanging out with a judge, you slimy lawyer. Of course you're hanging out with a judge.
All right, but
Well, Andrew, this is our lawyer, so I want to have as many connections.
No, I
as
heard you say
possible.
that. I heard you say that in the introduction. I do not provide legal advice. I don't represent anybody. And
Damn it, we almost had him, man.
But-
It's good catfishing, Pedro.
But
Yeah, we're gonna be at a tribunal, and we're gonna be like, our guy left us.
I gotta look. Go ahead, Bob.
all right,
Yeah, go ahead.
but to be clear, the feds, I'm sure the purpose of the administration here was to convey information to other parties, not really to the public, who doesn't really have, I would argue, doesn't really have much interest in the nitty-gritty of this, as opposed to the bigger question of should we have a war or not. But I think this was probably meant to say to the Russians, hey, look, we're aware of this. Don't do it, because of course if you do it, we have now told everybody, and you will be unmasked for the frauds that you are. I think that's kind of the intent, is to just get this information out, and what the press thinks about it is basically not relevant for the government's purposes in revealing it. So, I think that in a democracy we ought to be able to ask questions of our leadership. I just don't, this kind of thing is sort of a... what do you expect the answer to be if it's only a reasonable question, it sounds like, because apparently it was called the evidence briefing, which is pretty ridiculous if you're not going to provide
What about
any
the
evidence,
curious case of the incurious media? If that media persona had been there with the Trump administration, and the Trump administration's mouthpiece had said, given an answer like that, the entire collective media establishment would come down and, what are they hiding? Impeach him now. It's a totalitarian dictatorship.
Possibly.
Oh my God, what are they plotting?
Possibly, although to be clear, I do think that if the Trump administration was talking about the possibility of a war with Russia or a Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think the usual media relationship might change a little bit. I mean, maybe not. Maybe we are also infected by partisan brain that literally the media would have been cheering for the Russians at that point. But I think probably when it comes to matters of war and peace, it does seem like the press is generally incurious, which is perhaps regrettable, the same way that judges and the judiciary generally is very incurious, very hesitant to get involved in issues of foreign affairs, even when they may violate American law. When it comes to like the president's, doings overseas, courts really like to stay away from that. But it is what it is, man. People still, even to this day, will rally around the flag.
Well, Pedro, I'll give you the last 5 minutes. We're almost at the 2 hour mark, and I want to let Bastiat get on with his night. Go ahead, Pedro.
I'll keep going as long as you
Okay,
guys
yeah.
want to go. This is fun.
Oh, okay, great.
Well, I know it's a little late for this, but I was going to ask you because I actually had it written down about
please.
the relationship between morals and the law.
Okay.
And since you're a lawyer, you probably was taught this in school. What do you think the relationships between morals and law are? If you want my definition, I'll give it to you really quick, but you can go for it if you want.
Well, I'll say first of all, it is perhaps regrettable, but we never were taught any of this, and I never really discussed this kind of stuff in school, in law school, which is kind of unfortunate. You think there'd be a little more of a treatment of, I suppose, the kind of bigger type issues, but not really. It was more a lot about just kind of procedure, and you could take some of this stuff as electives, but it wasn't. I think the closest we ever got to that is like professionalism, classes on like how to be professional to other counsel and stuff. It wasn't really a lot though about like, the sort of philosophy side of it. Not too much, but I guess I would be curious what your definition is on this.
The relationship between morals and law, in my view, is politics. Politics is the process of codifying your morals into written law that it would be executed in producing a certain culture, and therefore that culture will produce a certain people with a particular nature about them. And you will see this how they live and conduct themselves in real time.
So I will say that this is probably the view that you've expressed that I would have to disagree with the most vehemently. This is actually the view that the original actual Bastiat, not me, the huckster who took his name, but the original Frederick Bastiat, the French economist, he wrote this book called The Law, where he basically, it's a polemic against people like, with all due respect, you, who say in effect that law is for shaping people. And he says, no, law is for, in effect, guaranteeing people's liberties as far as possible, recognizing that ultimately we need government to help protect individuals from one another, but the government should stay very much in its limited and restricted lane, because when it goes beyond that, it's basically trying to shape people. And who the hell are you, in effect, to shape people?
So I think the core would be asking the question, what is the purpose of the government?
Yeah.
For me as a Christian, the purpose of the government is actually to instill and enact God's law as written in the Bible.
Well, I guess I would say one that, of course, I'm not a Christian, so I'm sort of biased in saying that I disagree with that. But
right.
I would say, too, that it seems like the record of religious faith and state support is inverse. Like in the sense that a state that actively tries to promulgate religion seems to ultimately tie itself up with religion.
It's not its job to actually dictate what doctrine is or check sermons.
Okay.
It's specifically what the government is going to be made up of at one point, like I said earlier, is a particular people, right? Their nature, if it is shaped by God's word, will obviously reflect that of a Christian government. They are not supposed to start making laws that say, okay, we get to walk into an Eastern Orthodox church or some kind of Protestant church or some kind of Catholic church. It is not that at all. It is simply to create an atmosphere where there is no murder.
Well, I guess
it's government in the Christian worldview has a very strict purpose. And once it goes outside of that purpose, or better yet, against its original purpose, like I mentioned in the Vindicate contra Tyrannus earlier.
Yeah.
So 1500s, Protestants were being persecuted. We were being slaughtered.
Right.
They were chasing my people down.
Not enough. Not enough.
Yeah, not enough. They were chasing my people down in the snow with wolves and dogs.
Yeah.
And they were burning me at the stake.
Yeah.
This is my family, my spiritual family's history.
For sure. Absolutely true.
At one point, somebody said, at what point do we have an obligation to obey a government that makes us go against God's word? Do we have any kind of obligation to actually resist up against it? And do we have an obligation in, retrospect, because how back then there used to be lesser magistrates,
Mm-hmm.
to come to them and say, you have a job before God laid out by his word to defend us. And that's where a lot of, I think, if you read it, yeah, we only we got no time left,
No,
but
I'm
you should
happy
read.
to keep going as long
Yeah,
as
no,
you are
Yeah,
interested. I'm not
he said
gonna,
he's good.
I'm
yeah,
not gonna. I mean, I at some point I might cut you all off, but
Protestant
I'm
burnings
enjoying it.
aside, Bastiat's cool with staying. Pedro, we're
okay.
good.
So John Locke, do you know John Locke? Do you think John
Yeah,
Locke was influenced by Protestant thought at all?
probably. Like, I mean, the Protestants generally, I think, were. I guess it depends on how you think about this, but I think generally the reason the Protestant Reformation is viewed as such an important event, even by people who are not religious, like even by somebody like myself, is that it is also a real change, maybe not immediately, but it is a real shift toward individual freedom from what at the time had basically been a kind of continent-wide theocracy of theocracies, mixture of little theocracies reporting to a big one, the Catholic Church, and then suddenly, suddenly somebody says that you can read the Bible in your own language and interpret it yourself, and not quite so loose immediately, but still, that's kind of the big message. And then out of that eventually comes the kind of religious toleration that we take for granted, but only after a huge amount of bloodletting. I mean, so yeah, I don't know like John Locke's specific thoughts on the Protestant Reformation, but I imagine as somebody who wrote a lot about human freedom, he would have some good things to say about it.
Well, if I had to strike at the core of what you're saying, right? A lot of what came to fruition here, this nation was the result of religious persecution. No two ways about it, right?
That's certainly a
Um,
big part of it. Yeah.
yeah. So what I would say
So is
is,
making money,
oh, I
but
you cannot refute that.
a
You
lot of
cannot
like
refute
a
that at
lot of
all.
colonies had a lot of different purposes. But
Oh
I
yeah,
get what you're saying. It's a huge part of it.
for sure. So I would say this, because I didn't want to debate you.
Yeah.
If you know the purpose of what a government is, if you know a culture is going to produce a certain nature in a people that is over it,
Mm-hmm.
if you know that laws are pretty much instilled through a process of called politics, which is basically saying an argument happening in the public square where you're saying my morals should be the law of the land, right?
Yeah.
If you bunch all that together, right? And if you look at what the Bible is actually promoting, what it's saying, it is undeniable that you as a lawyer and all that you represent, right? Even though you don't represent it perfectly, let's not lie,
Mm-hmm.
have been in some way significantly influenced by Christian thought,
Oh
specifically
yeah.
Protestant, I would
Yeah.
say.
No, I wouldn't deny that probably in ways that are very deep and difficult for me to understand. I'm probably like culturally Christian in that sense. I mean, I wouldn't deny that. But I guess I'm not sure
Well, if
now.
you wouldn't wait, if you wouldn't deny that, why deny Jesus Christ?
As I don't believe that God exists or that Jesus was had rose from the dead and all that. I mean, and I'm not even saying that this is like I'm so smart. This is
Right.
the inevitable truth. I just don't buy the alternative. And so if you don't buy the alternative, I don't think, like I used to think when I was a kid, for example, Mormons and Jews are, gosh, they have very happy families. These just would be great communities to be a part of, boy, good socioeconomic outcomes. Mormons are just so happy and have great. It seems like a great organization to be a part of. Even before I really thought much about what that commitment would require. But at the end of the day, if you don't believe this stuff, you can't really do it. So that's one thing. But two, I guess I would say that it sounds to me like you're saying that maybe I'm wrong here, but that a Christian government would actually be a government that gives Christians the space to, I guess, reach their fullest flowering in sense of being able to follow their follow their teachings, live a Christian life. It's not necessarily a government that makes people be Christian, but is a government that prevents people from hindering Christian faith. Is that accurate? Because I don't know. Like,
you're very close. I would say it's this. It's the creation of a public square where, since the Christian always says the Bible is inherent, infallible, true, correct? You heard them say this, and I would say this too. If you think that your weapon, which in debate is your debate, your sword, which is the Holy Bible, is the ultimate weapon from Final Fantasy, you should then be able to walk into any arena, any public square of debate, and fully dominate it. And if you, as a Christian, have that thought, why not say, okay, come in, let's have this talk, but do know I will win. That's just my mentality. That's why I'm not scared. I've eaten with Muslims.
Well, that sounds different.
I have all these different groups you can go through with. I have interacted with, and I have never been scared. And I don't want to be cocky, but I've always been able to win the fight because I know God's word.
Like, you convert them?
No, not convert them, but I am able to say what is true. Like, I think I have the truth. I know the truth, and I've been able to proclaim it everywhere I go.
Well, I guess here's the thing that I'm not quite sure I understand. If your point is that that's a space where, you can basically, it sounds like you're basically saying the marketplace of ideas and my ideas are the best, so I'll prevail. I guess I agree with that. I mean, it just sounds like, does that mean, I'm not saying this to be rude, but, one of the questions in the chat was, okay, Christian government. So is that one where also, somebody who is sinful, maybe a witch or something, a gay person or something like that, an atheist, look, they get burned. They reject. They don't want to participate in this contest of ideas. They're very happy with their ideas, and while perhaps they're not trying to force them down your throat, they nevertheless cling to them and are not going to be.
Yeah, it's kind of a bifurcation. It's kind of a bifurcation, right?
Well, my question is, is your point, look, eventually we can reach them because we got the better ideas, and if we don't, that's sad, but it is what it is.
Well, I don't have to burn. I don't have to. If I'll say it this way, I don't have to literally execute anyone if I can intellectually chop their head off and make them look like fools in front of everybody else. I don't need to put a hand on them. I can use nothing but verbal judo and flip them and show how on its face to everybody else how stupid this is. I've had people, let me give you a small example. Okay. I've had people on this channel admit to saying, yes, I think it's okay in my system at some point, given a certain amount of conditions, to have intercourse with a dead body. When I get someone to say 2 + 2 can actually equal 5, when I can get them to say, we're all worthless protoplasm meat bags floating through space, I love it. Why? Because when they say that, and I say you're an image bearer of God, you hold all the value that you have been created with, and you are worth way more and are subject to way more honorable things and none of this lunacy than what the other side is offering.
Yeah, but he's saying, but he's asking, like, are you talking about a theocratic state here, Pedro?
Yeah, like it sounds like you're describing. But when you say theocratic, look, I mean, it doesn't.
I want the Bible. Here, let me show you something real quick.
What you're describing sounds like basically today, because while a private sphere like a college that isn't a public college, but a private college can say, no, you can't do your thing here. In a park, for example, I mean, in a truly publicly owned public square, I mean, you can already do that. So I'm not sure how this differs from today.
So I think my take on it's very, very different than that. But Jonathan Dow, I wanted to get this super chat in. I'm sorry, guys. For $5, he says, law is the negotiation of government infringing on people's rights. The government grants no rights. It only enforces limitations.
Well, I guess that's certainly one way to think about it. Like, I guess that's kind of, I like that idea philosophically, the idea that our rights exist in a state of nature and they cannot be, they are infringed upon, but they still exist. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I kind of like that. The reason I'm sort of reticent is to say, about that is say that, well, in practice, I feel a little more like, look, government always exists because there will always be people who are, for one reason or another, comfortable with attacking other people and taking their stuff. And as long as such people exist and form groups, they will ascend to call themselves states, because that's indeed where every state began, either as such an entity or as the descendant of such an entity. That's just life. There is no, if all the states in the world today were destroyed, they would be replaced with armed gangs that would fulfill the same function, right? So there's no escaping that, in my view. And I believe in liberal democracy because I believe that is the best form of armed gang that we can aspire to, in effect. But the fundamental characteristic of government, force and coercion is inevitable. All we can do is try and make it the best we can. And I happen to think liberal democracy is the best that it possibly can be, just about for anybody of any interest I can imagine, Unless your interest is in arbitrarily crushing skulls, then you definitely want some of those other ones.
My take on it is very different than Pedro's. I think that the left will use the authoritarian might of the state to enforce its value structure. Because they'll do that, I don't see any problem with right-wing Christians doing the exact same thing. It's just that when the right wing does it, the authoritarian buzzwords are way cooler, right? It's like Nazi, fascist, this type of thing when they try to enforce what they consider their morality. But if the left uses the government to enforce their version of morality, that seems to be okay. And for some reason, the libertarians, I think on the right, really did us a huge disservice, because what they did was they were like, look, we're no better than them if we use government authority to enforce, right-wing morality, just like the left does with theirs. So my take on it is like, someone's going to use the government to enforce their worldview. Someone's going to use the government to enforce their authority. Somebody's going to use the government to do this. If it's not going to be you, it's going to be somebody. You know what I mean? So if it's a competing ideology where government force is going to be used, we should be able to use it just as much. So what I mean by this is, like, take porn, for instance.
Yeah.
If we want to outlaw porn, there's no reason we can't use government authority to outlaw porn. The only thing that stops us is the left saying you can't use government authority to outlaw porn, right? But they'll say we can use government authority to make sure people can make porn, right? So they're enforcing their version of morality and saying and saying we can't enforce our version of morality. It's like, to me, that's really fucking stupid that we fall for that. And we're like, well, you're right. We really can't.
Well, Andrew, I think I would, in my system of thought, I would obviously also outright ban pornography. I would ban a lot of things right away, right? He's talking about wrongthink and people who are outside of Christianity in your nation burning them at the stake.
I mean, admittedly, I don't think that
happens in me or Andrew's system. Am I correct? I am correct in saying that, right, Andrew?
No, what I'm saying specifically, no, I don't. No, of course not.
Why wouldn't
what I'm saying specifically is that if the left will use the authority of the state to enforce what it considers moral, in this case, let's say porn, the left says, look, you can make porn, period, and we will enforce the fact that you can do this thing. You know what I mean? And we say, okay, well, we'll use the state authority to enforce the fact that you can't do this thing. They say, well, you can't do that, right? Because that's bad. It's like we just roll over and we're like, yeah, that's true, right? It's just so absurd to me. There's no reason we can't do the same thing.
There are, I think, some differences there, first of all.
So,
I guess it depends on what point I'm going to address first. So please feel free to continue clarifying, though, Pedro.
Well, the one clarification I wanted to make through here is this. We are not promoting hurting people. If at any point, right, there is some kind of event where someone is marching into your home, and because you are not Christian, you are being marched somewhere and for execution, no, that's not. There's nowhere you can find in the Bible to say A, you're right for doing that, or B, you're wrong to resist that. No, I would advocate for anyone in that situation to adequately defend themselves by any means necessary. So that's not what we're advocating for. These examples are usually brought up to negate the rational things that we would ban, like Andrew is stating. So let's be very clear. We're not,
Yeah.
there's no clown show going on here.
Well, all right. First of all, just to be clear, this reminds me of a discussion I had recently with somebody. I was saying, look, I don't like gambling personally. I don't really like to do it too much, although maybe once in a while. But I don't think, I'm glad the state doesn't ban it as much as they used to. And I don't think it should be banned. I think that people should make their own choices. And somebody said, well, I think that, I used to work in a casino and I can see how addictive it was, and so I think, I think that an exception should be made for casino gambling. And I said, look, I don't think you should send people to jail, over this kind of stuff. So no, I don't agree. And they were like, no, I'm not talking about sending people to jail. I'm talking about saying that through the planning process, you won't be able to get a permit for a casino. And it's like, I think there's some confusion as to how the state ultimately works, right? You may add another step here where you might say, in your world, look, if you want to do pornography, you have to get a license. And frankly, such a license either doesn't exist because we banned it, or it's very hard to get. But at the end of the day, if you end up making pornography, somebody's going to come to your house or come to wherever you're filming it. And if you do not stop or otherwise comply with the law, they're going to club you over the head. Or perhaps worse, or perhaps kill you. Because as I think Michael Malice, who I generally don't agree with, said very well, nevertheless, there is no law so trivial that a police officer will not ultimately kill you for violating it if you resist, right, in some fashion. So, assuming it even gets to that point, it may not wait for you to resist. So the idea that, look, we're not going to come to your house or anything. It's just that in our society, there are going to be some things that you can't do, That's the enforcement of law, ultimately. And for something like pornography in particular.
But wait.
I just don't think you should kid yourselves about the way that such a society has to be.
While I agree with you that all of that's true, right? I don't agree with you that your side is the absolute arbiter on what's the moral way to use state force, one. And two, I also, government promotion of a thing is something that is a big deal. And you don't have to allow the government to promote things that are outside of their purview, that really are not their business or not their concern, or things like this. That's stage two. So it's like, just because you say, look, under your system, someone might come in with a billy club and knock you over the head because you're breaking the law. It's like, but you're not the arbiter. Your side's not the arbiter of what's good and moral.
But I do not presume, and again, I'm not one of these lefties trying to presume this. I do not presume to say what is right and wrong. I presume that the individual gets to make that choice. And it sounds like you're perhaps saying that when the government allows something to be legal, they are in effect promoting it. I don't think that is the case at all. I think that if that is the opinion, that in essence, one, politicizes basically every act under the sun.
Rainbow flags on the White House, that's promoting.
Look,
what do you mean?
That's a different matter. Now that is promotion. And it is probably when the government does it wrong to promote different viewpoints. Absolutely. But, in the strictest sense, in practice, I don't think that's really a big deal. And in fact, in some senses, of course, I like it because I agree with the point of view. But yeah, I do ideally think that the federal government shouldn't be promoting different points of view. Now, that being said, you're also referring to the the most political of the political branch. I think it'd be a little different if, say, the rainbow flag was flying from your local Social Security office as opposed to the office of the President of the United States, which is an inherently political office. But, in any event, that's peanuts. Because what you're talking about is the promotion of views, not by even passively promoting them, but the promotion of views by using force to crush the opposition. And while that may be the same as what many left-wing people want to do, it absolutely is the same as what many left-wing people want to do. I do not propose that. I propose to say, look, wait. I propose to say
clubs with 14-year-old girls in them, right?
Wait, what?
You don't want strip clubs with 14-year-old girls,
yeah, but
right?
Ultimately the reason
you'll
why...
use the government authority to enforce
the reason why is, and you may say this is ultimately a moral decision, and you're probably right. But I think, to me, the consistent moral principle is the person, consenting to what they're doing. And children can't consent, so therefore, they can't do it. But when you're talking about, when you're
You
talking
can
about,
consent to taking drugs, and
as an
shouldn't
adult,
be able
right? An
to.
adult is able, and that's the thing. You say, for example, all right,
Like
shouldn't be able
fentanyl,
to do
should you
drugs.
just be able to go
Fentanyl.
get it?
Look, fentanyl, hard drugs, there are complex issues that make it very difficult for me to just say straight up, legalize it all. All right?
All right.
That is my moral inclination, or not even moral inclination. That's my practical inclination as to what freedom should mean. Freedom should not mean that you get to determine for me what is best for me, even if what I think is best for me does not cause you any tangible harm. All right. Now, to be clear, I'm saying tangible harm because I don't think that me, for example, telling you, suppose I roll up and, tell you to go get fucked, right? I'm not on your property. I'm just saying something nasty to you. I don't view that as tangible harm. But if I'm, transgressing your, trespassing your property, taking your stuff, causing you bodily harm, something like that, I am not allowed to cause you harm. But at the same time,
let me
at the
try.
same time,
I'm not done here. I'm not done here.
Let me
'cause
just
is
finish this
bullshit.
point. At the same time, I think this is a very different category of government actions that you're comparing. Because when you say, well, the left does this, they want to come in and do X, Y, and Z, maybe. I don't know which leftist you're talking about. I know you debate a lot of communists who want to, for example, seize people's homes and factories and vehicles and all that. I'm saying that if you want to be a Christian, you want to be the best Christian you can be, convert or try to appeal to everybody to save their mortal souls, you should be free to do that. And also, I should be free to start my OnlyFans when I lose 40 pounds.
Get all of that.
All right,
I'm not
and that we can both aspire to what it is we believe is the best life under my system. Under yours, we are. I am restricted, and you are not. And I don't.
Bastiat, I'm not critiquing your personal viewpoint.
No, I get it.
What I'm saying specifically is that your personal viewpoint from you want to see enforced.
Only in the sense that I don't want you to prevent others from pursuing what they want to pursue.
I'll tell you why, right? Like, you don't want unlimited individual freedom. So if my neighbor's on his own property and he's on his roof and he's jerking off and my kids can see it, the cops are going to come arrest him, right?
But
that's fine.
I'm going to tell you right now that my barometer for how far I would go in terms of individual freedom is this. As far as I can reach this goal, all right? Again, I'm not going to, nothing weird with like kids or stuff, just to be clear, because I've said kids can't consent. And that's the rule there, all right? I'm not making that argument. But in terms of what adults can do, who can make decisions, they can do anything that does not cause tangible harm. And frankly, if I could allow all the things you've discussed here in a way that would not sacrifice for example, the existence of a free society, I tend to think that a society where you could jerk off on your own property in view of the full public would outrage enough people to where a lot of people would consent to a lot of authoritarian measures in response. And so, no, I wouldn't support the jerk off on your own property kind of law there. But if in practice I thought that society would be just fine and people would just live and let live, yeah, because that doesn't cause tangible harm. You can just not look. Just turn, as a great man, Tyler the Creator once put it, why are you getting bullied online? Just turn the screen off,
So hang on, but you would be willing to use government authoritarian force to enforce this worldview, right?
In the sense that if you tried to then attack somebody, for example, practicing their religious faith in private, then yes, I would.
Or for jerking off on their building.
No, because I've said that in practice, no, I'm not going to go for that one because I don't think that. Now, to be clear, society, here's the limiting principle, all right? Society must exist, or the government has to be sustainable, right? So, for example, I think that the military is a massive infringement on our freedom. The CIA is a massive infringement on our liberties. And we were all talking about it just very, isn't this cool that we can do all this stuff all around the world? Isn't that great? It's a massive infringement on our freedom, but I think we all also recognize basically, this is kind of necessary for the society that all of us want, even though we have very different conceptions of what society should be. It has to basically exist. So we accept that infringement of our freedom because it's necessary for us to have that residuum of freedom that I want, or freedom as you perhaps view it. But, just because I consent to restrictions as a practical matter does not mean I don't recognize that they're fundamentally, at odds with the system.
Nothing's consent, really, right? Like, I mean, you have to stop at the crosswalk and press the stupid fucking button, or you're going to get, a ticket. You got to get a license for a car. Like, pretty much nothing is really consent. Everything's kind of force. Everything's kind of coercion. Nothing's really I
You're not really
consented to.
free.
Like I don't
I don't
consent to
believe that.
taxes. I don't consent like most things that are authority measurement.
Yeah.
I don't consent to them.
Well,
They're just like, here you go. You have to do these things. I was like, why do I have to adhere to this form of authority? But I'm not allowed to say, well, what about what I think is moral
you
and
are.
what I want to use the government to enforce the morality of,
If you're saying,
instead of
yeah.
your version of it.
Yeah, I don't mean to keep interrupting. By the way, I'm just very
no problem.
engaged in this.
Yeah.
Look, if you're saying why can't we do this in terms of like whether you can do like impose the kind of restrictions you said, I already said I think almost at the start of our discussion that, for example, freedom of speech, I think it's great as it is in the United States today. I wish it went farther. I imagine you probably do not, or at least would disagree with me in terms of how far it should go. And the law happens to be on your side on this one, that obscenity is not really protected speech, except in the sense that it's political in nature, sort of, if you're saying fuck the draft. But, on the other hand, if you're, if you're drawing, for example, here's an area of law that is not at all settled. If you're drawing dirty pictures of, anime characters, is that a constitutionally protected right? Well, some people would say it is, but the law on that is really, though right now the law is not really enforced, you could argue that if those characters look a little too young, that may be illegal, under federal law. I don't think that's constitutional. I don't think that's right. There are no actual children involved, but that is an area of American law where where I'd say the law probably falls against it if it were actually put to practice. And there are a lot of ways you could infringe on freedom of speech if you wanted to, and still be in line with, I think, current constitutional law. What I would view as freedom of speech, I guess what I'm saying is, Andrew, if your point is why can't we do this, I think the answer is not because you have been prevented, by the system so much as it is that most people just don't want to anymore. But if you could persuade enough people to do it, you could absolutely, impose this kind of stuff, even without changing the Constitution.
My point is just to say that if you're willing to enforce your version of morals using government authority, I think that a great ploy has been played on the right that we're just not allowed to do that because that would be authoritarian, right? And I think kind of everything's authoritarian, kind of everything's without consent for the most part.
Okay.
Like most everything that you deal with is not within you say. Like I don't say I consent to the ticket, officer, right? I don't consent
you're right.
To anything.
That in that sense, sure. But what you're basically saying is, and this isn't I guess a thorny issue, but it sounds like you're basically saying that the idea, sort of, I guess, of our revolution of taxation without representation, government by the, a government of by the governed, by the people and all that, that basically a legislature, when it makes a law, you're still not meaningfully consenting to it. Really, right? I mean, is that basically your view here?
Well, what I'm saying is
you could have a democracy that meets all standards, but it's still
that, whatever way you want to look at it, it's one side saying if your highest value is consent, there's still authoritarianism going on. Most people are doing most everything outside the purview of consenting to it. They wouldn't consent to it, right? Like nobody would consent to getting a traffic ticket. Nobody would consent to pay taxes. Nobody would fucking consent to these things, right? And you're willing to use authoritarian force to enforce your worldview. All I'm saying is that the right has fallen into a ploy where we can't say something like, no, they absolutely have to say bitch and hoe on the radio or else we're going to destroy that free speech, right? And I think to myself, well, this is really silly, right? You go, well, they didn't consent to not say that on the radio. It's like, well, so what, though? You know what I mean? Like we can enforce our version of morality just as easy as the left can. We just feel like we're not allowed to for some. It's just bizarre to me.
All right. First of all, somebody in my chat is having a really weird, making the argument about Italian stint. What I don't understand what you're talking about. Nazism is more on the left than it was on the right. That seems like an insane point to me. I just want to make sure that people who are watching
says this is funny because the left really thinks this, right? He's like, the church is just as corruptible as the government. Well, in fact, it's more unstable since it's idealistic in nature. But the government, Bastiat, the government is not idealistic in nature.
Well, I guess our government, sort of in the United States, was.
Well, bring that back up really quick, Andrew. Bring that last one back up.
Yeah. What was that?
Just as corruptible. When
it's more
I don't know that
unstable
that's
since
fair
it's
to say.
idealistic in nature.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, our government is in the United States. Other governments perhaps not, but our government is certainly idealistic in its foundations. You know,
Yeah, I would say so.
our
But
particular
right,
government. You know?
but I'm
right,
just that. This is my whole point, though. I guess my overarching
Yeah, your
point is
point that basically when government does something, it's authoritarian, and the fact that it was, the fact that it was preceded by a legislative vote, maybe that a legislature was democratically elected, but the fact is nobody would have ever consented to that individual traffic ticket if they could get out of it. Is that basically your point?
no.
So it's
My
all
point, yeah,
authoritarianism.
my point is
A
that it's
vote doesn't
all
change that.
force, and there's nothing that makes your system inherently more moral than somebody
look.
else saying we want to limit some of these things that are awful for society. Like if
Well-
I could prove to you, for instance, if we outlawed porn, it would be better for everybody.
Yeah. All right.
You say, okay, you can prove that. I even agree with that, but I still wouldn't allow it because I just think that people should have individual freedom. It's like we're both just
sort
using.
of, but
We're both just kind of using our own versions and lens for how we're going to use authority to enforce our worldview.
Although I would not concede that that's
take it even more. Take it even more
wait.
dramatic. Take it even more dramatic. You guys always love hypotheticals.
I don't. Just to be clear, I
magic-
don't love extreme, weird sex hypotheticals, which I know are very popular on Twitch. I do prefer things that are plausible. But feel free to say
That's
whatever.
good, though.
But just to
Like,
be
that's
clear,
good for conversation.
I'm happy to
That's
talk about
possible.
whatever. But
Right. Magic scepter. I wave a wand. Porn never existed.
Yeah.
We never knew it existed. It never came into fruition. What's the negative about that?
I mean, if you're saying I never even knew it existed, I mean, I don't know what I've lost in that sense. I never would want to do it. I mean, the negative is ultimately, I guess, in that situation, to me, is the same as it is in the one Andrew described, which is that you were saying that you can use force to stop me. Now, in your case, the force is a little different because it's so thoroughly comprehensive that it's like, it's like something where, I can prevent you from even thinking a dissenting thought, which it sounds terrifying. So to me, the problem with what you've just described is that you have that power, right? In terms of like the harm, that's kind of a harder situation because I guess if I never know, it's like asking me, well, what's the harm if I never even know about? I don't know. That's a little weird.
Okay, so
but let me go with this.
There's no harm. But get this, porn does exist. It is illegal right now.
Yeah,
and we can go over massive negatives of it.
Yeah,
right?
I will concede that porn causes lots of harms. I will say that the reason that I don't want to ban it is one, because I personally think that despite the fact that it may harm me, perhaps it harms most people. Perhaps it harms the vast majority of people. I'm not necessarily conceding that, but perhaps it does.
Sure. Well, let's just take
perhaps
the
it does.
character-
I'm not conceding that, but perhaps it does. The fact is, one, there are some people who derive some joy from it, all right? Two, you can choose whether you want to view pornography or not, much like participating in gambling, much like participating in alcohol. It is not a situation where it is indeed so widespread to our society. Maybe it is. I mean, if you think about the internet, I don't know, it's impossible to avoid. But, I think it's broadly an issue of choice. And there are some people who do find joy, meaning, success through it. Especially with some of this more modern stuff like the OnlyFans, which you can use as a relatively safe form of pornography as opposed to the kind of porn that exists in the past. You may laugh, but pornography.
No, I'm at the super chat, man.
I want to write a utopian story where porn never existed. Hey, look, but the bigger reason too, beyond that, beyond the fact that maybe I want to jerk it sometimes, is, and that's not a minimal issue, just to be clear. In a free society, if I want to jerk it and you don't have a real compelling reason not to say no, that's a goddamn infringement on freedom that should not be countenanced. But the other point is, if you can ban that, you can say, look, some kinds of speech are just so abhorrent. Fuck them. Now let me tell you this. If you're going to tell me, you want to show some titties and a prurient interest, right? Presumably you're not against like artistic depictions of the human body. Maybe you are, I don't know. But usually that's a distinction people make, right? They don't classify a Venusian painting in the same way they classify, MILF, son-in-law part 18, But once you can do
You
that,
know a lot about this, Bastiat.
yeah. Look, you know, look, I mean,
Andrew, it's your fault. You said let him. You said let
I
go. I
did.
tried
No,
to
let him
judge.
go. Let him
I mean,
go.
look, if you know, maybe you guys have never indulged, and more power to you. Let me say this though.
No.
The
I'll
other
be
thing
honest.
is,
I have indulged. Unfortunately, I have indulged. So
freak, he's a freak.
yeah,
Get him
look,
out
I
of
mean,
here.
you know, I'm not.
yeah,
I mean, I would.
dude.
I guess
That's
let
one
me
thing.
let me make the point
Oh.
though. The point is that if you can ban that kind of speech, I really don't know how you can come up with good, consistent arguments to defend absolutely abhorrent, worthless political speech. You might, for example, and I'm not saying this is to slander you in some fashion, you might say, look, I'm not a Nazi, but I think Nazism is, you know, I'm not comfortable banning that part of our political discourse, all right? Yeah, that's a slippery slope I don't want to get into, all right? There are plenty of people, certainly I think most countries in Europe, I think Canada, who gladly trash this political symbol. There are countries in Europe that also trash the communist symbols. I think one of the great things about we in the United States is that we don't trash, I think, any symbols. And, you know, to say, but titties, well, if you can really make that argument about what's good for people in communication, I will tell you, I cannot come up with a consistent reason you shouldn't be able to ban extreme politics. And I will tell you right now, I would imagine that you gentlemen would fall under such a ban far sooner than somebody like me would. And I don't mean that in a mean way, but you're certainly more outside the political orthodoxy than I am. And I personally believe in this kind of stuff, not because I think it is the highest moral good, although I do happen to, I guess I ultimately do think my system is the highest moral good. It is primarily out of self-interest. Because I do not believe that my security as an individual, or the security of the people I care about, or the future children I wish to have, is guaranteed under any other system. And I don't believe that if you ban pornography, you can say, well, I used my magic wand, I made society better, now I'm going to put that magic wand away. No. It never works that way. There are no societies I'm aware of where that works, except where there are competitive political pressures and constitutional limits, where sometimes you can ban stuff, and then sometimes somebody else can come down and unban it. But ultimately, you know, we trend toward
porn
freedom.
on PBS, then that's cool.
No PBS. No government-funded media.
I mean, like, well, then what about just in regular TV shows?
Look, there's a difference, too, between different types of media for reasons that I think make a lot of sense. Television, I think, you know... at the time, for example, where a lot of these rules about what could be on TV happened, or, you know, were promulgated, there were like a limited spectrum of channels, you know, there were a limited spectrum of radio bandwidth that you could be used. That stuff has since changed, I believe. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but there were technical limitations that meant, look, we can accept some limitations on freedom of speech because there's only so much space on the bandwidth that we can use, and therefore we got to have some limits because, you know, we're obviously not going to attribute some of this space to the porn channel, you know, as opposed to, say, PBS. But now we don't have such limits. Now anybody can broadcast anything. I think that makes for a net good for society, but I'll tell you, even if I didn't, I would still support it out of self-interest because I believe that such a society is far and away likely to protect my rights than it is to, you know, than it would be if it crushed all the things that I like, and I hoped and prayed that it didn't crush the things crush things I don't like, and I hope and pray it didn't crush things I like.
But you say, like, there's a limit on it. That's really arbitrary, right?
Well,
like, we don't really know what the limit is for freedom of speech. The limit seems to just be whatever you think the limit should be.
Well, I mean, ultimately, I would like to push that limit as far back as possible. I mean, you know...
Yeah, but that's, again, it's arbitrary, right? So at some point, you cover the ground, and you're like, we know it's arbitrary. I can't really tell you where definitively the line is, but it's not where you want the line to be. It's where I want the line to be. Well, so if I'm like, no porn on PBS, Bastiat's like, no porn on PBS. But I go, but on public access, he's like, no, it's got to be on public access, just not on PBS, right?
I guess
so it's like, it's just such an arbitrary line where I'm like, why can't we just push it one step outside the medium without, it's just that one step is too much.
Let me say this. Like, are you a Christian moral anti-realist? Like, there's no morality, really? You know, there's no lines, there are no definitive lines, but, you know, you're a Christian, so you know the right line, but when you wade into secular space, I guess my world...
I don't know what that is, but I would explicitly
as in you don't,
say...
like, you would say, like, you would never concede, as somebody like me might, look, I believe in my system because I think it's the best, but at the end of the day, if you tried to get me to first principles, I'd have to say, look, this is what I believe because this is what I believe. I don't believe it's objectively true.
No.
Do you believe... You're not denying, like, objective moral truth. Right, you believe in an objective moral truth, presumably.
Let me explain this the best way that I can.
Yeah.
So, Pedro tends to bring things to the Bible and using that as the linchpin for his argumentation.
Okay.
I don't do that.
Okay.
I use secular argumentation.
Okay. All right.
I don't use
curious.
I don't use my Christian worldview as a form of argumentation for why I think this would be a better system. Though it's true, it does guide my moral worldview, right?
Sure.
In this particular case, I'm literally secularly asking you, like, this is fucking arbitrary as shit, completely arbitrary. Why is it that your arbitrary line is better than my arbitrary line? And you're just like, well, because it is. Right?
Look, if you want the truth, in a liberal democratic society, that is the answer. In liberal democratic society, each of us as individuals, and first of all, I guess this gets to my first principle of worldview. I don't really believe in the idea of altruism. I think each of us basically pursues our own particular agenda, and that we are not really even biologically capable of doing anything different. And to the extent it seems like we are, these are just different forms of self-interest. For example, when you maybe care for a member of your family, this is not something you're doing because there's just like, in my worldview, I'm not saying that, maybe you feel very differently about this, of course, but in my worldview, there isn't really, you're doing this because it feels good, because it feels right, because it's something that you derive enjoyment from, satisfaction from, something. It's all ultimately self-interest, though. Everything you could ever imagine doing or believing, it's self-interested. I don't think there's anything wrong with this, but that's the way I believe the world and humanity works. And as a result...
No, sir, why would you think that? No, that's horrible.
I don't think that's horrible at all. I think that's nature. And I think recognizing that ultimately leads to a more honest understanding of your own motives and why you do the things you do. And if you accept my worldview, I know you don't, but if you did... You look at democratic politics and you say, look, yeah, I acknowledge the line is always in flux because each of us has a different idea of where the line is. In part because we're different people with different interests. Each of us has a different idea of what the good life is. That's just the way it is. We are all, in that sense, islands of a sort. And we may have a lot in common. You two have some differences, but you have a lot more in common in terms of where you're pushing. And so you work together to push society sort of in that direction. I have a very different idea about what society should be like, or at least a somewhat different idea. And I push it in another direction. Right? And what this government provides us with the ability to do is we both can push in our different directions. And you are free, of course, to push. Here's the thing, though. I do believe in a constitution as a sort of limitation on how far any of us can push in certain directions. So, for example, neither of us can ever abolish private property under our Constitution. Neither of us can ever abolish all freedom of speech under our Constitution. Thank you for the raid, by the way. I appreciate it.
With eminent domain all the time.
That is a limited exception to a rule. But we're not talking about eminent domain. We're not talking about eminent domain.
They can seize your fucking property whenever they want.
No, that is not true. And even then, there are limitations to the process, and they have to compensate you at some sort of fair market value. And it ain't perfect, but it's a lot different than what a lot of people like to do when they talk about seizing property, and we both know that. But my point is, if you're saying that it's all arbitrary, I accept in a sort of fundamental sense that it is, but what's great about a free society is that we can both push and try and achieve what we think is objectively to us the line, but which is, of course, an objective reality. Yeah, I agree with you in that sense. But here's another point.
To use authority.
I think you're wrong to castigate everybody on the right about this because they're trying to... I guess I wouldn't say... It doesn't seem like you're a conservative in the same sense that a lot of people on the right are, I think, or at least used to be, where they believe that it's worth conserving that great principle of liberal society, that, there are some things that we should just not touch as government. It's just too dangerous. It's just not worth the risk. And those,
I would love that. But
that I think is what I think they're trying to conserve. And you're saying, look, fuck that. Liberals fucked
it
up.
They weaponized it.
Right.
Liberals weaponized the government to enforce their version of morals and tell us we can't because don't you love the Constitution? And it's like, look, there's no constitutional right for marriage, right? Like, there's not even a right to it anywhere.
It's one of those things.
This is the type of shit I'm telling. Bastiat will be like, but my interpretation says there is, right? And so the thing is like where we end up at is, this is Bastiat. It'll be Bastiat being like, this is my morals though, and I want them enforced. And I'm like, okay, but these are my morals, and I want them enforced.
Under the, I think it's under the 10th Amendment, maybe the 9th. I forget which one is which, but I believe that 10th Amendment, all the rights not guaranteed, or rather. Granted under this Constitution and protected at the federal level are guaranteed to the states or to the people accordingly, but those rights still exist, they just aren't federal construction. The state guarantees or something. If you ever tried to abolish marriage itself, that's, I don't even know what that means in practice, because you could always get married religiously. You just don't get a
Right.
state license. So you
Right.
still could never abolish that. Even if you somehow could.
Right.
So I guess I don't quite understand like what you're driving at.
No,
Because
that's all, like I'm saying.
yeah.
I'm saying, for instance, right? Like you and I can agree that our founders were in no way interested in homosexual marriage, right?
Right.
Like
Well,
they
probably.
absolutely had no interest in it. So we can't like point
All right,
back
I'll
to
say
the
this,
founding
yeah.
and go, our founders wanted this.
Yeah,
right?
I will say that if you're somebody who's saying that the Constitution guaranteed same-sex marriage, I don't agree with that. I'm glad that the ruling went the way I wanted it to go, but I don't
Right.
agree that that was the correct ruling based on how the Constitution works.
No,
I don't
it
think you could
wasn't.
read it that way and have it make sense, because
So liberals fucking weaponized.
well,
our own
that's
shit,
not
and then,
true.
you
That's
know?
not true. Because guess what else doesn't read that way? The one about the guns. The one about the guns as some kind of, sorry, DC versus Heller. I don't mean to be flippant. The idea, for example, that gun ownership is an unequivocal individual right, that is also very questionable based on the Constitution. And even conservative legal scholars like Richard Epstein will say that.
They castrated homosexuals and they owned guns.
Yeah,
right?
well, look,
So,
all right,
like-
if you're trying to say, first of all, if you're trying
That's
to
what they
say,
did.
if
Like,
you're
I'm not
trying to
saying-
say that liberals or the left have taken the Constitution and sort of perverted it, that is, first of all, not an entirely left liberal thing. I would
No, it's
agree
not.
that there
That's
have been decisions from the Supreme Court that have gone beyond what the Constitution, was written and what it meant at the time. And I would also say that I share the Scalia viewpoint that, look, it has to mean something that is fixed in time, because if it doesn't, then, in essence, it means nothing, right? And so while I don't like that the Constitution doesn't guarantee a right to marriage equality, if you can somehow read it as meaning that, that kind of suggests that the document doesn't mean anything, because obviously you're right that in 1783 or whatever, that's not what they meant. Now, I'm glad that we have marriage equality, and I would want marriage equality, but I would agree that that wouldn't have been the right way to do it. And I don't agree that the Constitution is a living document. I think that a living document that changes without anybody voting on it would be thoroughly anti-democratic. But that's also what I'm also disagreeing with you on is the idea that this is just a left project. This is not just a left project. There are conservatives
saying
who
it
have pushed the
is. I
same
agree.
thing, and
Yep,
indeed
I
will
agree.
continue to push, who, for example, have tried to push for a flag-burning amendment, who have repeatedly tried to censor things, including political speech, that is obviously got to be protected if the First Amendment means anything, and the Second Amendment, which, again, while I like the result in that case, too, I like marriage equality, I like free access to firearms, even though I acknowledge that it's probably a net harm to society. Nevertheless, the idea that this is just some lefty thing, they're the only ones wielding power, that we
I
are
don't
not.
say it's only a
I don't
lefty
agree
thing.
with that.
I think that the right wing has been perverse as well in how it wants to interpret the Constitution. I completely agree that that's true. But all of this kind of makes my point that what this is a continuous struggle, really, over you and I's sides being willing to use authority to enforce our version of what clearly the Constitution doesn't say. Right?
I don't agree with that.
Say this.
I don't agree
I
with
want
that.
the authority, though, to push my worldview. You want the authority to push yours.
Well, you already have that authority, though. I mean, government can and does do these things. What I am pushing back
But
on,
really
I
quick,
suppose, is that it seems
Bastiat,
like
really quick.
Okay,
Can
go
we
ahead. Yeah.
can we just agree that it is a struggle of, hey, you're towing the line, so I'm gonna toe the line too.
Well, what do you mean
That's
when
all
you say
this
toe the
is.
line? What do you mean when you say that?
Your morals need to be codified into law through your eyes. Andrew's morals need to be codified into law through his eyes.
I don't agree. I don't accept that, because I think that everything which is not prohibited should be allowed. All right, and it seems like you're saying, both of you, and I may be mistaken here, but it seems like you're saying, look, if you allow something that is wrong, government is promoting it, and I don't agree with that.
I'm just saying this. For some reason out there in the ether, you said fentanyl should be legal.
No, I have to clarify that, because I said that in a sense of, can I make a consistent argument against it because I think it's morally wrong? No, the argument is purely based on pragmatic considerations.
Throw fentanyl out your mind. Whatever thing that you think is
Yeah, like
okay
murder
and should
is
be
wrong,
perfectly
should be
legal,
banned,
right?
yeah.
Perverse or something
Yeah.
like that, whatever. In our eyes, we think it should be outlawed. Boom.
Yeah, and I don't think those are two equal things,
They're
because
not.
in both scenarios you can do what it is you like, and in one scenario I can't do what it is I want to do, even if it may be bad for me, even if what you want may be bad for you, which is of course possible. I wouldn't ask you to own up to that or something. You may feel very different.
Right, and you'll use law to make that what you just said
It's
able
different.
to do.
You will use law to, in effect, and I know you don't want this, but you will use law to break faces. I will use law to break faces only if people are prevented from doing what it is they want to do.
Well, right, but what makes that more moral, though?
I'm not saying it's moral.
Right.
I don't think. I don't believe in.
Like,
I am a denier of objective morality.
Right. So if this is the point,
but I don't
if
accept
no objective
that.
morality.
I don't
and none
care
of it,
about
it's
morality.
All arbitrary. Then fuck it. We,
no,
as the right wing, need to use a force of government to enforce our worldview.
No, I don't know. Those are not the same. First of all, you know, I'm perhaps ill-equipped as a good neoliberal fossil fuel corporate shill to engage in debate about morality. But what I am talking to you is about self-interest.
Good self-deprecating humor.
Self-interest. The ability of an individual to choose the kind of life that it is they want to live, and to live that life. So that, for example, if they may believe that you can go to heaven on faith alone, you know what? They can do that. And they don't have to worry about somebody getting in their way and telling them, actually, you forgot about good works, my friend. No, there's none of that. We're not trying to save your soul. We give you the freedom to save your soul, metaphorically and, of course, in practice, right? Because that is the highest good. Because I recognize that I cannot know what, and you, I know, feel differently, but I feel that I cannot know what is morally just and righteous, because, again, I don't really accept objective morality. But I know this. I, as an American, know, well, I guess most Americans perhaps don't, but I know a little bit of history. I know that every social experiment to craft a government that has tried to do the opposite, has tried to inculcate the good life on people, has ended in disaster, whether it be the religious state experiments of the 15th century.
In disaster, really.
No, well, I mean, I guess over the long run, we all die and all that. Sure,
like,
eventually the human race, the sun explodes.
We can look at and be like, oh, it's still here.
But look, our country, our great and wonderful country, was founded on the idea that, look, the state, among religion, you know, with respect to religion at least, these were people who knew about the religious wars that some of their ancestors had themselves tried to escape. So this idea that you can use state power to inculcate the good life, I know for them that meant, look, we're not going to pick which kind of Christian you are. You're just going to be some kind of Christian, right? And of course that idea is expanded beyond just Christianity, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that you may imagine that you can create a society where you can ban only the bad things, all right? I don't believe that's really possible. But I do believe that a contest, a perpetual contest with certain rules, i.e. constitutional American government, can get us all closer to what we want with less bloodshed than basically any other alternative, theocratic, fascistic, communistic, socialistic, anything yet devised by man, and probably, until we reach a technological singularity of some kind, anything that will ever be devised by man. You know, well, it's all self-interest all the way down.
I totally get all of that.
You know?
But I do have to just add this, right? Because I think that we agree actually on a lot of this when we break it down, right? I think that we kind of agree that a lot of this is arbitrary, that a lot of the current Constitution, most certainly our framers didn't have any of that shit in mind, that the left does consider the Constitution to very much be a living document, and a lot of people on the right do too. Yeah. Right, to be completely fair, right? I don't think that we have like massive disagreement here. I think that we are in a certain sense agreeing that from your perspective, you're going to utilize. So here's what I see through my lens, so that you understand what you're saying to me basically, and this is what the left always says. I want more freedom to sin, more freedom to coom, more freedom to do horrific shit. I never see them advocate for more freedom for things that would be helpful, right? So nobody's ever really advocating for more free speech. They're not really ever advocating to get rid of, the paperwork on guns. They're not really advocating to get government spying out. They're like advocating that, porn be fucking in everybody's home. They're advocating that you should be able to drink as much as you want, do as many drugs as you want, coom as much as you want. Like, I never hear them advocating for anything that's not completely sinful in their my personal freedom marches, right?
I'll give you an advocacy for something different. First of all, one reason that people focus so much on the cooming in terms of free speech is that fortunately, our great tradition of American liberty has meant that almost every other kind of speech is thoroughly protected, and it's really just the stuff that gets you, that is sexual in some kind of nature that courts have typically decided, look, maybe we can ban this. Even violent stuff often doesn't meet the standard of patently offensive, but for some reason, sexuality, and I think that's a reflection of American culture to perhaps get at something Pedro was saying, the kind of people that are involved sort of, shape the law and all that. That's a huge reason that I think just our free speech culture is the way it is. For whatever reason, all the people from around the world who've come together to make the United States seem to typically agree that, look, when speech makes you horny, it's a little different, okay, than all the other kinds of speech we can imagine, And there's some limitation on commercial speech, but it's very thin. It is super thin. I mean, we're one of the only countries in the world, for example, that lets you advertise, I think, pharmaceutical drugs direct to the consumer. Well, thanks to the First Amendment. There's nothing you can do about that. You know how many lives are lost after one coom? Look, if you really do believe every sperm is sacred, then abortion is... why are you even thinking about abortion as a drop in a bucket, right? But, I don't think that's the case. But that was a good meme. But look, I'll say this, in terms of people who want to, undo other things, first of all, I think there's an active lobby always trying to make guns freer. And it's not the left, typically,
right. That's my point. It's not the left.
But if you mean when you focus on the left, look, I mean, that's just an example of a political tendency. But that's not. I find
sin freedom, please, more sin freedom and less other good freedom. The good freedom, fuck the good freedom, just the sin freedom. That's all we care about.
I sort of agree in the sense that a lot of them are very hostile to economic freedom. And a lot of them, for example, would, I think, there was this case, Wickard v. Filburn, that probably is, in terms of practical individual rights, one of the most awful in terms of limiting your freedom to engage in all kinds of economic activity without the government crushing you for it. But of course, most people love this limitation on your freedom because in exchange for being unable to, in exchange for the government, protecting your various freedom to make, economic contracts as you see fit, the government imposes restrictions on worker conditions to try and make them safer. It imposes restrictions on work hours so that you don't work more than 8 hours a day without getting overtime, on and on and on, right? I don't think Wickard v. Filburn is constitutional in the way that they decided it. They certainly have... this was a restriction on a guy's ability to grow a certain amount of wheat, because it would affect the price of wheat, right? But I think a reason people don't talk about this kind of stuff is that, one, almost everybody accepts this stuff as, decided and settled. Abortion, sexuality, no. People don't accept that stuff as decided and settled. But almost everybody, right and left, agrees, well, gosh, I think the government should be able to come in and tell your employer to get fucked if they're mean. Well, okay, Constitution doesn't really say that, but most people like it, so it is what it is. You guys probably feel that way to some degree. Maybe not as much as the left, but almost everybody feels that way. Everybody in this chat, people in my chat are trying to shame me right now. Oh, Wickard v. Filburn, come on, Bastiat. Look, you say what you like. I would accept it, but, it's certainly not in the spirit of the Constitution to say that the Commerce Clause means that the federal government can do anything at once as long as it touches commerce in some perfunctory way. It's nonsense. So if you want to talk about increasing freedom, there's a lot of freedom to be increased in the economic front, and, a lot of people are constantly pushing on that too, but that's also boring comparatively to the stuff you're talking about, which is a lot more engaging. It's a lot more fun. By contrast, if I tell you, gosh, Andrew, the federal government prevents me from, because of the Jones Act, a law that protects domestic shipping companies, it prevents me from chartering a foreign shipping company to deliver goods to one American city and then to deliver them to another American city right afterward. Instead, I have to use U.S. domestic carriers to go from U.S. port to U.S. port. Or another favorite one, thank you, he who walks below, the Onion Futures Act. The federal government bans the trading in futures contracts for onions. No other good, just onions and occasionally movie tickets for some reason. And that's it. So you can't speculate on the onion market. Why? Because Wickard v. Filburn says that the federal government can basically do whatever it likes with respect to economic restrictions that somehow cross state lines, and even if they don't directly do so. That is a huge imposition on freedom. Nobody cares, because it doesn't affect most people who are just going to work or thinking about, God, 2 guys touching dicks. That's the end of the fucking world. Well, you know what? The real impositions on freedom are economic, and nobody cares because they're boring.
Think about
niche people like me.
Non-pasteurized milk, right? You can't even sell non-pasteurized milk.
And you you can laugh at that and you can say, oh, that's not real freedom. Who fucking cares? And most people on the left would agree with you. But the fact is that at the end of the day, the federal government has passed a rule that means that I have to pay the extra cost and I can't take that risk on my own. And you may laugh at that, and that's fine. I would laugh at that. But the fact also remains that this is an example where the state has used force to prevent you from doing something, and you here are just like, yeah, I don't care, so fuck it, let it happen. Well, in your ideal society, ultimately you would imagine it seems like a state that can do that anytime it likes. And hopefully it never comes to consume you, but if history is any guide, eventually such states consume everyone.
That's not such an insane take. To be perfectly honest with you, I kind of enjoyed that diatribe. You sounded very lawyerish, you know.
Oh, goddamn! People don't care about economic
stuff. You gotta be
stuff.
our representation.
People care about all the social stuff. People
Yeah.
care about all the social stuff, and that's all well and good. But when it comes to what affects you on an everyday basis, no matter whether you're gay or straight or whatever, the stuff that affects you on an everyday basis is economic in nature. Because you get married once. You deal with economic issues every single day of your lives, and when government shapes those, that is a very tangible restriction on your freedom. So the idea that it's just all social stuff, that's like surface level, I think. The real meat in politics is the money.
Germanicus Caesar says, isn't the Constitution Washington's toilet paper for $2?
No, I don't think so. I mean... and by the way, I don't mean to decry social rights or anything either. It's just that in terms of like what affects you more directly, it's typically going to be the money stuff because everybody's got to work every day almost, It's just life.
But that's not, it's very boring though.
Yeah, it is boring, It is boring. And a lot of times...
We gotta watch football.
A lot of times it involves interests that are inherently power dynamics, and people are often very unsympathetic. Like, for example, the right to a vaccine mandate, right? We were talking about vaccines earlier, right? How about Ron DeSantis said companies, they can't mandate vaccines on their employees. That is a huge imposition on private property rights, on the right of an employer to govern the company that they own, to say you can't require this as a condition of work. That's a serious imposition on freedom. That comes at the expense of your individual safety and your workplace. And it may be the case that COVID fears are overblown or that they are underplayed, but it is nevertheless something you, on your own property, ought to be able to decide, well, thanks to Ron DeSantis, you can't do that in the state of Florida. That is absurd. And yet, we're all focused on the government stuff, governments, how they're going to vaccinate, mandate vaccines on employees, because most of us don't give a fuck about what happens to employers. Fuck the boss. Fuck people who got a couple of nickels to rub together or who maybe create a job or something. They're an unpopular group, and so they constantly have to resort to subterfuge to get what they want in a democratic society. And I think that's based that they do that and get what they want often, but... this basically what I'm trying to say is this idea that freedom, that it's all this left-right thing, that it's just, the left is just constantly trying to oppose freedom, is way more complex than that. Almost everybody's trying to oppose freedom in their own way, and thanks to democratic society, we can all push back on each other and maintain.
So the right wing needs to embrace the fact that we need to use authority of the state to enforce our worldview. So says Bastiat, so says us all.
No, because I still think I think their fear is primarily that the guns that you enable, when you shatter the norm, will be turned on you. You presumably do not think that is the case, or you don't really care, I don't know.
But neither does the left, right? Like, the thing is like, they want to get rid of all the guns at one point, and then who would have checked the guns coming for you anyway?
I don't think most people on the left really would. I mean, some of them, I think, would get rid of all the guns, but I don't know. That's one of those things that, I don't know, in practice...
It's over with now because the summer riots came and they were like, oh, fuck, maybe having a gun wasn't a terrible idea.
Well, a lot of new leftists, I think, have sort of bought into this idea that guns are important for a lot of the reasons that Second Amendment, sort of real big Second Amendment people do, where it's like the state is unjust and I need a gun to protect myself and all that. Not so much over crime though. With like, I can't trust the state, I can't trust the police, all that kind of stuff. So I think guns are, I think, more secure than ever in this great country, as I'm glad they are, even if I probably wouldn't agree with the case law.
Yeah. Well, look, we've hit the 3-hour mark. Bastiat, we're going to wrap this up.
All right,
I did want to say thank you so much for coming on. This was Brawling with Bastiat. It was a ton of fun, and we did do quite a bit of brawling. It was a ton of fun. I always like having him on. I knew now would be a great time because there's so much going on in the geopolitical world.
Man.
And we could sit here for another 4 hours and we would hardly get through if any of it. So Bastiat, shout your channel out, tell everyone where they can find you.
Well, my name is Bastiat. I'm named after the great French economist Friedrich Bastiat, and you can find me at twitch.tv/BASTIAT, and on Twitter, where I make a lot of incredible content, twitter.com everyday Bastiat. I recently ratioed Matt Walsh, I think. I don't know. Something like that. At least I got a lot of people like to retweet that one. And then the next one where I said, geez, maybe Justin Trudeau shouldn't be vaguely gesturing violence at the truckers, and like 30 people like that. So yeah, everybody's a hack, but I think I do I do a good job of representing a different kind of correct politics. Anyway, yeah, I used to think it rhymed, Everyday Bastiat, but I was pronouncing his name wrong. So Everyday Bastiat on Twitter. Check it out. You'll enjoy it.
I do think that some of those tweets are hilarious.
I know.
And I do like to argue with.
I have to shout out one more thing.
What's up?
I recently released a line of non-fungible tokens, NFTs. I released a line of 8 NFTs to commemorate a noted activist, thinker, and writer and federal inmate dying of terminal cancer, Ted Kaczynski. These NFTs, some of them are still available. If you're interested, find me on Twitter, DM me, pay me 1,000 FedCoin, or US dollars. We are doing US dollars out of recognition for the Ted Kaczynski fandom. They're a very low-tech bunch. And the Ted Kaczynski fandom would prefer that we use more low-tech currency, I'm sure, and so US dollars, and I will send you the token, and then I will write it down on a piece of paper. Again, technological reasons. We're not doing the blockchain or anything. Notebook paper, and I will screen share with you if you ever want to see it. Great line of non-fungible tokens. Check them out on my Twitter.
Hang on, before you go, D says, dang, I had a lengthy question to ask, but I'm left. But I love Andrew and what Andrew and Pedro created here. We appreciate that, D. If you want to put your question in quickly before we go, you paid $5. You might as well ask the hairman himself your question.
Thanks, man.
Right? You can pop it in.
My hair's a little out of control
I think that's pretty hilarious, to be honest.
Yeah, I did it because there is a group of people on Twitter who just love Ted Kaczynski. And you know what's funny about Ted Kaczynski is that what's funny about Ted Kaczynski, let me tell you, the Unabomber.
Oh my God! What did you just do, Basti? You know what I mean? What did you just do with it? You just clipped yourself to death.
I know. I already posted this on Twitter that I'm selling these NFTs. So what is funny about him is that he wrote this manifesto called Industrial Society and Its Future, and I thought it was like it was a book about technology, kind of written by a kind of crazy guy that sends bombs through the mail. Well, it turns out it's a Ted Kaczynski's book is a book written by a crazy guy who sends bombs through the mail and hates leftists. He hates people on the left. He begins and ends his manifesto about technology by talking about how leftists are insane and an example of how screwed up society is. I had no idea, but Ted Kaczynski, right-wing fanatic, hates leftists and thinks they're crazy. And also doesn't like technology.
Well, you heard it here. It's Ted Kaczynski. No go.
He talks about leftists more than he talks about technology in this thing. It's crazy.
It's true. It's true. I mean, there's nothing there that's a lie.
It just shocked me. Because all these lefties on Twitter who hate technology, hate capitalism, some of them love him. you know. But anyway, I'm sorry to.
Yeah, well, I
distract.
mean, if you read that shit, you ain't lying. Like he was the biggest
Right.
anti-technologist, lived in a cabin out in the woods, shit in a can, you know, the whole nine.
What's so weird though? He spends more time talking about lefties, and he says things that like MAGA people. It's just wild. Anyway, sorry for the distraction. Check out the
All
NFTs
right.
on
No,
Twitter.
no,
We're
you're
gonna
good.
get out of here, guys. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for coming on tonight, Bastiat. We hope we see you again. I'm sure that we
I'm
will.
sure
You
we
got
will.
a debate coming up with Zen at some point. I'll get a hold of you on that.
I know.
Right.
We got a pretty booked February. I'm sure you're pretty booked up too with all your legal corporating.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, take care, guys. Have a great night.
Have a great night. Boy, all right, folks, that was something. And Stardust, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. That is so much. Thank you so much. And Dylan, thank you so much for the raid before that. I really do appreciate that. So kind of you. Thank you both for contributing. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed that. Time for a drink. Yeah, I definitely could use a drink, man. That was fun. I don't know. What did y'all think? I know there were some people here who were here the whole time. What did you think of that? Did you enjoy it? You know? That was something. Post discussion. It wasn't really debated. It kind of became one at the end, but I enjoyed it. I'm glad you did too. Andrew's a right-wing fanatic, but hey, he's easy to get on with and ask good questions, so that's the internet. And it was good to you have a point. That's probably about the best you can ask for from another online debater, right? So felt like an intro college class. I wish somebody had given me that kind of defense of government. But I'll tell you, you know why I was able to kind of rattle all that off, actually, is because of Twitter. Let me tell you why. All right, so I had an interesting little discussion. Today after I called Matt Walsh a hypocrite and a fraud. All right, let me pull this up. So Matt Walsh is really something else. All right, really he is just totally has no core of any kind other than just to be a mean-spirited grifter. So Matt Walsh, says, I love these trucker protests because, why do I love them? Because they're good cause. I like good causes, and I don't like bad causes. Right after he says, this bit about moral relativism, there is right and wrong, and it exists. And then he just basically denies it. And then he does so even more clearly when he says, blocking highways is always wrong. And then he just straight up says, except when I want to do it. So just, like no principles. Having no principles when you aspire and claim to have principles, a little lame, But here's the real good meme, all right? So after this, I kind of wrote a little bit here about a lefty person in Canada who, during the protests in the United States, said, well, the biggest thing is attitude. Yes. Police need to see protests as a positive thing, and their role is to facilitate the activity and protect the protesters. Helmets, shields, and batons don't make people feel safe. Talk to protesters, ask how to help. Where do they want to march? Whatever. Okay. And then, of course, as soon as they happen in his town, these people who, from his high-rise, ooh, big hassle, you gotta hear some noise. I mean, these aren't even people on ground level, right? This guy is just, complaining about the noise of admittedly, a hassle of a protest, but still. Is this a peaceful protest? What if you lived here and they were honking until late at night? Like, what the fuck? You got no beliefs at all. So I said, I'm pretty sure most people believe in nothing except whatever personally benefits them at any given time. That's just the way life is. There's nothing wrong with it. But it might be good to strive for a society where we're all more honest about the things that we believe. And look, honking, certainly some noise restrictions at some point, sure, but, I mean, that's just the way that it was put and the actual video here, this is not the kind of thing anybody's really screaming about. But okay, next thing. I'll say this, though. Once you start to think like that, where nobody really believes in anything, we're all just pursuing personal interest, democratic politics seems more like a game where people can pursue their personal ambitions in an orderly, rules-based environment. as opposed to the ruthless exercise of personal ambition under alternatives to it, right? Hey, you can also pursue religious freedom in a dictatorship, but it's a lot more ruthless, right? And I think that's a good thing about liberal democracy. A real feature, something to be proud of, something to celebrate. We can all compete in pursuit of our selfish objectives in a more orderly, lower stakes environment than we'd otherwise have to. And frankly, I think that's the best thing you can expect, right? That's the best you can expect here in our fallen world. And the Constitution provides good limits to the game. And then I wrote this because I felt kind of bad about saying most people believe in nothing. It's kind of negative. I maybe overstated the point, but true belief is a much overstated virtue anyway. Anybody recognize this logo? I don't know if anybody else recognizes this logo, but I thought it was kind of a good meme. This is where a little too much true belief gets you, right? All right. Don't believe too much. A little bit of belief, you know? All right. I will say they are a fun suicide cult, as far as there is such a thing. They left a member, I think 2 members behind, to maintain the website. They left 2 members behind to maintain their website. Yeah, so. Oh, I thought it was 2 members. I guess it's just 1. Heaven's Gate, indeed. All right. Look, he who walks below. I don't think you should be able to block streets. But I've had streets blocked by protesters who aren't using trucks. They're using their bodies. Either way, you're keeping me from getting to the fucking Walmart. So frankly, that's a problem. All right? And if we're going to talk about how, oh, well, it's different, come on, you know? All right. 2 years of subscriptions for only 8 months of content. That's good memes. True. Wouldn't it suck to get left behind? I'm not sure what you mean. But it's a good meme. Thank you very much, Shaquille Oatmeal, number 5. You know, a great admin. Thank you so much for that. Stardust says, come back, please. Oh, thank you for that. It's hard to do it because, you know, it does... I do tend to let it get away from me. I've just been talking for 3.5 hours like it was nothing, and I really enjoyed it. A lot of fun. So, you know, I enjoyed it. I mean, how else? You know, where else do you get to make an argument that Wickard v. Filburn was a transgression on our liberties? Not many places you can do that. Any protester who blocks the traffic, no matter the cause, should be sent to Guantanamo Bay. I don't believe that, Momabon 304, but it is consistent. It is based on some kind of principle. But again, principle is a much overstated virtue. Right? It's good to have principles, but having principles alone is not, you know, it's not good. I think people with principles, let's see, the 20th century, Mao, Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, they all believed in something. They really believed in something. So let's cool off on the idea that believing in something is... It's not always great. Sometimes it is good to be an unprincipled grifter. Because unprincipled grifters can cause a lot of damage. But so far, I think the record is firmly on the side of principled people in terms of doing real harm. Pinochet? He believed in... yeah, he probably didn't... I don't know. Are you saying he believed in stuff or didn't believe in stuff? Because I would imagine your average military dictatorship has fewer consistent beliefs. But I would say that Pinochet seemed to have at least a few consistent beliefs, you know. Bad ones. But, I don't know. Military dictatorships, I guess, generally are not ideologically grounded in too much, right? But power, you know. Consistency, all this stuff, you know. As much as we say it's good, it has its drawbacks. In fact, the fetish for consistency and the refusal to simply say, I'm inconsistent, but it's necessary, and that's just the way it is. It does lead to some weird places, right? You know? Like, for example, can it be clearly argued that pragmatism is different than principled belief? I don't know. I guess it's just a principle. But, like, do you remember during that discussion we had, sort of after it turned into a debate, when Big Pop Fascist started saying, do you think you should be allowed to just jerk off on a roof? in full view of anybody. And sorry, I shouldn't say big. He's changed his name, Andrew. And I said, look, I would not approve of such a law because I know that the reaction of most people would be to clamp down and impose authoritarian measures to stop that stuff, because most people think it's just disgusting and it's just wrong. But if you're jerking off on your own property, just look away, right? That was the argument that I made. I think it is not a problem, but I acknowledge that I am in the minority on that. And to preserve our freedom, to preserve our liberty, sometimes you got to sacrifice. Sometimes you got to say, look, guy who wants to jacket on the roof in front of the eyes of the world, you are just not going to be free just yet. Because if we do that, people will come to the conclusion that society is just irredeemable degeneracy they can do nothing about, and they'll flip out, and you get what I'm saying, right? So I'm willing to make compromises in practice, but I'm not going to, I still acknowledge the, my beliefs there. Screw you, I'm going to do it right now. Hey, Zarek, I think you should be free to do that. Because again, I think did I reference Tyler the Creator? Let me see Tyler the Creator. That creator cyberbullying. I think this was him. His tweet here, it just is really a lesson for the ages. Alright, I'm not going to read the whole thing because this gets into another Twitch thing. The use of certain words. Ha ha ha, how the fuck is cyberbullying real? Ha ha ha, just walk away from the screen, like close your eyes! True. Same thing with every other form of, this is disgusting. How do I explain this to my children? That's the truth. But that said, hey. We live in a society, right? Joker face. We live in a society. You gotta make compromises for it to work. That's just the way it is. In a few years, there'll be a very healthy 4chaner. Maybe. It doesn't matter whether they can understand or not. What matters is what their parents who exercise political power, i.e. our citizens, who can vote and involve themselves in government, matters what they think. They understand, right? And ultimately, the only consistent position you can take that isn't viewed as insane and abhorrent is you're an adult, you can make decisions for yourself, and prior to that, you are not. You're something like a cat or a dog, You don't really have rights, in any meaningful sense, except for, you ultimately are shaped by others. You don't shape others. You don't make decisions for yourself, really, iCow Rich says, Bastiat must get the candlestick maker question a lot because he just ignored it. I'm sorry, about the sun? Yeah, look, I mean, the sun isn't... That's a reference to something Bastiat wrote, right? The original, the actual Bastiat, not me. Yeah, I forget how he worded it exactly, but yeah, it's a great argument against protectionism. Of course, the sun is competition for candlestick makers, or candle makers, right? The idea that somebody... And this is a really good point that he makes, and one of the reasons that I was so inspired by his writing, that I named myself after him. I also thought it was a good, short, snappy name, kind of like Destiny or Stardust. Stardust is a good name. Yeah, like, his core argument is that, or one of his core arguments, government should not be there to protect your income or protect your livelihood, right? No. Government should protect your rights, but you don't have a right to make a certain amount of money when you sell candles, right? You got a right to make as much money as people voluntarily give you, right? So, anyway, it's a good one. Very good one shot of mercantilism. And we need that kind of thing, because people these days are very hostile to economic rights in a way that they weren't, in recent past. All right, so here's the thing, folks. I have to go get a drink. I do keep changing my setup. I think I've changed it, though, for the last time. Take a look. I've got my favorite books here. I've got my good neoliberal poster, Hold Course Against Reaction and Revolution, Steer Clear of the Populist Tides. I put a screen in the background here. It plays the vaporwave that I like the aesthetic of. Flags, statue, Empire State Building. I think it's a good background, All right, so I gotta go get a drink real quick. So here's what I'm gonna do. I was talking about a great channel called History Matters. It makes no sense, but be yourself. Hey, that's me. I'm going to play a great video from a channel called History Matters. Gosh, what was the one I referenced? I was referencing one of these videos during the debate or a discussion we had. Gosh, Rome, China. Yeah, did they know each other? I don't think that was the one I referenced, though. Let me see. Why did America... gosh, what was it? It was... why didn't X or Y happen? Gosh, I don't remember. Mongolia. I think that was it. Mongolia. Why weren't they annexed by the USSR? Something like that. I don't know. I wish I could remember the one I referenced, but it was a good meme. Okay, let me see if I can find a good one for you guys to watch while I get a drink real quick. It's such a good channel, man. Orthodox Protestant, that's the one. Thank you, Zerks. I appreciate that. That was the one. Okay. Let me see if I can find this. My history is just too long. I watched this thing like, a month ago, so, it's gone. It's long ago buried. Okay, Orthodox Protestant. True, B-Dill. All right. Isn't putting other people's content on while you leave the stream a DMCA violation? If you destroy my channel, I'll see you on YouTube, I guess. I don't know. I always shout the guy out, so I'll be right back in 30 seconds. But this is a form of intellectual property. I don't know. Whatever. I'm going to play the video. One shot my channel if you wish. I will go to YouTube instead. All right, transformative. I don't know. We'll see. All right. If this was the case, the sign would have been banned long ago. Look, they don't ban big people like him unless it's really necessary, okay? All right? Yeah, play it in reverse. True. There is an incredible case in copyright law that says that when you flip the video backward, the copyright doesn't count. It's not true. It's just a way to get past YouTube's automatic, automatic system. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna play this video real quick, and then I will be right back.
The Protestant Reformation was, to put it bluntly, not well received by the Catholic Church. It wasn't long after people like Martin Luther and John Calvin launched their attacks against the Church that Western Europe was bitterly divided over what the correct Christian practices were. But in the East sat the Orthodox Christian world, created from a previous falling out with Rome who must have had their own opinions of what was going on. So what were those opinions? How did the Orthodox world react to the Protestant Reformation? So, as of Martin Luther's theses, the primary centre of orthodoxy was Constantinople, which was under the Ottoman Empire and itself oversaw two other major Orthodox centres, Kiev under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Moscow, run by the Muscovites. And to all of them, their reaction was largely negative with some caveats. Starting with Constantinople, because the Patriarch there was the highest ranking person in the Orthodox world, the reaction was largely one of concern. There was no love for Rome in the East, but the Reformation wasn't initially about founding a new church, but about reforming the existing one, which to those in the East just meant that they were still Catholics, just ones getting it all even more wrong, which meant any Christian unity would be much harder. And also, these heresies had a tendency of spreading, which was not something they wanted in their own lands. But, barring these initial thoughts, there wasn't much in the way of formal communication between Orthodox and Protestant Christians for many decades. Whilst the theological realms didn't, at first, interact all too much, this didn't stop the political ones from doing so. And in Moscow, Tsar Ivan IV, better known as Ivan the Best Dad Ever, had both a severe and optimistic response to Protestantism. For him, this heresy weakened his Catholic neighbours, and previously such schisms had led to civil war, meaning that for Moscow it presented an opportunity for westward expansion. Personally though, the tenets of Protestantism disgusted him, and his primary concern was these ideas spreading into his realm the same way that they had done in Prussia and Poland-Lithuania. And guess what? They did, leading to several high-profile prosecutions for what was then known as frivolous thinking. So, back to churches talking. There was
Frivolous thinking. You guys gonna imagine that in such a society?
some optimism in the late 16th century that the Orthodox and Lutheran Church could cooperate, and in the eyes of some, even reunite. And the first step in this was seeing if the doctrines were compatible, and this was done by sending the translated Augsburg Confession to the Orthodox Church in 1575. This was a list of 21 fundamental pillars of the Protestant faith sent to the Patriarch of Constantinople, and he was not pleased with them. He responded that 7 of these creeds were outright heretical and so good luck in hell, and whilst the Orthodox Church agreed with the rest of the articles, Lutherans were doing them wrong. At first, the Orthodox Church tried to push for cooperation with the Protestants, but it won't shock you to know that both sides were pretty firm in their beliefs. And despite more communication, by the end of the 16th century both denominations had accepted that there would be no unity between them. And so the Orthodox reaction to that was the same as it was for Catholics. They were just heretics. And for the Protestants, the feeling was mutual. I hope you
Wasn't that fun? That was actually kind of fitting with the video, right? Or with the discussion where I was, mentioning that. So that's a great channel. I don't usually plug too many YouTube channels, but I think you gotta check that one out. It is a great channel. If you like history at all, the videos are all basically the same format, the same length. The meat of the content lasts about 2.5 to 3 minutes. Really good stuff. Definitely check it out. I do watch Kings in General sometimes. Also good content, but it's a lot longer. But I do enjoy it. Great stuff. Okay. So first of all, folks, if you have ever, I don't think you've ever, you want to see some basic stuff. This is some basic stuff. Diet Coke in an office mug. You will never find a streamer as basic as this. All right? Nobody out basics me. I refuse to find that funny or noteworthy at all. Of course you do. You're probably some Zoomer. You probably never even heard of The Office. A great show. All right? You gotta do the gym look. I'm not sure if I got it. It is a good show. It's a great show. All right. Anyway, so that was fun. I enjoyed that discussion. Guy that runs Kings and Generals at DGG, or whoa, I didn't know. I cringed, but you got the stare down. Based. Based is apparently not in style anymore. Apparently that's a word that has become cringe itself. So, have you guys heard about word cells and shape rotators? You guys heard about word cells and shape rotators? Base is apparently not based anymore. It has become debased. True, Cardboard Golem. Good meme. By the way, I forgot, we've got a lot of wonderful people in here. Some of you who may have not seen my channel before. If you haven't already, give me a follow on the Twitter. I sure would appreciate it, if you'd be so kind. That's perhaps the most important thing you can do, short of course, subscribing to the channel. Because the more people who follow me, hey, the more people who will follow me. Which means the more people who will follow me. And at some point, we'll get them on the show. And that's really cool. That's really good stuff, So, hey, I sure would appreciate it if you would give me a follow there. Do I have an Instagram link? Well, I haven't got into softcore pornography yet. But I'll tell you what I do have. I have a link to our Discord community. It's a great place to be. Sometimes people even post pictures of themselves there. Not naked, though, or they get banned. Also, if you happen to be under the age of 18, I will ban you because we don't have kids in our Discord. I think we have 2 people who were still under the age of 18 from before we implemented the rule. We have allowed them in. But of course, as a result, we also ensure that there is no adult content whatsoever. All right? Except for, of course, discussions about politics, which are far and away more harmful to everybody than porn. Way more harmful. Political arguments, people talking about what they want the state to do, right? I am not taking their freedom, Anton, because you see, it is different. When a private person does something, they do not do it on pain of arrest, on pain of state force. If I say you can't be in my Discord, you can go join another. You can make your own. That's my freedom. But of course, if you don't really view the freedom of, I guess, the entrepreneur or the creator as very important, then I suppose, none of this stuff really makes sense. But the good news is that while perhaps many people may not feel that way, most, probably most of the real decision makers in society are, whatever their politics, basically feel that way about, they ought to be able to kind of run their shows, including Twitch streamers, including socialist Twitch streamers. So it looks like Russia's really going to go through it. Well, I hope not, but it seems that way. I certainly hope not. I am a little perhaps too exhausted to be able to give much of a qualified take beyond that. But yeah, apparently what is so spooky about this new round of intelligence is that our European allies who had previously been very skeptical are now kind of they're thinking it's going to happen too. So whatever intelligence we found, apparently the Europeans are now sold on it too. I don't know. So why stop there? Well, I think they'll probably stop there because they won't really have the ability to go much further. Russia is not the Soviet Empire. It is a weaker country. I think what is more damaging is the norm that is being shattered here, and of course all the people in Ukraine who will be killed. Who will suffer, who will be forced to live under Russian autocracy and what will no doubt be a very brutal form of Russian rule, given that they will be suppressing a state that, does not want to be a part of Russia, right? Outside of Ukraine, I think that's the real tragedy too, is the loss of that norm that state borders shall not be changed by force, which is a norm that I think is, quite useful in minimizing the real traumas of the 20th century, keeping those from happening again. But all right, so one thing I will say though, good God, tear down this dumb system that has no real world purpose. It has a real world purpose. That real world purpose is to protect the democratic countries of Europe and of North America from aggression from Russia. That's it. Without that system, those countries will have to defend themselves. Many of them will not be able to, and that is unfortunate, because their democracies are still worth defending, I think. In fact, I think democracies should all act as a sort of supranational entity. Speaking of the Cold War, the way that Molotov, the old foreign minister under Stalin, said that socialist states should act. Not as independent countries, but as parts of a cohesive multinational whole. That's how I feel. That being said, if such a world no longer exists, it will not be good for other countries either. It might be a world in which America has even more freedom to do what it likes, and even fewer constraints on its ability to do so. It is what it is. Ultimately, I suppose if history is any guide, the idea that small nations have rights that are worth protecting is indeed an aberration in history. Typically, they exist at the pleasure of the large empires that border them, right? And I would say that if I were not an American, I would be indeed quite scared of the prospect of an America that no longer adheres to that standard, and I suppose if we're no longer willing to defend it. Anyway. All right. What do you make of the fact that Putin at one point wanted to join NATO, or was that a bluff? Yes. I think that the Soviets tried to join NATO immediately after it was founded. And I think at the time it was pretty well understood that the intention was to kind of ruin the alliance from the inside out, to discredit it. But Putin, I don't know as much about the circumstances of when he made the offer. I think that maybe, but I don't know how formal it was either, In the long run, it would have been nice, I suppose, for Russia to be a part of this whole international order. But, at one point, I think, what's his name? somebody in the European Union, I want to say one of the Italian leaders, I want to say Berlusconi, but I can't remember exactly who said this, said something to the effect of, Russia should one day take its place in the European Union and NATO. And I believe the foreign minister Lavrov responded with something to the effect of, great powers don't join coalitions, they lead them. Russia isn't, France or Estonia. Russia is, views itself as being rightfully a peer to the United States and China. Yeah, that's a pretty elite club, and I don't think they're going to settle for being recognized as less. So, there it is. Yeah, and I get that. I mean, it is what it is. But I know there are other reasons that they wouldn't join an alliance that still to this day is chiefly about defending its members from Russia, right? So, it may not be a top 10 economy, but so what? These were the world's three great powers long before China became rich. They're big, powerful countries. Soviet Union was, I don't even think it was the second biggest economy by the end of the Cold War, but, it was militarily powerful. Last username, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that, buddy. I hope you're doing well. It's good to hear from you. And I'm glad you're streaming. Let me see. This is Soviet Synthwave that just started. They freaking taken over my music stream. I'm just kidding. I really like Soviet Synthwave. But I'm not feeling it right now. Let me see. I don't want to listen to that. Let's see. 90s music. It's my kind of music, man. Alright. A great Canadian streamer. Last username. How do you feel about the Truckers? Alright. I love this kind of 90s music, man. You know what I watch for fun? Because I'm a real pervert. You know what I watch for fun? Corporate training videos from like the 80s and 90s. I love that stuff. It's so much fun. That's some real pervert shit right there. I love that stuff. I watched one from Pizza Hut. Oh, it's so good. Cracks me up, man. And one from Blockbuster. Oh, that was good. And one from Wendy's, which is hilarious, about how to make good drinks or something. Oh, man. I watched a great corporate video from 1982, and it was great. That's me, man. I love that stuff. On their chili is fun. Nice. Alright. That's pretty good, iCowrich. I gotta check that out sometime. Oh, man. So much fun. I like my protests ethical and pure. The Freedom Convoy could be more ethical. In what sense? They're obstructing freedom of trade, for sure. Okay. Actually, I'm surprised. We didn't talk about everything that I thought we were going to talk about tonight. Oh, what is Blockbuster? Nice one, Zoomer. Yeah. Blockbuster is it was a great company, alright? It provided a product that none of us want anymore, really. It was a great company. Alright. And I'm gonna play a clip from it. Don't tell me you're the guy that buys digital collections of 1950s and 2000s collections. No, I don't do that. But I do watch them on YouTube sometimes. Oh man. I'll tell you this though. I meant to say earlier, and I didn't get to say this in our discussion that I was having with Andrew, but what I meant to say earlier was I can understand the perspective that America has made a big foreign policy blunder with how it has handled Ukraine, say, the last 10 years or so, and that America has a share of the blame in this disaster, in the sense that we should have made it clear early on that there was really no possibility of Ukraine joining NATO and all that stuff, and the fact that we didn't do that, the fact that we, that we sort of implied that we'd show up, but never did and never committed to. Either commit to defense or make it very clear that you will not. But don't go halfway. You know? Now, that being said, we aren't invading Ukraine. Russia is. And this is entirely their decision, entirely their fault. But it is worth acknowledging that. Couldn't even be the Taliban. God, you guys are ridiculous. A deliberate policy that all three sides profit from. You gonna fight Russia? Oh, how are you gonna fight Russia? I thought this was one of those enlist takes. Violent Smoker, though, has the real lesson. Let's pause this for a minute. The real lesson is if you have nuclear weapons and you ever give them up, you're a fool. Why would you ever give up your nuclear weapons? They are the ultimate insurance policy. The only real insurance policy in this age of eroding international norms. Why would you ever give up your nuclear weapons? Why wouldn't you acquire them? Can you imagine, for example, the sort of insanity that is the existence of a country like Canada that has no nuclear weapons? Look, Canada's great. Yeah, I love our Canadian friends, but a country like Canada that has no nuclear weapons and lives next to a country like the United States, fundamentally, irrevocably, exists at the pleasure of the United States. You may not like that. I may not like that. I might think that's entirely unjust. The fact is, 30 million people who primarily live within 100 miles of the American border and have no nuclear weapons live at the pleasure of their nuclear-armed neighbor of 330 million. Does that mean they never... No, of course they wouldn't use nuclear weapons against Canada. But the point is, if push ever really did come to shove, there's no independent foreign policy there. But if Canada had nuclear weapons, well, suddenly, you may be able to take Toronto, but we'll flatten Washington pronto. Suddenly Canada is a truly independent country. So I have to say, I do not understand why anyone would ever give up that freedom unless, you are part of a system of international norms where you believe that ultimately, you'll be respected. So I don't know. I understand why a country like Canada ultimately thinks, look, it's never going to come to that situation. But a country like, say, North Korea or Iran, why would they ever give up their nuclear weapons? A country like Ukraine, which had nuclear weapons in 1993 and gave them up in 1994, it inherited these nuclear weapons from the USSR. I cannot believe they would give them up. I know why they gave them up, but in retrospect, it does seem like sort of a crazy decision. It's easy to do that kind of Monday morning quarterbacking 30 years later. But, gosh, you just think, man, when you have been occupied by the Russians for the last 300 years, in one form or another, nuclear weapons are probably the only way you could ever really be truly safe from doing that, right? Now, I know the arguments against it. They didn't have the, they didn't have the money to keep them up. They didn't have the technical ability. They, all that. I think that the case, though, that they could not have maintained any, they inherited, I think, 1,900 nuclear weapons. The idea, though, that you couldn't have maintained at least a few, and that's all you really need. South Africa getting rid of their nuclear weapons worked for them, but South Africa was already by far the most powerful country in the region. They don't have any big neighbors like we do, or like like many countries do. Really, it's South Africa's neighbors that presumably would want some nuclear weapons. But if I were South Africa, I wouldn't have given them up anyway. But of course, it was the apartheid, proto-fascist government that had the nuclear weapons, and they. Bad political look, I suppose. But generally speaking, seems like you want to keep the nukes, right? Is that why South Africa gave them up? I did not know that, President Zelensky. I thought it was a decision by that government. I didn't think that... I thought that government decided to give them up. I didn't know that. Wow. What do you think of the developing situation? I don't know that that's true or not. I'm not saying that I agree with your assessment, but I thought it was the... you're saying it was the apartheid government that gave them up on the way out? I thought it was the Mandela government that gave them up, basically out of principle. the developing situation in Bofa. What is Bofa? I know I've heard that before, but I forget what that is. Bofa. Ah, good one. Well done. That's where I've heard it. Well done. Well done. Well memed. I have been thoroughly owned. Got him. It's really sad that Americans don't care more about what happens in Central and South America. We should. You know what's wild? Joe Biden said recently during his marathon of a press conference that was just awful. My God. Do you not cut your hair because you're balding? I don't know. I guess maybe I'm balding, but I don't know. I don't think so. I will say this. As soon as I start balding, or at least more thoroughly, I will be the first one to get hair plugs. I will never go bald. Ever. If I can afford not to. Oh, man. Let's see. I don't think so, though. All right. But I think my hair just kind of looks like this because it's at that stage where it's kind of heavy, because it's kind of long, and so it's hard to keep it under control. But no, I appreciate the question. Oh, I didn't know that, Zelensky. I didn't know that. You should be on that mountain that has all the presents carved into it. True. Although that mountain is, deeply unjust. And the ship has probably sailed on that. I don't think anybody's gonna want to blow up the mountain. I mean, some people do, but I don't think they'd ever be able to do it. Okay, let's see. It would have been better though to put it somewhere else. It would have been better to put it somewhere else. That's yeah. I don't think anybody's ever going to consent to the violent destruction of Mount Rushmore. Rushmore. Okay, come on, stop it. All right. Also, as our last guest on the show said, Teddy Roosevelt should not be there. But, again, what is that? I mean, at that point, I don't know, should Thomas Jefferson be there? Should, I guess Lincoln should be there. Everybody would agree with that. All right, wasn't just racist. Mandela was sympathetic to communists, and they thought he was a commie. Well, he was sympathetic to communists. Is what it is. But, look, if I was in his position, I would be too. I mean, who's trying to help me versus who's trying to hinder my cause, right? I freely acknowledge that many of the things that I believe and support are uniquely because of where I am in life and who I am in life and what my conditions are, and that's just the way it is. Same with everybody else. It's hard to rise above that, and I don't even know if you should be expected to. I mean, it certainly would make sense if politics was just a game where, maybe it would in some way, but this isn't the case, right? Nobody's the veil of ignorance. Who has ever made policy on the basis of the veil of ignorance? Maybe one of those Nordics one day, some point. I don't know. Maybe those people do it. You make it on the basis of where you're at, where the people you care about and feel strongly are at. Veil of ignorance. I don't think so. Yeah. If you want to go real black-pilled, President Zelensky, look, which cause was more important, fighting communism or fighting apartheid? Look, I think it would have been good to do both, but obviously if the Soviets are involved, you got to push back on the Soviets. Now, ultimately, we did come too late on the right side of that issue, but at the same time, we did a lot of horrible things during the Cold War for the purpose of what we believed was a higher cause. Same with people who side with communists to fight what they thought was a higher cause. It's just the way it is. I mean, God, we sided with Stalin, who was horrific, but in the pursuit of a higher cause, right? And so we gave Joseph Stalin the equipment that he needed to gun down and brutalize his people and crush Eastern Europe. But, of course, the higher cause was defeating the Nazis. It is what it is, So we armed Joseph Stalin. We perhaps saved his regime. And are in that sense responsible for all the brutality that gripped Eastern Europe afterward. But of course, in the higher cause of stopping the Nazis, who were worse. That is what it is. Yeah. All right. Now the Nazis and the American right wing. I think there's a difference between Nazis being on the fringe of American politics and Nazis being at the center of a pan-European empire, right? Not the same thing. That being said, I'm glad that we eventually came on the right side of, opposing apartheid South Africa, but obviously it took us forever. We did so half-heartedly at the very end. Because somebody made the decision that, opposing the Soviet Union was more important than coming down on the right side of racial discrimination. Is that right? No. But I think that's that's one of the many miserable choices that people, make in foreign policy for what they believe is a higher cause. So, that being said, I think it was probably, that decision, gosh, I don't know the history well enough to be able to say, but I think probably not opposing the apartheid state sooner is what eventually gave the communists room to get into South Africa in the first place. So, the real answer is that we should oppose tyranny vociferously everywhere that we possibly can to keep communists from getting room to grow. So, that is what I would have done if I could have been there. That is what I would have done. Do you support the legalization of marijuana? Yes. You would agree that the Nazis are in the American right wing? Yes, I would agree that they are. I just don't think that they are the kind of threat that the Nazis of Nazi Germany were. MacArthur wanted to march eastward into Russia right after Hitler's surrender. He could have never got the political support to do so. Americans were tired of war, and that would have been quite the war. That is not true, drunken donkey. That is not my writing. Penn asked, do you ever do any writing, like magazines or op-eds or anything? I don't yet, but I do aspire to, and I will tell you this. You will enjoy, if you enjoy some of my writing, I do write a decent amount on Twitter. Maybe low-grade writing, maybe not, but check it out. Check it out. Okay, let's see here. Do you agree that... Oh my God, what kind of question is that? Hey, excuse me, my friend, all right? I don't know if you know who I am. I'm a lawyer, apparently, all right? I'm allegedly a lawyer. I've never provided any proof to anyone here. Well, it's been a while since I've done it. And, it's been a while since I provided any proof. And, so I'm allegedly a lawyer. And, I don't waste any time talking about McConnell having sex with turtles, all right? Okay. Let me see here. Okay. Okay. All right. You sure talk fancy like one. Yeah, true. I ever think about... I thought about the other day, maybe I should send the send my credentials to Destiny so I can get the DGG emoji that proves that you are a lawyer, but it's one of those things that I don't think about too often. Destiny, I am a real lawyer. Here's my proof. All right? Can you prove to everybody that I'm official by giving me the emoji? Thank you. True. I am an evil lawyer helping to destroy the world with climate change. Where are you on the political spectrum? I am a liberal in the purest sense of the word. I don't really see why the USSR and Stalin is considered communist rather than classically right-wing fascist. Feels like we're taking them at their word. Look, there are differences, subtle and gross, between a fascist dictatorship and a communist dictatorship that are worth acknowledging if either word is to have any meaning. So, this is the last time you were in court? It's been a while. Most of my law is trying to avoid court, So, I don't really do a lot of... Well, here's the thing, Drunken Donkey. To get the flare, you have to email Destiny with proof that you're a lawyer. And again, I don't normally think about this, so I don't really... feels kind of weird to be like, to go out of my way to prove that I'm a lawyer to somebody on the internet to get flair. I don't know. So I don't really think about it much. The other day though, I did think about it, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I should do it. Yeah, I should do it. And then I forgot. So here we are. I will say that the long-time real viewers here in the channel can see, or can vouch for me. And at some point, I'll probably do the Destiny thing, but I always forget about it. All right. Any tips for a 1L trying to decide between a transactional and litigation? Litigation is probably more fun. I don't know, but I enjoy transactional because I enjoy the kind of transactional that I do. If you're doing like insurance defense law, I've never done that, but I've heard that a lot of people don't enjoy it. But maybe you do, you know. So I guess it depends on the kind of transactional law you're doing. Yeah, so something like that. Hey, I got to put music back on. I forgot. Gosh, what were we talking about? Got serious about Russia or something. All right. Maybe just ask Destiny. I'm not gonna go out on my way for that. It feels weird, you know. I don't know. Maybe one of these days I will. I don't know. It just feels weird to be like, yay, accept me. No, you know, you either believe it or you don't. I don't care, you know. But you know, I guess that's cope. I think it doesn't really matter though, because I also really try to avoid talking about like anything that could ever be construed as legal advice. It is not a channel for legal questions because I don't ever answer them. Only in the like political type sense where we talk about cases sometimes, because again, that's like liability for me in exchange for no benefit, right? Like the Bar Association can ding you for, you know, giving bad advice. You could report me for giving bad advice. You know, but you know, what's the benefit of giving free legal advice to random people on the internet? It's not really there, right? Wow, President Zelensky, thanks for the paragraph that lets us know that nothing is going on. Thank you for that. I hope you're right. I really do. It would be unfortunate if you're not. It really would. It would really be tragic if you're wrong. So I hope you're right, all right? Nothing's going on. Hey, I hope so. Hope so. That'd be great. All right. How come every time I tune into a politics stream we're talking about Destiny? I don't know. I don't normally do that, you know? Like, Zelensky, your point here is let's all believe CNN. Okay, like, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think, like, somehow, despite the fact that the United States has repeatedly said no troops in Ukraine, we're not going, this isn't going to be a war, we'll support people if they invade, but we're not going to use troops to do it. You think they're trying to, like, change that? You think there's, like, a plan in place to do that? Yeah, what are they wagging the dog about, exactly? Especially these days. Like, most people don't give a shit about this stuff. You know, unless, you know, violence actually breaks out. It's not like Joe Biden's poll numbers have improved. This conspiracy mongering for the sake of conspiracy mongering. And if it's wrong and it doesn't happen, then good. And this ain't like the WMDs, because we're not trying to start a war. Alright. Okay. It is not going to help his poll numbers. He'll be immediately accused of weakness, you know, if it happens. And if it doesn't happen, he'll be accused of warmongering. You know, trying to start a war that isn't, you know, going to happen. Either way, he ain't going to win out of this. So, alright. War does not help poll numbers unless you participate. And war with Russia is very different from the kind of wars that in the past have upped poll numbers. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Alright. Smog or conspiracy theories in the room here. You know, it's just, what's boring is all these new conspiracy theories suck. They're not fun. You know, there used to be fun conspiracy theories. Like, you know, the moon landing was fake. Or the government's hiding evidence of extraterrestrials. You know, and now it's all shit like, well, the vaccine is a scam and you're trying to start a war. Who cares, man? Who cares? Who cares, man? You know, let's get a good one. Let's get a good conspiracy theory. Anybody in here think the government's, you know, sacrificing children to the global elites? You know, how about that? God. Birds are fake. I've heard space is fake. I've heard somebody say nukes are fake. Those are fun. They're not a scam, but some people think they are. There you go. Reptilians. That's good memes. Getting involved in Libya or Syria actually help balance poll numbers? I don't know. I don't think so. But your poll numbers also only matter anyway, really, when it comes to trying to get something done electorally or when it comes to trying to get reelected. And none of those are on the line right now. That's a good one, Italian. Michael Jackson's still alive and Elvis and partying in Tahiti. Flaky salt is fake. True. I love this music. This is like a Sonic the Hedgehog level. Isn't this good? Nikola Tesla freaks think nukes are fake. As opposed to Tesla company freaks. Right? Drunken Donkey could be. Right. This is like hanging with Mr. Cooper music. True! I like that. I'm really MTG. Ooh, that's a good one, Veggie Bro. I like that. Good emoji. Bastiat, my mother's conspiracy theory is that the COVID vaccine is going to sterilize all cis women. Then they're going to turn men into women with prosthetic wombs. Then they will commit a genocide against cis women. She says this in a way more transphobic way. God, why would you do that, man? How the corporation's going to profit when almost all the women are dead? Almost all the men are women. You're cutting your market in half. Why? True, they will find a way. The corporations, man, they control everything. If you don't do what they say, well, good night, buddy. It does sound like a sitcom theme. So good. Alright. Alright, well, that was good fun. So what else is going on Twitch tonight, huh? What else is happening on Twitch? You guys want to peruse Twitch? This is a good time to put that on a brief end. Melee? Right on. Let's see what else is going on. Okay. Prime Kai is doing a panel. Should doping be illegal? Is prom music when copyright exists? It prevents the DJ from choosing non-licensed music? True. Eugenia Cooney is streaming. I recently unfollowed almost all the channels that I follow. I was following like 100. It meant that I could never find the stuff I wanted to find. But now I get a ton of recommended channels. Not So Erudite, who recently talked with, I think that guy, Mr. Girl. You know, that was interesting. Hey, Cactus Squirrels, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. What's going on? Manic Sleepy Girl says, I tried asking her repeatedly that if vaccines are poison, why is the CCP screeching? Leave me here. True. Yeah, well, you know, this stuff is not really rational, right? Okay. Let's see here. Glenn's room. When is your Mr. Girl conversation? I don't know. I'm not really too tempted to do it. I'm a little spooked out by the fact that this fella is trying to go after this licensed professional's license. Somebody with a license. I don't like that. So I'm in another world, and I don't really want to cross streams. I got nothing to say, and I'm not really interested in getting in on all that. Hey, you know, you want to criticize people all you want, and do that, but ultimately, don't take a man's meal ticket. No good. Not getting involved in that kind of stuff. Don't be doing that, man. long as you don't have a fake law firm for gamers. Oh, man. Yeah, look, man. That just... Hey, as far as I could tell, that Dr. K stuff seems a little scammy. But, you know, at the same time, stay the fuck away from my license. You know, I don't want to... If you want to play that game, I don't want to play that game. You know, you want to dox me, or, you know, you want to... Or dox people, rather, or go after people's licenses. No. I don't care what you're doing on Twitch. I don't care what what kind of conspiracies you're spinning. Frankly, I don't care if you're hurting people with your Twitch streams. I mean, God, Twitch is such a cesspool of political trash. I have no doubt that most people who watch Twitch politics probably leave it worse than they were before. But I don't care about that. In a free society, that's a risk you take. But I don't want to take any risks, with engaging with people who might go after my license. All right. I think there's some valid points, but I'm confused about whether he's presenting as just art or activism. I don't know. Oh, what is that? Is that a reference to Dr. K? I think I watched his stuff once. I thought about being on a show or trying to get on a show, but I don't know. It all felt a little pathetic. You know, the idea that I would go on this guy's show and cry about my life to get more growth. I don't know, man. Maybe if I was in my 20s, you know, but I am not... I don't really want to do that for clicks now, you know? Especially when I'm just kind of doing this for fun. What's in the glass is a Diet Coke. I go on Dr. Phil for the memes. True. Yeah, that'd be fun, you know. Dr. Phil's probably a character. Probably funny. All right. Okay. Let's see. Are you straight edge? What is straight edge? Does that mean you don't drink or smoke or any of that? I'm not sure what that means. I mean, no drugs. I guess no drugs. But I don't, I guess if that includes alcohol, then no, that's not true. I don't think there's anything wrong with alcohol or drugs. I just think they're generally not a wise idea, and you should make that decision yourself. I would say that probably I live a mostly conservative kind of lifestyle, but, you know, I don't, I don't really, I don't really care what other people do. I don't really care about that. Okay. Let's see. All right. No drinking, I think, is straight edge. That makes sense. Hey, if you want to do them, do them. You know, I don't care. But I'm not going to say they're, like, good for you. Maybe they are. I don't know. All right. Okay. Who needs drugs when you can just press on your eyes real hard and see... That's a good comment. That is the kind of comment that Twitch was really made for. Who needs drugs when you can just press on your eyes real hard and see colors? You know, I'm tempted to tweet that out. The only question I have is whether or not... First of all, I got to save this before I lose it here. I mean, this is such a good comment. It's such a good comment. Such a good comment. That's a really good comment. I don't know why. That just is so hilarious to me. All right, Granddad Christmas, can you do me a favor? For some reason, I can't access... Oh, wait. No, never mind. I can access it. I was going to say, for some reason, I couldn't access Discord. That is so funny. It's funny in a way that I like... I'm tired, so I'm not laughing, but that cracks me the fuck up, all right? I feel like that should be a tweet. In fact, you know what? I'm going to tweet it. I don't care. Who needs drugs when you can just press on your eyes real hard and see colors? What do you think, Granddad Christmas? You think that's good quality tweet? I mean, that feels like a good tweet to me. I mean, I think that's pretty funny. And then I put the you're committing plagiarism. I'll tag you if you want. Come on, let me put that here. All right, here's the other thing I did. All right. I also added the triumph face emoji. All right, what do you think? I think that makes it perfect for Twitter. What do you think? You think? You know what cracks me up too? I used to be very sensitive about this kind of stuff. Like, look at this guy who just followed me, David Weigel. I've been following this guy forever. He's a politics writer for the National Post. 606,000 followers. Wow. Here this guy follows my content. Why? I don't know. I used to be very hesitant to post memes because I thought people like this will unfollow me. And you know what? Sometimes they do. But to thine own self be true. So stupid. Who needs drugs when you can just press in your eyes real hard and see colors? Boom! That's content, folks. All right. All right. In the words of another great streamer, Infrared. Like this tweet immediately. That being said, you know, hey, when you got an audience that will do that, that's a sign of some kind of success, right? Okay. That's hilarious. So, top tier, I hope you're still here. I hope you're still here. Bad like this. So good. That just cracks me up, man. Speaking of Infrared, you need to debate him. I think that my talk with Infrared would be very much like the one I just had with Andrew on the Crucible. A little hesitant though because I don't know. It always seems to get kind of personal, kind of loud on those, but I'm open to it. You know, I'm open to it. For a while we were gonna, but I sort of backed away from it. I don't know, after some kind of internet drama. I don't remember, but I just thought, I don't know. Like, I don't know. But that being said, I've enjoyed a lot of his talks in the past. I used to enjoy watching his channel. Yeah, I think it was sometime during that controversy, Zelensky. That was the one where I thought, okay, I might step back a little bit, you know? Might step back from that a little bit. People seem to like the tweet! Here's a good meme. Welder's Flash is free. True. I'll say this, the Infrared community, though, when I used to chat in there, they were all very friendly, you know? And I had questions about communism and stuff. They were cool. They were cool to discuss. So I appreciated that. Yeah. For a Stalinist. Alright. Let's see. When are you going to debate Lecture Fan? We used to debate a lot. It has been a while since I've talked to Lecture Fan on stream, let alone debate him. I don't know what we would debate these days. Because I guess here's the challenge with talking to a lot of conservatives is I don't want to argue the facts of, like, the Biden administration, you know? I like having discussions on, hey, look, come on, guys, what are you doing? Drunken Donkey and Zelensky going back on this shit? Let it go, alright? Yeah, don't. Guy doxed me. You don't have to now make a discussion about it, right? Debate with Lauren Southern might be fun. Yeah, she also reached out, and I thought about that, but I'm not quite sure because the thing with somebody like that is, as far as I know, she did some real nasty stuff in terms of like behavior toward immigrants. And I gotta say, I think it would be hard to just have a nice chat without like calling somebody out for that. But I don't know, man. Maybe, you know. I mean, it's one thing when these ideas are just like intangible, you know, just people discussing this stuff. It is kind of another when people actively engage in this activity. But that being said, I kind of would have to look into that. And also, like, here's another thing. Gosh, what was it? I don't know the specifics. It was just something that I just thought, I think she had a conversation with that guy, Mr. Girl, actually. And, I forget the specifics, but it was something to the effect of, I don't know. I guess if you guys watch his channel, you probably saw it, but I don't know. Do you think you gave out too much personal information about yourself? Well, clearly I did, since I ended up getting doxxed, right? Nobody gets doxxed on their, well, maybe some people get doxxed on their face alone, but usually it's because you accidentally reveal something that allows somebody to look you up and then find out more. You know, so. That being said, I mean, that's just kind of a part of the risk of online life, you know? I mean, but, oh, the flare thing. Yeah, that's what it is. And it just sounded a little, I don't like that. So, you know, I mean, I don't want to do that thing that sometimes people do where they're like, hey, let's have a nice chat. And by the way, I'm going to talk all about all your stuff you did because you're a shitty person. I don't want to approach on false pretenses, but I feel like if you talk to somebody who's done that kind of stuff, you can't just kind of, you know, here's a friendly exchange. Maybe you can. I don't know. Gosh. Here's a friendly exchange of views, and I have no thoughts whatsoever about the way that you kind of egregiously tried to implement this principle that you believe in. I don't know. But that being said, I think you're right, JRJM. Point is to be willing to talk with people who have different ideas. That's true. All right, look, Zelensky and Donkey, we're not talking about pedophilia in this channel. I don't give a fuck what anybody has to say about it. We don't do that here in this channel, all right? Because it's weird. It weirds out normal people, and normal people are good. Normal people are based, and normal people should feel comfortable in my channel. And unlike other parts of Twitch, which cater to random weird people, and of course, let's be honest, only random weird people would give money to people on the internet without expecting anything in return, I don't want to fucking hear about pedophilia in the chat. So we're not doing that. You guys can use the whisper function on Twitch to do that, and if you keep talking about pedophilia back and forth, I'm going to ban you. I don't want to do that on the channel. I don't want to do that. All right? None of that. Okay? Yeah, normal. Why would a normal person ever subscribe on Twitch? You get emojis. Okay. You know, well, actually, no, I do get it. If you like watching Twitch content, it does get you past advertisements. I get that. So that's why you should subscribe to me on Twitch, to avoid advertisements, I guess. But I don't know, man. Like, people donate hundreds of dollars to people on this platform. Like, I get the sneaking suspicion that lots of people, you know, like to give a lot of money, right? Just spawn into a developing nation. Boom, no ads. Is that true? I didn't know that. I figured you would get ads anywhere. Not the same ads, but actually, I guess if nobody there is buying ads, that's a good point. True. All right. That's a good meme. I didn't think about that. I gotta try that sometime. I can't VPN while I stream, I think. I don't think I can do that, but I guess I can VPN while I watch. I'm going to try that sometime. That's a good meme. All right. Put the music back on. Do you believe depressive behavior fuels the Twitch machine? Possibly. I'd be curious what you guys think of this. Subscribing means I'm a friend, right? I don't know. I don't think so, but, you know. I like it, though. I mean, I appreciate it. It helps me, you know. I mean, hey, you know, a couple $100 at the end of the month or whatever we pull in these days. That's nice, you know. I appreciate it. It's nice to be appreciated. And if you'd like to subscribe, hey, that'd be great. Yeah, how am I gonna be a lawyer and then be like, hustling for subscriptions. Yeah. I've already said people who stopped watching posting either got their life in order or died. Oh man, that is another good meme. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that's good meme. Oh man. That's a good meme, Grand at Christmas. Holy moly. Your favorite Twitch chatter? Yeah, when they disappear, that's because they either got their life together or they died. That's going in that channel where I post memes for the future. That's a good one. That is going in the future memes channel. That will be used someday. No. Oh, that's good. Favorite intellectual? Well, I guess sort of the one I named myself after, presumably, but I like I don't know, I like people like that. I guess you know, usually sort of economically minded, Milton Friedman types, you know. But I don't like people who are too utopian. I don't like utopians. You know, I like people who recognize, look, this is the world that we exist in. And here's how to make it as good as we can. I don't like people who are like, well, let's privatize the Department of Defense. No. But, you know, I like people who, you know, can provide information that I think makes the world better. You know, I kind of enjoy utopians sometimes, but I don't. They're not my favorite. All right. All media is parasocial, something to that. Twitch really optimized their site to encourage people to sub. Sending money to a YouTuber or subscribing to a Patreon, it's a tall order. Sub to a Twitch streamer, everybody's doing it. That's something. It is easy. It is fun, too, in a lot of ways. I've sort of undermined a lot of the reason to subscribe to the channel, too, because many of the things that other people do to get you to subscribe just annoy me so much. For example, I find the idea of the channel making a noise every time you subscribe to be incredibly distracting. I just can't handle it. It just overwhelms my ADD-addled brain. You know, as you can see, I have a hard time focusing as it is. So that's one. And then two, I don't like the robot voice that some people like to do when you get a donation. It reads out a message in a robot voice. Oh, that drives me crazy. So I can't handle that. I like the 4 O's, Veggie Bread. Alright. Do you have ADD? Yes, I do. Thorough and intense. It's hard to focus. For years, I just thought I was lazy. Well, that's a challenge too, but, you know. Disgusting blogfish. Oh, man, that's a trip. That's a trip, man. Let's see what else is out there. What else is going on the Twitch? I was trying to load a channel, but my internet was really slowing down. Okay, what about let's see. Let's see who else is out there. Do you guys have any streamers you really enjoy who's streaming right now? Man, Stardust has some good emojis. Got some good stuff there. Big Boss Bose. Good content. Trainwrecks TV Gambling. Oh my god, I've been watching... I watched some of his streams where he gambles. I have to say, it is the wildest thing that there are so many people who just are, fuck you landlords, as Hillary Clinton's emails. Hey, if it makes you feel better to say it, say it. But the rent is still due, and you gonna pay it. Alright. Yeah, it's just wild. Like, he does these streams, and it's just playing slots. It's crazy. But he's making bank off of it. I mean, if he's getting paid, however he's getting paid, I mean, he's gotta be, this company's gotta be making real bank off of him, you know? I mean, it's wild. But I have no idea why people watch it. 30,000 people watching this guy pull the slots. His face isn't even there. Still watching. I guess, though, that's the other thing that makes Twitch so fascinating as a platform is there's like a community of people who just kind of enjoy each other's company, too. And it is an interesting phenomenon, for sure. Like, during that debate I had, or during that discussion I was doing earlier, there were people in the chat who were going off with each other, you know? Not even about anything I'm talking about. It's kind of a neat phenomenon. It's interesting. It's certainly lucrative if you've got 30,000 viewers, you know? But I sort of would imagine, BDL, that once you get to that kind of size, you know, what kind of community is there? But it's different. It's more, I guess, communal, right? For everybody to be sort of knowing the same jokes and doing the same emojis and stuff, you know? There's something to that. So, I will say I don't quite understand the appeal of slot machines either. And to be clear, I'm not denigrating what he does. I am not at all denigrating what he does or denigrating slot machines. I'm just saying I don't understand the appeal. But that's my personal taste, you know? So, all right, so we're going to stream for, I'd say, how long have I been going? Almost 5 hours. So, in fact, I think I've been going for more than 5 hours, and my internet is just not updating now. So here's what we're gonna do. Thanks, King. Be true. Right on. Hey, thank you. And before you go, B-Del, if you haven't already, be sure to give me a follow on the Twitter and to join my incredible Discord. Again, if you haven't already, it's a great place to be. I think you'll enjoy it. All right? So here's what we're going to do. I am thinking about visiting a smaller creator who has a really great little community. Or watching this chat with Cherry and Not So Erudite. Maybe we'll do that. Alright, I think we'll do that. We'll watch Cherry here. She's cool. I like her stuff. Also, I think she has said nice things about me. And you know, folks, that's the most attractive thing there is, isn't it? When somebody says nice things about you. I mean, come on. Doesn't get better than that. Alright, so we're going to go visit Cherry. Folks, thank you again for being here tonight. This was a fun stream. We went on for 5 hours. Man, we had a lot of fun while we did it too, didn't we? I enjoyed it anyway. So I hope you did too. And I want to thank you all so much for being here. I hope you have a great night. I'm sure that whatever our differences, we're all hoping for peace and peace in Europe and safety for all these protesters, obstructionists, and all that, you know, all the stuff we've been talking about tonight. But in any event, good stream. Thank you all for being here tonight. I hope you have a wonderful night. Please give Cherry all my love and all my best. God bless these United States of America. May God protect our America troops. May you have a good night, a great weekend, and we'll see you again real soon. Take care.